Chapter 1395. Are you saying that you saw the stars move? How is that possible? Cloud Mountain Villa. Li Zishuan frowned when he heard Li Chunfeng say that he saw the stars move. The stars that Li Chunfeng saw should be the stars outside of the solar system. The reason why stars were called stars was not because they did not move. However, the movement of stars could not be seen with the naked eye for a short period of time. There was no celestial body in the universe that was immobile. All celestial bodies were moving at different speeds. Not only did stars move, but they also moved at the speed of the universe. Take the sun for example. It was spinning around the center of the Milky Way at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. The other stars moved at the same speed as well. The reason why stars did not move was because they were too far away from us. We could not see their movement in a short period of time. Therefore, they were called stars. Only after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would the position of stars change. That was why Li Zishuan did not believe Li Chunfeng when he said that he saw the stars move. It's true. It's true. Seeing Li Zishuan's disbelief, Li Chunfeng hurriedly explained, when the sky was completely dark, I saw a cluster of galaxies around the sun silhouette with my telescope. I observed this cluster of galaxies last year and even drew a star map. However, during the total solar eclipse today, the positions of some of the stars in the cluster of galaxies seem to have changed. Isn't this the movement of the stars? It's not that the stars are moving. It's that the direction of light has changed. When Li Zishuan heard this, he quickly recalled some things from his previous life. He couldn't help but be shocked. Good heavens, this Li Chunfeng inadvertently discovered something incredible. In his previous world, Newton stood on the shoulders of giants and saw a falling apple. That was when he realized the gravitational force between all things. Einstein stood on the shoulders of his predecessors and proposed the general theory of relativity in 1915. He believed that gravitational force was the representation of the curvature of spacetime. One of the major differences between Newton and Einstein's views on time and space was the influence of gravity on light. Although classical dynamics predicted that the gravitational force of a star could deflect the path of a photon, Einstein believed that this prediction was only a rough approximation of the actual situation. It was not the gravitational force of a star that pulled the photon, but the star curved the structure of space. This was like a person standing on a trampoline bending the surface. The photon was like a small ball rolling across the trampoline, moving along the curved structure. From the perspective of a photon, it always travels in a straight line, and the distortion of spacetime causes the photon to be deflected. Therefore, gravity was a manifestation of the curvature of space. Since the Sun is the most massive object in our solar system, the resulting spacetime curvature will be the most obvious. But to test general relativity, astronomers must study the positions of background stars near the edge of the Sun to determine the angle at which light is deflected as it passes near the Sun. The deflection predicted by general relativity is twice as large as Newtonian mechanics. However, the Sun was very bright, and it was impossible to see the background stars at the edge of the Sun unless the sunlight was blocked, a total solar eclipse. During a total solar eclipse, the Moon moved between the Sun and the Earth, completely blocking the Sun's disk. In 1917, Einstein's little fan Dyson conceived an experiment. During a total solar eclipse, the positions of the background stars near the edge of the Sun were plotted, and then compared with the normal positions of these stars in the night sky. The spacetime distortion effect could be observed. This experiment was verified in 1919, proving the validity of Einstein's general theory of relativity. Now, Li Chunfeng saw the shift of the stars during a total solar eclipse. Didn't this prove Einstein's general theory of relativity? Massive stars would cause spacetime to be bent, and light would be deflected as it traveled through it. It was equivalent to passing through a gravitational lens, so people would mistakenly think that the positions of the stars had changed, but in fact, the positions of the stars had not changed. This Li Chunfeng was a physicist who had been delayed by metaphysics. The direction of light transmission has changed? Marquis, I don't understand. Doesn't light travel in a straight line? Is it possible that it will be bent? Li Chunfeng heard Li Zishuan's mumbling and could not help but be puzzled. He had stayed in Yanhuang College for more than half a year, and he often communicated with Mo Huai, Mo Chui, and other professors in the physics department. He knew some basic physics knowledge. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Daoistly, under normal circumstances, light does travel in a straight line. However, there are some special cases where light doesn't travel in a straight line. For example, when light passes through ice or water, it will be deflected. That's why when we use a harpoon to spear fish, we have to stab the fish a few inches deeper into the fish's body. Because the fish we see at that time are not real fish, it's just an illusion. Li Chunfeng heard this and nodded slightly. He had heard these theories from Mo Huai and Mo Chui, so it was not difficult to understand. However, Marquis, I understand what you said. But the light emitted by the stars in the sky only passes through the vast space in the process of transmission. It doesn't pass through ice or water. According to what you said in the textbook of physics, if the refractive index of the transmission medium doesn't change, then the transmission direction of the light won't change. Why do you say that the transmission direction of the light has changed? Li Chunfeng was puzzled. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but think that Li Chunfeng was quite knowledgeable about the physics of Yanhuang College. He smiled and said, Master Li, there is one thing that I can tell you clearly. The stars in the sky do not move in a short period of time. Only after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years will you be able to see the changes in their positions. Therefore, the only explanation for the movement of the stars you saw just now is that the light emitted by the stars was deflected when it passed near the sun. It was as if the light passed through a lens. As for why this strange phenomenon occurred, you will have to figure it out yourself. However, I can provide you with a hypothesis. The sun is a star, and its weight is much heavier than the Earth. The space near the sun is different from the space in other places. When the light passes by, it may be deflected or absorbed by the sun. As for the specific reason, you will have to figure it out yourself. As the most famous quack in the Tang dynasty, Li Chunfeng's life was undoubtedly very glorious. He even left a deep mark in the history of Chinese civilization. Li Zishuan wanted to drag Li Chunfeng into the pit of physics. He wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when a metaphysician collided with physics. In the 21st century, there was a popular saying that the end of science was metaphysics. When a scientist climbed to the top of the mountain, a metaphysical, or Buddhist, master would have been waiting for him for a long time. Einstein once said, "Religion without science is lame, and science without religion is blind." Space, time, and matter are all illusions of human cognition. Metaphysics was the study of the universe itself. It mainly studied the origin of Tao, which was opened, passed down, and developed by the ancestor of humanity, Fu Shi, the Yellow Emperor, King Wen, Laozi, and Zhuangzi. The origin of Qi was a concept of the universe with a strict logic system. It was the core value of Chinese civilization. If one looked at it carefully, some parts of metaphysics actually had the shadow of science. It was very interesting to let a senior metaphysician study science. Perhaps, Li Chunfeng could become a big name in science in the future, even more awesome than Newton and Einstein. This was definitely not impossible. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Chunfeng's face gradually became serious. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, "This star can change the direction of light transmission. This is unbelievable." In the past, he boasted that he was proficient in metaphysics and could see through everything in the world. However, after talking to Li Zishuan, he suddenly felt small and insignificant. He felt that the knowledge in his mind compared to Li Zishuan was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. For the first time, he felt that Li Zishuan was unfathomable and unfathomable. Li Zishuan smiled. "This is not unbelievable. The physics taught in Yanhuang College is still relatively basic. It does not involve the movement of celestial bodies. In the later advanced physics classes, students will be introduced to a force called gravity. The heavier an object was, the stronger the gravitational force it produced. The heavier a star was, the stronger the gravitational force it produced. It was difficult for mortals to estimate its weight, and the stronger the gravitational force it produced. Perhaps there is a type of star that is infinitely heavy and has an infinitely strong gravitational force. It can swallow everything, even the light around it. Who knows? The thing that he mentioned that could swallow everything was a black hole. Li Chuanfeng's expression changed when he heard that. If there really is such a celestial body, won't all living beings in this world experience a world-ending catastrophe? He asked in horror. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, all living things have their own destiny. As a Taoist, how can you not see this point clearly? How vast is the universe? How vast are the stars in the sky? Who can be sure that there is such a star that can swallow everything that I mentioned? Even if there is, it might not be near Earth because the universe is so vast that Earth is equivalent to a speck of dust. In terms of pure probability, the probability of us being swallowed is very small. I've lost my composure. The Marquis's words are reasonable. Li Chunfeng looked ashamed. He put his hands together and bowed to Li Zishuan. After pondering for a while, he said seriously, Marquis, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will allow it. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said politely, Taoist Master Li, feel free to speak your mind. I will do my best to help. Thank you, Marquis. Li Chunfeng thanked him first and then said, Marquis, please forgive me. I want to stay in the Yanhuang Academy. I have always felt that Lord Marquis's work seems to contain the supreme mystery of Taoist metaphysics. If I can understand it, I may be able to successfully deduce the fate of the Tang Empire for the next hundreds or even thousands of years. This is my life's wish. The pushback diagram. After listening to Li Chunfeng, Li Zishuan subconsciously thought of the number 1 book of Chinese Taoist prophecy, the pushback diagram. Legend has it that Li Shimin ordered 2 famous Taoist masters, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, to write it in order to predict the future of Tang. It combined the study of astronomy, poetry, riddles, and pictures into one. Now, Yuan Tiangang had not yet entered the imperial court, and Li Chunfeng was only in his 20s. Naturally, no one could write the pushback diagram. When Li Chunfeng was proficient in physics and truly recognized the universe, what would the pushback diagram be like? Li Zishuan was looking forward to it. Although you and I don't study under the same teacher, we are both from the same school of Taoism. I have no reason to reject your request. However, the knowledge of Yanhuang College can only be known by the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Taoist Master Li, you were able to learn some knowledge about physics from Mr. Mo, which is considered a violation of the rules of the college. Yanhuang College has been implementing a comprehensive confidentiality policy since a while ago. From now on, no one from Yanhuang College will be able to learn the knowledge of Yanhuang College. This is my decision, and it is also His Majesty's decision. Taoist Master Li, you are now working in the Bureau of History. You are not part of Yanhuang College. According to the confidentiality policy, you cannot stay in Yanhuang College to study engineering. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and shook his head. It was true that he wanted to pull Li Chunfeng into the big pit of physics, but the confidentiality rules of the Yanhuang Academy could not be violated by anyone. In the past, Li Chunfeng was able to learn some physics knowledge from Mo Huai and Mo Chui because the academy had not fully implemented the confidentiality rules. Now that they had started to implement confidentiality management, he had to abide by the rules. If Li Chunfeng wanted to stay in the academy, he had to solve the problem of his identity first. Li Chunfeng was silent for a while. Then, he cupped his hands and said, I see. I was too impulsive when I tried to learn engineering from the college. I apologize to Marquis. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Taoist Master Li, you don't have to apologize. It was the college's fault for not having a complete system. Li Chunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up and said, since only people from Yanhuang College can learn engineering, I wonder if Marquis is willing to accept me as his student? I am willing to resign from my position in the Bureau of History on behalf of His Majesty. Li Chunfeng wanted to be a student in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan almost laughed when he heard that. Li Chunfeng's son, Li Yan, was studying in Yanhuang College. Wouldn't that mean that father and son would be in the same college? No. No. Li Zishuan paused for a moment and quickly said, Taoist Master Li's knowledge is more than enough to be a teacher in the college. How can you be a student? Also, Taoist Master Li is very talented and is highly valued by the Emperor. How about this? Taoist Master Li can ask the Emperor if you can be a teacher in Yanhuang College while being a teacher in the Bureau of History. Li Chunfeng was very tempted. He cupped his hands and said, if that's the case, thank you very much, Marquis. I will return to Chang'an now and report to the Emperor. Go. Li Zishuan did not show it on his face, but on the inside, he was overjoyed. He had accidentally tricked the most famous conman of Tang dynasty into becoming a teacher in the college. This was a great deal. As for what kind of chemical reaction Li Chunfeng would have with engineering, only God knew. However, Li Zishuan was looking forward to it. Chapter 1396. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Are you still worried about the drought? In the evening, Empress Zhongsun came to the sweet nectar hall with a bowl of porridge. She saw Li Er sitting on the dragon couch with one hand supporting his chin. His brows were furrowed, and he had an appearance of great bitterness and hatred. Clearly, his mood was not good. Thus, she carefully walked forward and asked softly. Li Er snorted and said with a disgruntled expression, Humph. Li Chunfeng came to see me just now. He said that he wanted to work as a teacher in Yanhuang College and hoped that I would allow it. If I didn't allow it, he would resign from his position in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Guanyin maid, don't you think this is infuriating? Don't tell me that the position I gave him is not as good as a teacher in Yanhuang College. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but smile and asked, did Your Majesty allow it? Li Er was even more annoyed. Can I not allow it? Li Chunfeng is so young and he is already proficient in the 5 arts of Taoism. As long as he is trained, he will be the best candidate for the position of Imperial Historian. If I don't allow it, won't I lose a talent and look like I have no tolerance? Li Er was the only one who could do that. If it were any other emperor in the future, they would definitely order Li Chunfeng to be fired if Li Chunfeng made such demands and conditions in front of them. It had to be said that Li Er was very tolerant towards those who were truly capable and capable. For example, Li Zishuan. Although he had made many mistakes, Li Er never gave him any substantial punishment. Empress Zhongsun smiled and came to Li Er's side. She gently massaged Li Er's temples and said with a smile, Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. Whether it is the Imperial Historian Bureau or Yanhuang College, they all belong to Your Majesty. Now that Li Chunfeng is willing to work as 2 people, it proves that he wants to double his loyalty to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why don't you accept it? Li Er was stunned and then laughed. Ha! Guanyin maid is right. Both the Yanhuang Academy and the Taisher Bureau belong to me. Li Chunfeng's action is also a show of loyalty to me. Guanyin maid, you are really smart. Ha! What? Father. Are you saying that you will stay in the academy as a teacher in the future? There was a small shop in Yanhuang College. After school, Li Chunfeng called his son, Li Yan, over for a quick meal at Gu Xiaomao's tavern. He also told Li Yan about his preparation to join Yanhuang College. Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and chuckled. That was right. Marquis, oh, no, Yamacho, he has promised me. Tomorrow, I can officially join Yanhuang College and become a teacher. In the future, I will have more time to stay in Yanhuang College. Li Yan was silent for a long time before he finally accepted the news. After a pause, he asked, Father, what about your job at the Taisher Bureau? Did you resign from your position in the imperial court? Li Chunfeng smiled and said, You don't have to worry about this proverb. His Majesty has given me permission to work in the Imperial Historian Bureau and teach in the academy. So I still have my official position, but I will have to travel between Chang'an and the academy in the future. Although Li Chunfeng could give up his position in order to pursue the truth, it did not mean that he did not like being an official. Especially with his current position in the Taisher Bureau, the Yamen was a place for him to use his knowledge. On the other hand, Yanhuang College was a place where he could continue to recharge. The two did not conflict at all. Instead, they complemented each other. Li Yan was surprised. His Majesty is really generous and righteous. I didn't expect him to agree to your suggestion. That's great. However, Father, the reason I came to Yanhuang College was to find out the depth of Yamacho's destined one. Why are you here now? In the end, Li Yan was a little depressed and confused. In his impression, his father was determined to be a top Daoist metaphysical sorcerer who could predict good and bad luck and deduce the fate of the country. Why would he be interested in teaching at Yanhuang Academy now? Li Chunfeng was silent for a long time and said gloomily in his heart, Can your father say that I was wrong? I only saw that Li Zishuan was the destined one, but I didn't see that his knowledge was as vast as the sea, unfathomable and admirable. Ahem. As the saying goes, what Mountain Elder has learned is rather complicated, but the supreme profoundness seems to have some kind of connection with the 5 arts of Taoism. Thinking of how Mountain Elder used to be spiritual master Ling Su's disciple, this point is not difficult to explain. Perhaps spiritual master Ling Su's Dao is very different from my master's Dao, but in the end, they all lead to the same destination. Therefore, if I want to improve my 5 arts of Taoism, I must stay in Yanhuang College and study Yamacho's Dao. Li Chunfeng was silent for a moment and whispered to Li Yan. Li Yan was shocked and said, I see. However, forgive me for being slow, but I still can't see the connection between Yamacho's knowledge and the 5 arts of Taoism. Li Chunfeng smiled and said, Haha. No rush, no rush. You will slowly discover the proverb in the future. Come, let's eat. In the future, you and I will be father and son, as well as teacher and student. It will be a good story. Yanhuang College had a new teacher, and he was an official in the imperial court. This was new. Many of the teachers in Yanhuang College had been officials before, and their positions were not low. For example, Li Gang and Yen Silu were not only officials, but also first-rank officials. They had a high reputation in the imperial court and among the scholars. However, that was the glory of the past. Before this, no official in the imperial court came to Yanhuang College to be a teacher. Li Chunfeng had set a precedent. Of course, Li Zishuan was an exception. The fact that Li Chunfeng was able to hold 2 important positions at the same time was enough to show how much the emperor valued him. In the first month, Li Zishuan did not assign any teaching tasks to Li Chunfeng. Firstly, Li Chunfeng needed to pass the college's secret exam and study the college's physics textbook. Secondly, Li Chunfeng had to balance his work with the Bureau of Imperial History. He needed time to get used to it. That's right. Li Zishuan planned to arrange for Li Chunfeng to teach the subject of physics. Although Li Chunfeng's current level of physics was not as good as Mo Huai and Mo Chui's, his mathematical ability was definitely the best among all the physics teachers. Elementary physics might not require a strong mathematical ability, but advanced physics required a high mathematical ability. The world's top physicists like Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell had another identity, and that was mathematicians. Therefore, Li Zishuan had a long-term plan when he assigned Li Chunfeng to the physics department. 3 days later, in the morning. Early in the morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when Pang Feiji rushed into the courtyard with a letter in his hands. "Marquis, someone in Sichuan has sent you a letter." "Sichuan? Could it be a letter from Shiqing? Quick, let me see it." Li Zishuan was shocked. He quickly took the letter from Pang Feiji's hands, opened the envelope, took out the letter, and began to read it carefully. Pang Feiji secretly observed Li Zishuan's facial expression. Seeing that Li Zishuan was getting more and more excited, he could not help but feel happy as well. After about 20 breaths, Li Zishuan finally finished reading the letter. He smiled happily and said, "Hee hee." Shiqing did not disappoint. The vanadium mine in Sichuan is finally ready to be mined. Li Zishuan waved at San Bao, who was in the courtyard, and said, "San Bao, come here." "Young master." San Bao thought that something good had happened to him. He quickly ran over and bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "San Bao, I want you to go to Sichuan again." Young master." San Bao. San Bao hasn't done anything wrong recently. Please don't send San Bao to die in Sichuan again. San Bao instantly put on a long face and said with a wronged expression. The last time he went to Sichuan, he almost lost his life there. How would he dare to go there again? Wasn't that seeking his own death? Li Zishuan was taken aback. He immediately understood that this fellow had misunderstood his meaning. Thus, he slapped the back of San Bao's head in exasperation and said, "What are you talking about? Why would I send you to die? Don't worry, the leader of the Chang people in Sichuan has already agreed to let us mine there. This time, not only will they not make things difficult for you, they will also treat you with respect. The governor of Izhou will also take care of you." San Bao was stunned. He said with surprise, "Young master, is that true? The leader of the Chang people really won't chase after San Bao anymore?" Li Zishuan snorted and said, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? San Bao, I'm sending you to the center of Sichuan to take charge of the mining. You'll be in charge of the allocation of money, grain, and manpower. I'll send 2 accountants and a team of guards to follow you to the center of Sichuan. You must send back a few batches of vanadium ore as soon as possible." San Bao was flattered when he heard that. He said, Young master. San Bao can run errands, but I don't have the ability to be in charge of the mining of the vanadium." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "You little brat, I gave you such an important task, and you didn't accept it. But you don't have to worry, there will be a student from the academy there to help you. He is familiar with the local Chang people and the local government. You just have to help me take care of the money." Shiqing said in the letter that he wanted to wait until the vanadium was completely mined and the road in Sichuan was completed before returning to the academy. Li Zishuan thought about it and did not object. This child's dream was to benefit the people in his hometown. This time, he would treat it as an off-campus practice. San Bao was relieved and said, then no problem. San Bao will pack up and go to Sichuan again." Li Zishuan nodded and sent someone to find Wang Zhong. He transferred 50,000 strings of coins from his family to start the mining and road construction. He was going to send the guards to escort San Bao to Sichuan. Speaking of which, the use of the Tang Yuan was not popular in Sichuan yet. In the letter, Shiqing said that Gao Shilian hoped that Li Zishuan could open the Yanhuang Bank in Sichuan so that the people and merchants there could start to use this currency that was 100 times more convenient than copper coins. Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to disagree. After all, in history, the first place to use paper money on a large scale was in Sichuan. This time, he was not just sending people to Sichuan to mine the vanadium. He wanted to bring the bank, the Chitsu Pavilion, the Chitsu Culture, the Datong Daily Office, these new things, as well as some famous shops in Chang'an City. Bashu had always had the reputation of being a land of abundance. Its grain output was astonishing, and during the struggle for supremacy between Chu and Han, the grain from Bashu alone was enough to feed Liu Bang's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If they could revitalize Bashu's transportation and economy, it would be of great benefit to the Great Tang. Hence, after arranging the initial funds for the mining and road construction, Li Zishuan invited a few members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the managers of the Qizhu Pavilion and Qizhu Culture, Ma Zhou from the Datong Daily Editorial Department, and the current king of Shu, Li Ku, to discuss setting up a bank, shops, and newspapers in Sichuan. Everyone contributed funds, manpower, and manpower. In the end, they formed a huge army to assist Sichuan. They were prepared to follow San Bao to Sichuan the next day. Of course, the Yanhuang Bank was now a state-owned property. If they wanted to set up a branch in Sichuan, they would have to inform Li Er. Even though they knew that Li Er would not object, they still had to report to him. This was a matter of principle. Hence, around 5 p.m., Li Zishuan rode his horse down the mountain and prepared to meet Li Er in the palace. Just as he entered Chang'an City, Li Zishuan heard the sound of horses galloping behind him. Following which, he heard someone shouting, "Great victory! General Yuqi has achieved a great victory in Shuafang City. Killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers. Liang Shi was killed by his subordinates. The officials in Shuafang City have surrendered." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier rode past Li Zishuan on his horse. As he ran, he continued to shout, "Victory! General Yuqi has achieved a great victory in Shuafang City. Killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers. Liang Shi was killed by his subordinates. The officials in Shuafang City have surrendered." When the commoners heard this, they instantly became lively. The imperial court has achieved a great victory again? Ha! That's great! That Liang Shi stole from our great Tang prefecture and even sided with the Turkic people. He should have met with such a fate long ago. That's right. That's right. General Yuqi has done well. This kind of traitor who betrayed the Han people should be cut into pieces. Yes, yes, yes. The front line has achieved a great victory. No matter what, we have to drink a few cups tonight. When the commoners heard this news, they naturally cheered. They were overjoyed that they were able to live in such a prosperous dynasty. However, Li Zishuan heard another meaning from the news. He muttered to himself, "Killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers? The Turkic people have indeed sent out their troops. Looks like the war between our great Tang and the Turkic people is about to begin." Hiya! After regaining his senses, Li Zishuan hurriedly urged Dabai to gallop toward the imperial city. Chapter 1397. 2 in 1 chapter. 4th month, 22nd day, General Yuqi led 50,000 elites and joined forces with the 30,000 Summer Province House Army. On the same day, they entered the forest outside Shuafang City. Shen Fa and Zhong Chang, the two Taichung temple officials, went to Shuafang City to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender, but to no avail. Seeing this, General Yuqi ordered Summer Province Governor Lu Min to send spies into the city. He also sent General Shui to lead cavalry and trample all the crops outside the city. When Liang Shidu heard the news, he guessed that the great Tang army was outside the city. The next day, he locked down the city gates, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. In the next few days, General Shui led his cavalry to trample the crops outside the city. After all the crops were trampled, on the 25th day of the 4th month, General Yuqi led his army to surround Shuafang City, surrounding it but not attacking. At this time, due to the lack of food, the people in Shuafang City were panicking. Rioters rose up, and the army mutinied. In order to get out of this situation as quickly as possible, Liang Shidu sent many cavalry to break out of the encirclement and seek help from the Turks. On the 27th day of the 4th month, Turkic General Wuxia Xianxia led 20,000 Turkic wolf cavalry to assist Liang Shidu. However, he did not know that General Chai had already set up a pocket formation in the wilderness. Caught off guard, the Turkic army suffered heavy losses in the first clash. The day after, when the sun began to eat, General Chai took advantage of the darkness to rain arrows on Wuxia Xianxia. When the sun rose, the Turkic army threw away their armor and fled. In this battle, General Chai killed 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry at the price of less than 100 casualties. On the other side of Shuafang City, Liang Shidu was killed by his cousin Liang Luoren. Liang Luoren then led all the officials and generals of Shuafang City to surrender. Only then was Shuafang City taken without bloodshed. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, the messenger soldier from the front lines reported the details of the battle to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he could not help but smile, haha. Good. Good. This battle was well fought. You can go and rest first. When the army returns to court, we will reward you according to your merits. Yes. Your Majesty. This general will take his leave. The soldier cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Li Er was in a great mood and was preparing to head to the inner palace to share this good news with Empress Zhongsun when another eunuch walked in and said, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and requests an audience. Li Er was stunned and stopped in his tracks. He sat back down and said, Let him in. Here. Not long after, Li Zishuan came in from outside the hall and greeted Li Er. This subject pays his respects to your Majesty. Congratulations to your Majesty for the great victory on the front lines and the recovery of the north. Now, our great Tang has finally unified the Central Plains. Just now, when the messenger soldier was reporting the results of the battle to Li Zishuan was waiting outside the hall for his summons. His hearing was sharp, and naturally, he heard every word. Li Er was amused when he heard that and said, Her. Get up. Brat, you're rather well informed. Not only has the imperial court recovered Shuafang City, the Turks have also sent troops because of Liang Shidu. This way, the Great Tang will have a good reason to send troops to the Turks in the future. The plan you formulated back then has all been realized. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered a great merit. Whatever reward you want, just tell us. One could see that Li Er was in an extremely good mood. The main reason was that this battle had been fought too beautifully. Not only had they recovered the north that had been isolated for 10-some years, they had even lured Xieli Khan to send troops. It was simply too perfect. And all of this was thanks to Li Zishuan's strategy of using peaceful means before resorting to force. Li Zishuan hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty, this subject did not personally enter the battlefield, nor did I kill a single enemy. I only moved my lips, so how can I claim credit? Those soldiers who shed their blood on the battlefield should be rewarded. These words were not out of modesty, but from the bottom of his heart. Even without his suggestion, Li Er's powerful think tank would have come up with the best strategy. This was because in history, Liang Shidu had never caused much trouble for Li Er. Li Er was taken aback. Then, as if he had just met Li Zishuan, he sized up Li Zishuan from head to toe. Then, he chuckled and said, Haha. It seems like after spending so much time with Li Gang and Yen Silu in Yanhuang College, your personality has become more and more stable. Not bad. Not bad. What business do you have with us today? Li Zishuan smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the people this subject sent to Sichuan have replied. They said that the local Chang people have agreed to allow this subject to mine the mine. Although Sichuan's agriculture industry is very developed, due to the lack of transportation, it is inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. This is not conducive to the development of local trade. Therefore, this subject not only plans to send people to mine the mine, but also wants to build roads in Sichuan and bring famous shops from Chang'an to Sichuan. At the same time, I want to open a bank there and promote the replacement of copper coins with Tang Yuan. I hope that your majesty will allow this. Hearing this, Li Er nodded and said, "N. For you to have such thoughts, this subject is very gratifying. Sichuan is very important to our Tang Empire. If we can connect Sichuan to the Central Plains, it is equivalent to Tang Empire having a very stable rear guard. In the past, Sichuan was able to support hundreds of thousands of Liu Bang's Han army. From this, one can see how good this land is. Therefore, building roads, opening shops, and opening a bank, this subject is approved by this subject. In the next 2 days, submit a proposal to this subject. The imperial court will allocate a sum of money to help build roads in Sichuan." Li Zishuan happily cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, your majesty." Speaking of which, building bridges and paving roads for the people's livelihood was best done by the imperial court. It was not that Li Zishuan was unwilling to spend the money, but if this matter was done by him, it would be unjustifiable. He might even be accused of buying the people's hearts and arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Now that Li Er was willing to let the imperial court allocate the money, it was naturally the best. Li Er thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Establishing the Yanhuang Bank is the best decision this subject has made in these 2 years. A few days ago, I heard from Ku, that in the past half a year since the bank was established, not only did it solve the shortage of money, but it also made the business activities of the Tang Empire more frequent and prosperous. This month, Ku introduced an interest-bearing deposit business to the people in the Yanhuang Bank. Every day, he took in countless copper coins from the people, merchants, and the people. He then used these savings to lend to the merchants. It is said that the monthly interest added up to tens of thousands of strings of coins. And this is just the beginning. It really surprised me. Li Zishuan heard this and was not surprised. He cupped his hands and smiled. His Highness King of Shu is naturally intelligent and can often draw inferences from one example. Now that he is training in the Yanhuang Bank, it is all because of your Majesty's guidance that he can achieve such results. Ah! You brat! Li Er was amused when he heard this. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, "We are usually busy with state affairs. How would we have the time to teach Ku-er? Are you praising yourself by saying this? Actually, you don't need to say it. This subject knows that Ku-er's ideas must have been given by you. In short, I am very happy that Ku-er can learn such knowledge in the academy." Li Zishuan smiled and did not reply. "Oh. That's right." Li Er suddenly said, "A few days ago, Li Chunfeng came to me and said that he wanted to be a teacher in Yanhuang College. You brat, tell me, what kind of magic potion did you feed him to make him so obsessed with Yanhuang College?" Although Empress Zhongsun had solved the knot in Li Er's heart that day, Li Er still could not figure it out. Logically speaking, the only thing that attracted Li Chunfeng in Yanhuang College was the astronomical telescope. Moreover, Li Chunfeng already had the right to use it. So why did that guy still want to be a teacher in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan recalled the scene of him tricking Li Chunfeng that day and could not help but want to laugh. He coughed softly and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, Priest Li is very knowledgeable and talented in physics. He is about to understand the mystery of the universe and stars. It is very likely that he will become the greatest physicist in the whole Tang Empire, or even the whole world. Yanhuang College is the place that can fulfill his dreams. I believe that he decided to be a teacher in Yanhuang College after careful consideration. Your Majesty's permission is enough to show that your Majesty is broad-minded. You can be called a wise emperor. The mystery of the universe and stars? The greatest physicist?" Li Er could not help but mutter. Then, he said angrily, "You brat, don't flatter me. This subject is warning you, don't have any ideas about the officials in the imperial court. Not only do you have a lot of things to do in the academy, but the imperial court is also very busy. If all the talents that I have carefully groomed are tricked into the academy by you, then who will handle the affairs in the 3 provinces and 6 departments? Won't the imperial court be in a mess? Li Zishuan was speechless. He muttered gloomily, "What do you mean by tricking?" "What I did was called tricking with skills." "What?" Li Zishuan's voice was too soft, so Li Er did not hear it clearly. However, he knew that Li Zishuan did not say anything good, so he raised his voice by an octave. Nothing, nothing. I just said that I won't dare to do it again. If your majesty has no other orders, then I will take my leave." Li Zishuan quickly changed his words. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously and said, "That's all, you can go back." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your majesty, I will take my leave." Then, he turned around and was about to leave the hall. Unexpectedly, Li Er's voice came from behind him. Wait." Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, "Old Li, are you messing with me? If you make me angry, I will. Your majesty, do you have any other orders?" He had no choice, he was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. Li Zishuan turned around and walked in front of Li Er with a smile on his face. Li Er said with a serious face, "There is something that I want you to do. If you do it well, I will reward you handsomely." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your majesty, please speak. If it is within my power, I will do my best." Actually, this fellow did not think much of it. This was because he knew that with his current title and official position, he was already in an awkward position where he could not be promoted. There was no other way. Who asked him to be the one and only Marquis of Great Tang at such a young age? If he were to be promoted any further, where would the faces of those who contributed to the founding of the country be? Li Er nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Yesterday, the envoy of the Wu nation, who is the current crown prince of the Wu nation, came to me and wanted to make a bet with me. He said that the football league held by the Tang Empire Football Association had ended. He was very interested in the football of the Tang Empire, so he set up his own team and wanted to compete with the best team of the Tang Empire. If he won, he hoped that I could allow the Wu nation to send students to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. If they lost, he was willing to give 40,000 kilograms of brass to the Tang Empire." Li Zishuan's heart tightened and he quickly asked, "Your Majesty, did you agree to the request of the Crown Prince of Wu?" At this time, he was secretly cursing in his heart, "Sure enough, the imperialists still want to destroy us. This damn Crown Prince of Wu has always coveted the advanced engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College. Last time, he failed to bribe me with beautiful women, so he wants to find an opportunity from Li Er. How hateful." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan strangely and said, "The Tang Empire is the most powerful country in the Celestial Empire, while the Wu nation is just a small foreign country. How can I not accept their challenge? Wouldn't that be degrading the prestige of the Tang Empire? Besides, this football comes from Tang football. I don't believe that Tang football's team can't beat Wu's team. Since the Crown Prince of Wu is willing to give me 40,000 kilograms of brass, how can I not accept it?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he was so angry that he almost died. He thought, "Old Li, you are too deceitful, aren't you? Even when I was facing the Princess of Wu, I was still calm. Wasn't it to protect the knowledge of Yanhuang College from being controlled by foreigners? But you actually accepted such a deceitful bet. What do you want me to do? Your Majesty, forgive me for offending you, but you really shouldn't have accepted this bet. The Crown Prince of Wu covets the engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College, and it has been clear for a long time. Even if we are sure to win the competition, it's better to be safe than sorry. If they really win, Your Majesty, do you really want to allow them to send students to Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan was angry and cupped his hands to Li Er. There were many disrespectful words in his words, and they were all because he was angry with Old Li. Hearing this, Li Er did not get angry. He chuckled and said, "What you have said, Zhen is very clear about it. But Zhen is the emperor of the great Tang Empire. How can Zhen refuse a challenge from a small foreign country? If this spread out, the reputation of Tang football's imperial court among the people will definitely fall. Won't it be considered as falling into the was trap? So, instead of avoiding it, it's better to fight head-on and win. Of course, to be on the safe side, I order you to select a group of top players from the top teams of Tang football. After training them well, they will participate in this competition. You are the founder of Tang football, so you are most familiar with the rules of football. If you are to select and train the players, I don't believe that the Wu team can win. Great. You really think highly of me. Li Zishuan smiled bitterly in his heart and felt an inexplicable pressure. This courage was related to the honor of Tang football and whether the knowledge of Yanhuang College would be leaked. It was not up to him not to take responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "In that case, I will accept this task. I just don't know when your majesty will be competing with the Wu team." Chapter 1398. The date of the game is set for half a month later. You can choose an existing team, or you can choose several excellent players from several teams to form a new team. I have sent people to secretly inquire about the team formed by the Prince of Neon. The cooperation between the players is very good. They have secretly defeated several Tang First League teams. Don't underestimate them. In the Suite du Palace, Li Er stood up and looked at Li Zishuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will do my best to win this game." To be honest, Li Zishuan didn't take the Neon team seriously. Good cooperation? How good could a team that had only been in contact with football for a few months cooperate? Although he didn't play football in his previous life, he had watched a lot of football games. He didn't believe that the Neon team could win if he just gave them some tactics to practice. In the past, Li Zishuan didn't want to do these things because he didn't want to break the rules. As the president of the Tang Football Association, how could he set up a team himself? After all, how could he be both a referee and a player? What's more, if he were to use the training methods of modern football clubs, which team would be his opponent? This would make the game lose its suspense and seem very boring. But it was different now. The Neon team took the initiative to ask for a beating. If they lost this game, Yanhuang College would have to accept students from Neon. That couldn't be done. Therefore, Li Zishuan had to choose to come out of retirement at this time. Oh, the king of Xianxia is also very interested in this matter. You can go and find him later. Maybe he can help you with something. At this time, Li Er suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. "Yes. Your Majesty." Li Zishuan nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Li Er, saying, "Your Majesty, the Neon people are the best at forbearance. Beneath their humble appearance, they often hide wild ambitions. This subject earnestly requests that Your Majesty not be fooled by their appearance when interacting with the Neon people in the future, because once they learn your way of governing and the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire, not only will they not be grateful, they will even bite us back. Those who are not of our kind will definitely have different intentions. A wolf cub will never mature." What he said was not polite at all, and he even faintly blamed Li Er. The reason why he took the risk to say those words was mainly to remind Li Er not to be soft-hearted and give the Neon people chances in the future. He might be able to help in the Sino-Japanese football rivalry this time, but he might not be able to do so next time. After all, he was not omnipotent. Moreover, what he said was not alarmist talk. In terms of forbearance, the Neon people were probably the most forbearing people in the world. Before the Ming dynasty, the Neon people were weak, and they endured as the underlings of China. However, after the middle and late Ming dynasty, there was a phenomenon of a vicious dog biting its master, and the Neon people began to frequently invade the coastal areas of China. Later, the Neon people became the Neon people and gradually expanded. They started the Second World War and even conquered more than half of China's territory. However, the Neon people were defeated in the end. Many people would say that the Neon people were a loyal dog that would be obedient as long as they were afraid of being beaten. Look at how obedient they were to the United States. However, would a loyal dog bite its master? After the Second World War, the United States began to support the Neon people's economic development. The Neon people kept a low profile and their economy developed rapidly. Soon, they surpassed the old strong countries such as England and France. In the 1980s, the Neon people's forbearance finally paid off. The Neon people's GDP finally exceeded half of the United States GDP. As a result, the Neon people's self-confidence began to soar. They declared that they could buy the entire United States of America. The United States of America saw that the Neon people who had been hiding for so many years had finally revealed their true colors. Not long after, the United States of America held a public meeting and announced economic sanctions against the Neon people. They wanted to teach the Neon people how to behave. After that, the Neon people's biggest economic bubble started, and a huge economic empire collapsed. After that, the Neon people immediately expressed their loyalty to the United States of America, hoping that they would forgive them. From these incidents, you could tell that the Neon people knew how to be patient. They were smart and could bow their heads. However, they were also conceited. You could also call them untrained wolf cubs. Li Zishuan felt that since he was reborn, and he had a certain amount of authority in the Tang dynasty in this life, he must not let the Neon people take advantage of him. If he had the chance, he would make sure that the Neon people would never be able to rise again. He would make sure that the Neon people were completely wiped out. You could say that he was a nationalistic youth, but no one could stop him from being a nationalistic youth. After listening to Li Zishuan's merciless words, Li Er's eyes narrowed. However, he did not fly into a rage on the spot. This was because he had already been trained by Wei Zheng. Normally, the words that Wei Zheng said to him were 100 times worse than what Li Zishuan had just said. After so many years, Li Er had already been trained to have a strong heart. You seem to hate the Neon people very much? After a moment of silence, just when Li Zishuan thought that Li Er was going to fly into a rage, Li Er spat out a few words with neither joy nor anger. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I don't hate the Neon people. What I hate is all the foreigners who covet our Wuxia." Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the Neon people in the future. I will not let them threaten the future of my descendants. Li Zishuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Then I will take my leave." Li Er smiled and said, "Go. When the Sichuan Vanadium ore is transported back, you have to hurry up and forge equipment for the Black Armored Army. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks is not far away." Li Zishuan was shocked. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan immediately rode back to Yunshan. After making the final arrangements for his trip to Sichuan, he sent someone to inform the bosses of the 20 Tang League 1st Division teams to have a meeting at the workshop's office building the next day. It was already the beginning of May, and the Tang Football Association's league tournament had already ended. The 20 top teams had officially been promoted to Tang League 1st Division teams. The 1st Division League tournament was being held in Lantian County, and the 3 worst Division League teams would be demoted to Division League 1st Division teams. Therefore, all the teams were very serious in the recent matches, and the fans were naturally very satisfied. Early the next morning, Li Zishuan's reinforcement set off with the troops sent by the imperial court toward the territory. This time, the imperial court had allocated 20,000 strings of coins to Sichuan to build roads. This was the limit of what old Li could give. Because of this, Xiaoyu complained to Li Er that he was poor. He said that there were already rats in the national treasury, so how could he have any money to squander? In addition, it was worth mentioning that the white stack seed distributed in Lantian County had not only been made into nutrient pots, but all of them had also sprouted. The people were now busy transplanting the nutrient pots into the mountains. Moreover, in terms of drought resistance, cotton's drought resistance was much higher than rice and wheat. This made Li Zishuan quite pleased, because there was destined to be less rain this year. After sending off the team, Li Zishuan went directly to the workshop. Yesterday, he had sent someone to inform all the bosses of the Tang League First Division teams to come. For the game against the Japanese, he planned to use the existing players to form a new team. This was a bit like the modern national team. When there were no important games, the players would serve in their respective clubs. Once there was a national game, the national players would have to return to receive training and participate in the game. In the future, as football became more and more popular, other countries would gradually start to have football competitions. When that time came, it would be inevitable to have wars between countries. Therefore, Li Zishuan wanted to take this opportunity to form a national football team for Tang League First Division. As soon as he walked into the office building in the front yard of the workshop, Li Zishuan heard a commotion. He saw a group of well-dressed men of all ages, and there were a few familiar faces among them. When they saw Li Zishuan come in, they quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled kindly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Today, I gathered you here because I have something to trouble you with. It's about the football team." "Huh? Xiao Xian, how can I not be involved in the football team?" Before anyone could answer, Li Daozong's hearty laughter came from outside the hall. Li Zishuan quickly turned around and saw Li Daozong walking over. He went forward and saluted. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Huh? You don't have to be so polite." Li Daozong waved his hand and said, "The Japanese crown prince has overestimated himself and declared war on Tang League in football. I heard about this yesterday. You gathered everyone here today for this matter, right?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I can't hide anything from Your Highness. Today, I gathered everyone here for this matter. Your Highness, let's go in first." Li Daozong nodded in agreement. Thus, Li Zishuan led everyone to a large conference room on the first floor. After everyone was seated, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Everyone present, the teams under your command have been promoted to League 1 teams of Tang Empire. Here, I congratulate all of you. However, there is a very urgent matter that needs your help. I hope you won't refuse." Zheng Qianjun, who was sitting below, quickly said, "Marquis, you don't have to be so polite. If you need our help, just say it." "Yes, yes, yes. Marquis, if you have any orders, just say it." Everyone chimed in one after another. Not to mention that Li Zishuan was the first Marquis of Tang League, Li Zishuan was now the president of the Tang Football Association, so they had to give him face. Li Zishuan nodded and said slowly, "Just the day before yesterday, the Japanese crown prince asked His Majesty to have a match with the strongest team of Tang League. His Majesty agreed. The time is set for half a month later. The victory or defeat of this match is related to the face of Tang League. So, I gathered you here today to inform you in advance, because I plan to set up a national team of Tang League. This team is not only for the sake of dealing with the Neon people. It will exist forever. The players in the team are all selected from various teams. They will usually help your team play matches, but when the Tang Empire is in a competition with other countries, these players must come to report and participate in the training organized by me. They will also win glory for the Tang Empire. Therefore, in the next few days, I will be selecting outstanding players from your teams. You are not allowed to obstruct any of the selected players in any way. Furthermore, you must support them in all aspects. This is because their selection is not only their personal glory, but also the collective glory of your teams. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, they all knew that if their team's players were selected, it would inevitably affect the team's performance in the league. But this matter was proposed by Li Zishuan. Even if they wanted to refuse, they didn't have the courage to do so. Ahem. I have something to say. At this moment, Li Daozong, who was sitting to the left of Li Zishuan, suddenly stood up. He looked at the team owners sitting below him and said with a serious face, "My words might not be pleasant to hear, but even if they are unpleasant to hear, you must still listen. The Marquis of Yong established the national team for the imperial court, to protect the glory of Tang League. Football rose from Tang League, and if Tang League can't beat a small country like Japan in the future, how will you have the face to establish a team to play football? Without the Marquis of Yong's painstaking efforts to create this environment, how can you have the Tang League, a team that is envied by tens of thousands of people today? I know that most of you here are businessmen. Usually, I won't say anything when you focus on profits. After all, it's natural for businessmen to focus on profits. But in this kind of confrontation between countries, if you still only think about your own profits, then even if the Marquis of Yong spares you, I will definitely not spare you." The purpose of Li Daozong's visit today was mainly to support Li Zishuan. He had not said anything before, but at this critical moment, he had to stand up for Li Zishuan and give the team owners a deterrent. "We will definitely follow your Highness's instructions and Marquis of Yong's orders." Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands. Li Daozong nodded his head in satisfaction and sat back down. Li Zishuan looked at Li Daozong gratefully. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden sound of footsteps at the door. It was Pang Feiji hurriedly walking in. Later, he saw that there were many people in the room, so he whispered a few words in Li Zishuan's ear. After Li Zishuan heard it, his expression changed slightly. He turned around and said to the crowd, "The situation has changed. The football match with the Japanese in half a month is cancelled, but I will still form the Tang national team. Today, I will stop here. Everyone, please help yourselves. I still have something important to do, so I will leave first." After that, ignoring the stunned expressions of the crowd, Li Zishuan excused himself from Li Daozong and left in a hurry. Hey, Little Xian, what exactly happened? Why is this competition cancelled out of the blue? Li Daozong came back to his senses and quickly chased after him and asked. Li Zishuan squatted down and waited for Li Daozong to come to his side. He whispered, "Your Highness, the Queen of Japan has passed away, so this match can't be played. Now the Crown Prince of Japan is in Yunshan. He said that he wanted to say goodbye to me, so I went to see him." Li Daozong was stunned and then said in surprise, "Oh. I see. Then you go. I will go back first." Chapter 1399. Coming out of the workshop, Li Zishuan walked towards Yunshan. He was as depressed as he could be. After all, he had planned to set up a national team to have a good match with Neon. However, the Empress had suddenly passed away. The match had not even started, but it had ended without a result. It was really disappointing. To be honest, the big brother Wang on the mountain back was more depressed than Li Zishuan. He had spent a lot of effort to set up a team and had carefully studied the tactics of the Tang team. Just when he felt that his team would definitely win and had issued a letter of challenge to the Emperor of Tang, the Neons suddenly sent a letter saying that the Empress had passed away. At this time, he could only rush back to Neon immediately to inherit the throne of the Emperor. How could he continue to stay in Tang and compete with Li Zishuan in football? More than 15 minutes later, Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan. At the gate of Yanhuang College, he met the big brother Wang on the mountain back. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was looking at Yanhuang College with a yearning face, but he did not enter. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. He knew very well that Li Zishuan's people would not let him enter the college. "Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong'an is here." The guard behind the big brother Wang on the mountain back saw Li Zishuan coming over and hurriedly reported in a low voice. Hearing this, the big brother Wang on the mountain back turned around and greeted him. He cupped his hands and said, Marquis of Yong'an, long time no see. How have you been? Li Zishuan said expressionlessly, of course I am well. However, I heard that the empress of your country has passed away. I am very sorry. Your Highness should be leaving for Neon today, right? The big brother Wang on the mountain back said with a sorrowful face, Marquis of Yong'an is right. I do plan to leave today. Before Her Majesty passed away, she left a will for me to return to Neon as soon as possible to inherit the throne and restore the court. I have no choice but to obey. Unfortunately, I originally had an appointment with the Emperor of Tang to have a football match half a month later. However, because of this incident, the match can only be cancelled. I'm very sorry for making the Marquis of Yong'an waste of time. Li Zishuan widened his eyes and said, working for nothing? His efforts were not in vain. This Marquis had originally intended to form a new team to help Great Tang sweep away the surrounding countries. This time, I was just casually following the pretext of this matter. It won't take much effort. The big brother king on the mountain's back narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, oh. Marquis Yong'an is so confident that he can beat the Japanese team? Li Zishuan smiled and said, of course. Our Great Tang Empire is vast and has abundant resources. Isn't it easy to find a dozen good soccer players and form a top team? The big brother king on the mountain's back was silent for a moment. After a while, he said with a complicated expression, Marquis is right. Great Tang Empire is indeed vast and has abundant resources. If you want any kind of talent, as long as you put in the effort, you will definitely be able to find it. Unlike our Japan. Actually, sometimes, this Marquis envies the people of Great Tang Empire. To be able to be born in such a powerful country like Great Tang, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. However, the previous match was still effective. After this Marquis of Great Tang Empire's affairs, this Marquis will definitely lead the team to Great Tang Empire to learn a thing or two. I hope that at that time, the Marquis of Yong'an will still be so confident. Li Zishuan said lightly, I'll accompany you any time. The big brother king on the mountain's back looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said, Marquis Yong'an, you are a very special person. You have the ability to reach the heavens, but you only want to live in seclusion in the mountains, travel with your wife as your companion, and teach students at the same time. People call you a person who enters the world, but you do things in seclusion. However, it is not entirely correct to call you a person who enters the world, because you have always been concerned about the state affairs. Once Great Tang is in trouble, you will not hesitate to step forward. This Marquis Yong'an really can't see through you. Li Zishuan said with a fake smile, I am the Crown Prince of Japan, and also the future King of Japan. As for this Marquis, I am the Marquis of Great Tang. Your Highness, you don't need to see through me. You just need to see through your officials and subordinates. After being stung by Li Zishuan, the big brother king on the mountain's back was not annoyed. He smiled and then said seriously, this one knows that the Marquis of Eternal Peace has always been very wary of this one, but this one does not know why. This one feels sincere respect and reverence for the Great Tang, and this one has never disrespected or schemed against it. If this one has truly done something wrong, this one asks that the Marquis of Eternal Peace speak, and this one will definitely correct his mistakes. This was a clear statement. The big brother king on the mountain's back had stayed in Great Tang for several months. He had repeatedly expressed his goodwill to Li Zishuan, but he had been mercilessly rejected by Li Zishuan. Of course, he did not understand. Now that he was about to leave Great Tang, he might as well make it clear. Otherwise, he would not be willing to return to Japan. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. After a moment, he said, it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. It's just that our standpoints are different. In my eyes, the interests of Great Tang will always be the first. The big brother king on the mountain's back seemed to understand. He nodded and clasped his hands. I understand. But no matter what, it is my honor to come to Great Tang and meet such a capable person like Marquis Yong-un. If Marquis Yong-un goes to Japan in the future, I will definitely treat you as a national hero. However, you people of the Central Plains have a saying, when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked, when the birds are gone, the bow is put away, when the enemy's country is destroyed, the strategists die. In the past, your Emperor Gaozu of Han, Liu Bang, killed Han Xian and executed Ingbu after he obtained hegemony. The people who had followed him in his quest for hegemony either died or retreated, making him a loner. Marquis Yong-un, you are so young, but you already have such a high position. If you make another contribution in the future, who can guarantee that you won't be suspected and follow in Han Xian's footsteps? If that day really comes, as long as Marquis Yong-un is willing to submit to Japan, I am willing to rule the world with you for all eternity. I will never suspect you. Enough. Hearing the elder brother's words getting more and more ridiculous, Li Zishuan finally couldn't help but say coldly, you should give up. I, Li Zishuan, was born as a person of Great Tang, and even if I die, I will still be a soul of Great Tang. Even if the monarch suspects me, I will not betray my ancestors and flee to Japan. If you say such words again, don't blame me for sending people to chase you down the Cloud Mountain. In truth, Li Zishuan had also considered the problem of being overshadowed by the monarch. He was currently living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain residence and rarely returned to his home in Chang'an. He wanted to maintain a half-official, half-hidden state and reduce his presence. But no matter what, even if there was a day when Li Zishuan suspected him, he would at most bring his family to Nanyang to live overseas. He would definitely not sell his life to the Japanese. The elder brother stopped talking and cupped his hands. What I said just now was sincere. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Marquis Yong-un can forgive me. I will take my leave. We will definitely meet again in the future. After he finished speaking, he smiled and left with the group of guards. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the elder brother on the mountain. He did not say a word. Pang Feiji said, Marquis, the Japanese crown prince is so rude. He dares to sow discord between you and the emperor. Who in the world doesn't know that the emperor treats you like enough? Li Zishuan said unhappily, just pretend you didn't hear what I said just now. You should know that trouble comes from careless talk. Although he had a clear conscience, he was afraid that some things would be spread wrongly. In the end, even if nothing happened, it would become a problem. Pang Feiji's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his hands and said, yes. Marquis. I know what to do. Li Zishuan nodded. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, after the Japanese delegation leaves, you and Xiamu will get married. Although you can't do it with great fanfare, you should treat some of your good friends to a meal. My wife and I will also go to the wedding. In the next few days, you can go down the mountain to prepare for the wedding. You don't have to wait here at Yunshan every day. Pang Feiji's face lit up with joy when he heard this. He solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, thank you, Marquis. Although he was full of gratitude to Li Zishuan, at this moment, it was as if his throat was blocked. He could only say these 4 words. Perhaps this was a great kindness that could not be thanked with words. He could only remember it in his heart and find a chance to repay it in the future. Li Zishuan patted Pang Feiji's shoulder and said with a smile, live a good life. Those who follow me will eventually live a good life. This is what you deserve. After that, he turned and left with a smile. Pang Feiji stared at Li Zishuan's back and said to himself in his heart, Marquis' kindness to me is as deep as the sea. If I can't repay him in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to forgive myself. 3 days later, Li Er led the civil and military officials out of the city to welcome Yuqi Jingda's victorious army. At about 5 in the morning, when the sun was shining on people's bodies, they could faintly feel a trace of heat. Finally, on the official road in front of them, there were fluttering banners and a black mass of mighty soldiers. Not long after, Wuxia Xianxia led more than 50,000 soldiers of the Chang and left guard and finally arrived in front of the city gate. When the three armies were still some distance away from the gate, they all dismounted. At this moment, tens of thousands of people bowed to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty." Their voices were like thunder, shaking the city walls. Their words carried the joy of winning the battle and returning alive. After all, before going to the north, no one knew if they could come back alive. "All soldiers, rise." Li Er was excited. He raised his hands and said loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The soldiers gave their thanks and straightened their backs. Wuxia Xianxia stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject led the army to the north and fortunately did not fail, taking back Shuafang city. Liang Shidu was stubborn and was killed by his subordinates. The Turkic Khagan Shiali wanted to send soldiers to help Liang Shidu, but they were also routed by our army. Now, the mountains and rivers of the Central Plains have finally been unified by Your Majesty. This subject congratulates Your Majesty. This subject congratulates Your Majesty." Chai Shao, Shui Wanjun, Lu Min, and the other important generals also bowed along with Wuxia Xianxia. Li Er was overjoyed. Good. This battle was well fought. Generals, with minimal casualties, not only did you take down Shuafang city, you also forced the Turkic wolf cavalry to flee, raising the prestige of my great Tang. You should be rewarded for your contributions. Let's go. Set a carriage to Taiji Palace. We will reward you according to your contributions. Although the great Tang had taken down Shuafang city without shedding a drop of blood and repelled the Turkic reinforcements, luck and coincidence played a large role, but this battle's bountiful results were definitely enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Under the lead of Li Er, the civil and military officials, as well as the soldiers of the three armies, entered the city one after another. When the people in the city heard that the army that had pacified the northern army was returning today, they had long been waiting on both sides of the road to welcome them. Some of the passionate women even gave handkerchiefs to some of the handsome soldiers. The hidden meaning of their actions was beyond words. Regarding this, Li Er, Wuxia Xianxia, and the others didn't really care. In their eyes, after winning a battle, it should be this lively. This glory was earned by the soldiers of the three armies fighting with their lives on the battlefield. No one could find fault with it. TSK. Didn't we just chase away 20,000 Turkic soldiers? Look at how proud Wuxia Old Hay is. Back then, Old Cheng even fought 70 to 80,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies this time, Wuxia Xianxia had the right to accompany Li Er. Cheng Yaojin, on the other hand, did not have this fate. Old Cheng rode his horse and followed behind. Looking at the high-spirited Wuxia Xianxia, he could not help but say sourly. Hearing this, Qin Xiong was stunned and could not help but roll his eyes. Then, he slapped his horse and pulled away from Cheng Yaojin. Obviously, he did not want to bother with this shameless old man. Uncle Cheng, why are you envious? Last month, when you returned to Chang and from Hunan, didn't you also enjoy this treatment? Li Zishuan was riding his horse alongside Cheng Yaojin. At this moment, he was a little amused. Cheng Yaojin's personality was similar to the old urchin in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. The more he lived, the younger he became, the more childish he became. After interacting with him for a long time, Li Zishuan actually quite liked this personality of his. Hey! Little Xian, you're right. Oh! No! Who envies charcoal? I, Old Cheng, am not envious at all. Cheng Yaojin said insincerely. Then, he said, hey! That's right. Little Xian. It has already been 2 to 3 months since it rained. Looks like your prediction back then was not wrong. This year is indeed a year of great drought. This old man heard from the steward that many of the wheat seedlings in the farmstead are about to die. Many of the farmers are carrying water from the Feng River to water their fields. But this is not a solution. Little Xian, you built a dam on the Ba River this year. With that dam, even if there is a great drought, it should be able to ensure that the farmlands in Lantian County have water to irrigate. But what about the farmlands in our Cheng family's farmstead? Little Xian, you have many ideas. Help your Uncle Cheng come up with some ideas? Hearing Cheng Yaojin mention this, Qin Xiong slowed down his horse and came to Li Zishuan's side. He said, Little Xian, Jijia is right. If you have a good idea, then save those farmers. The Qin family and Cheng family do not lack that bit of rent, but we can't watch the farmers starve to death without any harvest. Yes, yes. Little Xian, you have to help think of a way. At this time, Niu Jinda also joined in. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncles, this nephew has also noticed the problem of this year's drought. For now, other than hoping for rain from the heavens, we have to rely on ourselves to send people to build water wheels and clear the canals. Chapter 1400. Water wheel? When Cheng Yaojin heard Li Zishuan say that he wanted to build a water wheel, he couldn't help but look confused. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, Xiao Xian, you're right. A water wheel should be a rollover, right? Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Zishuan realized that he had said something wrong. According to his memory, there was no such thing as a water wheel. In most situations, people called it a rollover, so he quickly corrected himself. Yes, Uncle Cheng, it's a rollover. According to folklore, the earliest water-drawing tool used by the ancient people was a tangerine. Simply put, it was a strong wooden pole with a wooden bucket hanging on one end and a heavy object similar to weights hanging on the other end. It used the lever principle that Chinese people had discovered many years earlier than foreigners to achieve the goal of saving the energy needed to draw water. The water wheel in China's official written records was only created in the Eastern Han Dynasty. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Emperor Ling of Han ordered Bai Lan to build a rollover, which already had basic equipment such as wheels, axles, grooves, and plates. It was also said that during the Three Kingdoms period, the people of Wei and Ma also made rollover. The Wei Lu said, Ma Jun lived in the capital. He had land for a garden, but there was no water to fill it. It was a rollover, so the children turned to fill it with water. However, at that time, the water wheel was only a basic concept and some basic structures derived from it, and its driving method was relatively backward. This was the first stage of the development of the water wheel in China, and it was also the most primitive stage. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but shake his head and say, Xiao Xian, the rollover can be used to water a small number of fields, but for thousands of acres of land, it's not as convenient as using manpower to carry water. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Jijia is right. This water wheel is indeed not suitable for large-scale irrigation. It's time-consuming and laborious. Instead of that, it's better to carry water. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and knew that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong must have misunderstood, so he smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, the rollover I'm talking about is different from the previous ones. It doesn't need to be driven by human power, but directly depends on the flow of water. Its speed is also much faster than the previous rollovers. It can run day and night, so instead of calling it a rollover, I'm more used to calling it a water wheel. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened to the size of a copper bell. He said in surprise, there is such a water wheel that relies on the flow of water to move? Little Xian, are you trying to trick this old man? Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda were also in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, How would I dare to deceive you? After the morning assembly, I will return to Yunshan and draw the blueprint. In a few days, the workshop will be able to build the water wheel I mentioned. The water wheel that he was talking about that could use the flow of water to move on its own was known as the roller wheel in history. It first originated at the end of the Tang dynasty and flourished during the Song dynasty. The rollover wheel was invented during the Eastern Han Dynasty and the Three Kingdoms era. It had been stagnant at the stage of human power until the appearance of the roller wheel. This situation was then broken. It used water power and animal power to move the wheels, freeing human power from the pedals of the rollover wheel. The roller wheel not only had a better irrigation efficiency than the previous rollover wheel, but it also saved manpower and material resources. It was loved by the later generations of emperors and was popularized in daily life. Li Zishuan didn't plan to copy the roller wheel from history. He would optimize and modify the original foundation, adding gears, bearings, and other transmission mechanisms to further optimize the operation efficiency and friction loss of the water wheel. Now, his workshop definitely had the technology and ability to do so. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his own foresight. When he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the first thing he did was to establish the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. Now, most of his glory and disgrace were related to this workshop. Good. When the time comes, little Xian, when you make this kind of water wheel, you must tell me. This old man has lived for more than half of his life, but I have never seen a water wheel that can move on its own, Cheng Yaojin laughed excitedly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, of course, of course. They chatted and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the palace. The 50,000 soldiers of the left guard naturally couldn't enter the palace. When they were at Vermilion Bird Avenue, they had already turned to the main camp. As for the important generals in the army, they followed Li Er into the palace to receive their rewards. Li Zishuan didn't have anything to do with this. He just stood there and dozed off. He faintly heard that Yuqi Jingda, Chai Shao, and the others were being rewarded with money, silk, satin, and food. Then, he quickly fell asleep. Yes, he fell asleep standing up. After being in the imperial court for so long, Li Zishuan had long mastered the skill of sleeping while standing up. Speaking of this skill, he had learned it from Cheng Yaojin. Old Cheng had been in the imperial court for more than a decade, so he was much better at this than Li Zishuan. Reporting to your majesty, Left Minister Wei has returned to the capital. He is now outside Taiji Palace. In the midst of his drowsiness, a sharp voice came from inside the palace, waking Li Zishuan up from his sleep. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but say in his heart, Wei Zheng is back? No, no. I can't sleep anymore. If Wei Yaojin sees this, he will definitely accuse this young master. Li Zishuan hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth and pretended to be full of energy as he stood up straight. It was said that dozing off in the imperial court was something that almost every official had done before. Thus, when everyone saw it, they would turn a blind eye to it. However, Wei Zheng, who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes, was different. If it was light, he would wake you up. If it was heavy, he would scold you for being disrespectful in front of the emperor. Li Zishuan's position in the imperial court was very close to Wei Zheng. There were only two people in between them. He didn't know if Li Er had purposely arranged this position for him or not, but he didn't allow him to change positions without permission. Thus, when he heard that Wei Yaojin was back, Li Zishuan's sleepiness immediately disappeared. Oh! Beloved Minister Wei is back. Quickly, invite him in. Li Er, who was sitting high up, said with a face full of joy. However, no one knew what old Li was thinking. After all, Wei Yaojin was back and often pressured Li Er. Whenever old Li did something wrong, Wei Yaojin would immediately scold him. Understood. The eunuch cupped his hands and left. After a while, Wei Zheng strode in with a travel-worn face. He bowed to Li Er and said, Your Majesty, I, Wei Zheng, greet you. To be honest, ever since he left Chang'an in the first month and went to Hunan province, Wei Zheng had missed Li Er a little. This was not a gay relationship, but a relationship between an emperor and an official. Old Wei respected and loved old Li from the bottom of his heart. He hoped that old Li could become a famous emperor. Especially after the rebellion in Hunan province and the narrow escape, Wei Zheng was even more eager to return to the imperial court. Thus, once the matter in Hunan province was settled, he rushed back without stopping. "Beloved Minister Wei, you may rise. Thank you for your hard work in Hunan province," Li Er hurriedly said, emotionally. Although he was annoyed by Wei Zheng's scolding in the past, Li Er felt a little uncomfortable after Wei Zheng was away from the imperial court for so long. Now that Wei Zheng was back, Li Er didn't know why, but he actually heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wei Zheng stood up and said, "Your Majesty, during the first month, I was ordered to send Cui Junchuo back to Jianghu and to rectify the illegal activities of the Cui family over the years. During this time, Cui Junchuo didn't want her family members to be investigated by me, so she secretly rebelled with the Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. I escaped death with the help of Lu Rengue, who was in charge of the army in Bianzhou. After that, Your Majesty sent the army to Guan City to quell the rebellion. After the rebels were executed, I stayed in Hunan province to pacify the people and investigate the officials who colluded with the Cui family. A total of 33 officials were found, and all the evidence was conclusive. These people have now been detained in the Supreme Court's prison and await Your Majesty's judgment. I was fortunate to have completed my mission in Hunan province, and I'm here today to present the imperial edict." At the end of his speech, Wei Zheng bowed and cupped his hands. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, "Minister Wei's journey was extremely difficult and dangerous. In order to clean up the Hunan province, you risked your life many times. I'm very touched. Thanks to your efforts, Hunan province can be restored to its former glory. I've decided to confer you the title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, Jinziguang Lu Daifu, and grant you 300 households." Wei Zheng bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." However, when I was on my way back, I saw that many farmlands had encountered a very serious drought. Many people were carrying water from the river to irrigate the land. I'm sure Your Majesty will order the Ministry of Revenue to transfer money and the Ministry of Works to send craftsmen to help the people dredge the ditches and alleviate the drought. When Li Er heard this, he frowned and said, "I have long known about this matter. In a few days, the imperial court will allocate manpower, material, and financial resources to order the local government to help the people dredge the ditches and ensure that the low-lying farmland can be irrigated by the river." Wei Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty is wise. In this way, the drought can be alleviated to the greatest extent and the losses of the people can be reduced." Obviously, Wei Zheng also understood that with the current level of drought, it was impossible to take care of all the farmlands. Some of the farmlands that could not be reached by the ditches could only rely on the people to carry water themselves. He. Who said that the farmlands on higher ground can't be irrigated? From what I know, the Marquis of Yong knows how to build a self-moving overturned cart to carry water from the lower ground to the higher ground. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but show off at this time. Today's morning court was all about other people being rewarded. Cheng Yaojin already felt that it was quite boring. Now that he finally found such an opportunity to show off, how could he miss it? In the early days of the Tang Empire, the imperial court was still relatively free. Cheng Yaojin said something without any reason, and no one blamed him. Instead, everyone looked at him with shining eyes. Old Cheng had jumped from a role of soy sauce in today's morning court to the main character. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. In his heart, he thought that old Cheng was really impatient. The water wheel hasn't even been built yet, and you're already bragging about it. Isn't it a little too early to brag? High Duke Lu, is what you said true? Is there really such a thing as a self-moving overturned cart that can carry water? Wei Zheng looked at Cheng Yaojin excitedly and asked. Although Cheng Yaojin always bickered with him on normal days, Wei Zheng still knew to put aside those personal feelings when it came to matters of right and wrong. Pfft! Cheng Yaojin sneered and said proudly, "I, old Cheng, speak with every word. Do you think I'll deceive you, Wei Xuancheng? If you don't believe me, you can ask the Marquis of Yong'an. This attitude, it was as if he was the one who wanted to build the water wheel. Wei Zheng couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He quickly turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. At this moment, Li Er finally couldn't help but ask, Marquis Yong'an, is what Qing Jijia said just now true? Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't continue to keep a low profile. He walked out of the group of civil officials and bowed. Your Majesty, there is indeed such a thing. This subject calls this overturned cart a water wheel. It doesn't need a person to step on the pedals. It relies completely on water power to move. However, these are just some ideas in this subject's mind. It hasn't been built yet. Your Majesty, please give this subject a few days. By then, we will know if this method is feasible. Hearing Li Zishuan say it with such certainty, all the officials couldn't help but be shocked. Wei Zheng was so excited that his entire body trembled. He muttered, "There's hope. There's hope for the commoners now." Li Er was also shocked. He looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze and said, "Water wheel? Good. In the next few days, I order you to focus on developing this water wheel. If you do well, I will reward you handsomely." This subject obeys the decree. Li Zishuan bowed and said. After saying this, he couldn't help but look at Cheng Yaojin with hidden bitterness. He had only casually mentioned the improved water wheel in the morning. Whether it could be built successfully, even he didn't know. However, now that Cheng Yaojin had done this, the entire court knew about it. No matter what, he had to build the water wheel and build it successfully. After the morning court, he came out of the palace. He didn't have time to chat with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the other elders. Wei Zheng urged Li Zishuan to quickly go back and develop the water wheel. Marquis Yong'an, the drought is like fire. Please, for the sake of the commoners, quickly build the water wheel you mentioned. Otherwise, who knows how many commoners will have no harvest this year. This old man's heart hurts to see it. Although Wei Zheng didn't explicitly urge Li Zishuan to scram back to Yun Mountain, his resentful gaze still made Li Zishuan feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Li Zishuan quickly cupped his hands in response and immediately rode back to Yun Mountain. Although Wei Zheng sometimes liked to be stubborn, this old man was thinking of the commoners from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of this that Li Zishuan respected Wei Zheng. Husband, you're back? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had returned and hurriedly went up to him and said. Wife, your husband has some things to do. I won't be eating lunch. Don't let anyone disturb me in the study. Li Zishuan said to his wife and hurriedly went to the study. He had to quickly draw up the blueprint of the improved water wheel. Not only did Wei Zheng know that the drought was like fire, he also knew. Chapter 1401. The water wheel is actually like a big turntable. You can use a wooden pole as the turntable's skeleton, or you can use steel. The edge of the turntable is equipped with a scraper and a water bucket. When the water hits the scraper, it drives the turntable to rotate. When the turntable rotates, the water bucket fills with water and is lifted up section by section with the rotation of the water wheel. When it reaches the top of the water wheel, the water bucket rotates due to gravity, and the water in it will be poured into the water trough above the water wheel. This cycle completes the process of filling and transporting water. Among them, the direction of the water bucket is very important. It must be against the direction of the water flow. Only in this way can the water be filled and lifted to a high place. In addition, in the main wheel of the water wheel, we have to use our workshop's unique roller bearings to reduce the friction and increase the efficiency of transporting water. Of course, for the stagnant water that doesn't flow, we can add a gear transmission mechanism and use animal power to drive the wheel. In short, no matter what method, it's much more convenient than the previous manual overturning of the water wheel. That afternoon, Li Zishuan brought the completed drawings to the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Yan Xiaoning, Faubert, Mo Huai, and Mo Chui all rushed over when they heard the news. Li Zishuan spread out the drawings and explained the structure and operating principle of the water wheel in detail to everyone. Wonderful work of art. It's really a wonderful work of art. In this way, as long as there's water in the river, the water wheel can carry the water to the bank day and night. Moreover, if there are a few of these water wheels side by side on a section of the river, the speed of carrying water is definitely enough to irrigate thousands of acres of fertile land in a short period of time. After listening, Mo Huai imagined the scene of the water wheel operating in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and exclaim in admiration. That's right. Compared to the manual overturning of the water wheel in the past, this water wheel can automatically carry water as long as it's placed on the river surface. Not only is it convenient and labor-saving, but it can also produce a lot of water. We can use this to transport the water to the ditch. In this way, we won't have to be afraid of drought anymore. Faubert couldn't help but nod in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Everyone is right. With this water wheel and the ditch, we can water the farmland on a large scale. Tomorrow, I will ask County Magistrate He to hurry up and use cement to renovate all the canals in Lantian County. Lantian County has a dam as a guarantee, so we can directly release water from the reservoir into the canals. As for the villages in the north of Lantian County, because the terrain is much higher than here, we can use water wheels to carry the water over." The topography of Lantian County was that the north side was higher than the south side, and the west side was higher than the east side. The Bar River was a river that flowed from the northwest direction into the southeast direction of the Yellow River. Plum Village and the Han family manor, which were close to the Bar River, could directly draw a canal from the vicinity of the dam to ensure that all of the farmland could be irrigated. However, for a manor like the Yu family manor, which was close to the north, wanting to use a canal to draw the water from the Bar River was tantamount to wishful thinking. They could only rely on a water wheel to carry the water from the south side of the canal to the north. Using cement to repair the ditch? Little Xian, did I hear wrongly? When Yan Xiaoning heard this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. At this time, Faubert, Mo Huai, and Mo Chui were also looking at Li Zishuan in surprise. They guessed that Li Zishuan had accidentally said something wrong just now. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes. That's right. It's to use cement to renovate the ditch. Firstly, this kind of ditch built with cement can reduce the loss of water during the process of water flow. Secondly, compared to the previous mud ditches, cement ditches are more convenient to maintain. There's no need to dredge them every year. This saves manpower and material resources. Compared to the little bit of cement used, it can be said that it's too cost-effective." Yan Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's true, but such a luxurious method can only be used in Lantian County. When building canals in other places, they only needed to hire some workers to do some work. It wasn't like Li Zishuan, who not only had to pay for the wages, but also the cement materials. He. All these efforts are definitely worth it." Li Zishuan said with a smile, then looked at Faubert and said, "Faubert, you've seen this blueprint. Are there any difficulties in the process?" Faubert thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There's no difficulty. Some of the techniques used in it are ready-made in the workshop. If I can't make it even after looking at the blueprint, then I'll have no place to show my face. Young master, don't worry. The workshop will make the water wheel as soon as possible, and then we can immediately test it." Li Zishuan nodded. With the workshop's current level of technology, making the water wheel was indeed not difficult. He smiled and said, "That's good. It's been hard on you guys recently. The drought is like fire. The sooner we make the water wheel, the less the people will suffer. Young master, Yamacho, don't worry. We'll do our best." Faubert, Mo Huai, and Yan Xiaoning all knew the severity of the matter, so they cupped their fists and said solemnly, Li Zishuan nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and left the workshop. It was already evening when they left the workshop. Outside, people were still watering the fields. In this era, water projects were far less developed than in his previous life. If there were no officials from the county government presiding over a major project like the renovation of canals, no one would do it. Those abandoned canals, under the erosion of rain over the years, would collapse and become blocked again. It was very troublesome to clean them up. It was basically the same amount of work as digging a new canal. This was one of the reasons why Li Zishuan insisted on renovating all the canals in Lantian County with cement. Yo! It's young master. Coincidentally, not long after they left the workshop, they bumped into Hu Hanyun, who was carrying a bucket of water. Ever since Han Lijing became the landlord in Lan province, Hu Hanyun became the new village chief of the Han family manor. Old Hu was a man who valued friendship. When the world was in chaos, he fled to the Han family manor with his wife. Many of the villagers in the manor helped him. Now that he was the village chief of the Han family manor, he was even more cautious and conscientious. He didn't dare to slack off for even a day. Whenever a family in the manor encountered a problem, he was always the first to solve it. Naturally, the villagers in the Han family manor had a good impression of Hu Hanyun. "Uncle Hu, did you just come back from watering the canals?" Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Hu Hanyun wiped his sweat and said with a grin, "Isn't that so? The weather has been dry recently, and the nutrient bowl in the ground has just been planted. If I don't water it, the white pile seeds won't survive even if they germinate. This thing is very precious." It wasn't just old Hu. Recently, all the citizens of Lantian County were busy watering the freshly planted white fold seed flowers. Li Zishuan had spent a lot of money to buy these flowers, so no one paid any attention to them. It could be said that the white fold seed flowers in this one mu of land were more valuable than all the crops in each household. If they could get a good harvest, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a whole year. Li Zishuan understood. He thought for a while and said, "Uncle Hu, later tell the villagers that the canals in our county will be dredged soon. When the time comes, they won't have to carry water from so far away to water the fields." Hu Hanyun's eyes widened in surprise and said, "Young master, is what you said true? The county is going to help us dredge the canals?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. In a few days, the county government will organize the workers to start the construction. When the time comes, if the farmers are free, they can help. Not only can they speed up the progress, they can also get a salary." Old Hu quickly waved his hand and said, "Hey! Young master, what do you mean by wages? In any case, they're helping us to build our own canals, so it's only right for us to contribute. Don't worry, when the time comes, you don't have to tell them. As long as the farmers have the motivation, they will go and help. We don't have other things, but we still have the strength." The people in ancient times were simple and honest. As long as the officials were willing to organize everyone to dredge the canals, they would be willing to do it even if they didn't want to be paid. Besides, the ordinary people in ancient times usually had corvée labor. If they did these things, they could reduce part of their labor and help water their own fields. Why not? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Uncle Hu, there will be some salary, but it won't be too much. After all, the amount of money that the county yamen can give in advance is limited. However, at the very least, there will be food. When the time comes, you can have the farmers call for those half-grown children who can carry shovels and eat a lot. After helping out, they will be able to eat their fill, right?" What he was doing was not considered child labor. In ancient times, 13 or 14 years old was considered an adult. Moreover, at this time, the children of ordinary families were generally not fat. This was because it was impossible for them to eat until they burped every meal. It was not a bad idea to let them take advantage of the opportunity to eat until they were full for a few more days. Hu Hanyun grinned and said, "Yes. Yes. Yes. Those little bastards, they just squat in the manor every day and don't do anything serious. Let them come and help out, it'll be a good way to temper their temperament. Li Zishuan smiled noncommittally and chatted with Hu Hanyun for a while before taking his leave. It was already late, so he didn't plan to go to the county town. He went straight back to Yunshan. The next morning, after Li Zishuan finished his practice and breakfast, he went down the mountain and headed to Lantian County. Pang Feiji had to prepare for his wedding, so Li Zishuan gave him a few days of leave. So, he didn't come with him today. Now, the two brothers beside Li Zishuan were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Li Zishuan was now the marquis of 10,000 households, so he had to have guards following him when he went out. It wasn't for safety reasons, but it was also for the sake of his reputation. Speaking of which, these two brothers were from the Imperial Guard. They were originally sent by Li Zishuan to help Li Zishuan search for ores and to be his personal guards. However, Li Zishuan was busy with the vanadium mine, the dam, and the drought. He didn't know what ores to mine next, so he didn't give them any missions to search for ores. So, they became temporary guards. After entering Lantian County, Li Zishuan went straight to the county government. When he passed by another street beside the county government, Li Zishuan inadvertently saw a luxurious mansion with the words, Marquis of Yong'an written on it. He couldn't help but be startled. Then, he realized that this should be his new mansion in Lantian County. Speaking of which, he was ashamed. Previously, he had heard from County Magistrate He that the new mansion had been built, but until now, he had not had the time to go in and take a look. After that, the decorations and furniture in the new mansion were all handled by his parents. Apart from paying for it, it could be said that he had not made any contribution to the new mansion at all. However, just by looking at it from the outside, this new mansion was much more imposing than the one in Chang'an. At the very least, the two stone lions at the entrance were very imposing. Li Zishuan liked it very much. Yunshan Villa was a small building with a modern style. It was suitable for a short stay for a vacation. This mansion in Lantian County could be considered an official marquis mansion. This had a symbolic meaning. It symbolized that the owner of Lantian County lived here. Therefore, the architectural style of this mansion was authentic Tang-style architecture. After living in Yunshan Villa for half a year, it might be nice to change back to a Tang Dynasty-style mansion. Li Zishuan thought to himself. After he finished explaining things to the county government, he should go to the new mansion to take a look. He didn't aspire to be a virtuous person like Yu the Great. He couldn't do something like passing by the house 3 times without entering it. Speaking of which, if this luxurious mansion was placed in modern times, it would be worth at least a few billion, right? However, Li Zishuan only spent less than 10,000 strings of coins to build such a luxurious mansion. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was dreaming. Even so, there would probably be people who would say that he was extravagant. However, to Li Zishuan, he had earned so much money. Couldn't he enjoy it and let his family live better? Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who was heartless. He had used his own money to make the people rich. He couldn't even count how many examples he had. Marquis, why don't we go in and have a seat? Old Master and Old Madam should be awake by now. Lu Feng suggested after seeing Li Zishuan staring at the mansion for a long time. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and shook his head. Business is more important. Let's go to the county government first. After saying that, he urged Big White to go to the county government. When they arrived at the county government, Li Zishuan didn't ask anyone to announce his arrival. Instead, he went straight to the back office. County magistrate He happened to be going through official documents at the back office. Seeing Li Zishuan suddenly arrive, he was shocked. Could it be that he had done something wrong recently? Could it be that Li Zishuan had come to question him personally? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, County Magistrate He hurriedly came forward and greeted, "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the hall. Then, he asked, "County Magistrate the weather has been dry recently. Many crops in the fields have withered. Do you know about this?" County Magistrate he was shocked. Only now did he understand Li Zishuan's intentions. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, I already know about this. 2 days ago, I had already discussed a solution with the county deputy and official registrar. We have decided to gather all the villagers and dredge the ditches. Then, we will divert the water from the dam that you built. I had planned to look for you today to discuss this matter, but I didn't expect you to come to the county government so soon." Chapter 1402. Although only the first signs of the Guangzhong drought had appeared, the county yamen of Lantian County still had not come up with a response policy. This made Li Zishuan somewhat dissatisfied. No matter what was said, the officials of the county yamen were definitely lazy in their work. Li Zishuan had personally come to the Lantian County yamen today with the intention of denouncing them. However, when he heard County Magistrate he say that the yamen was already preparing for the drought, his expression softened. Building the canals and opening up the reservoirs is a must. It's best for the yamen to start recruiting workers in the next 2 days and use cement to refurbish all the main canals in the county. As for the branch canals, they only need to be cleared. The wages paid to the commoners will be allocated by the county government, and the cement required will be distributed by the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Using cement to refurbish the canals? County Magistrate he was shocked when he heard this. He asked doubtfully, "Marquis, isn't this a little too extravagant? Also, there's no need for this." Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Why is there no need for this? Now that there's a shortage of water, the cement canals can reduce the loss of water during the flow of water. Also, it'll be easier to clean them up every year. Don't tell me you want to mobilize the workers to clean the canals every year?" County Magistrate he swallowed his saliva and said, "No, no, no, I don't want to." Marquis is wise. Although he understood that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth, he still couldn't accept such an extravagant matter from the bottom of his heart. After all, the cement produced by the workshop was still a priceless item. Merchants outside couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. Li Zishuan seemed to have seen through County Magistrate he's thoughts. He said, "The cement produced by the workshop hasn't been sold, so we've accumulated a lot of stock in the past half a year. County Magistrate you don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient cement. After the drought is resolved, the yamen can organize people to refurbish the roads in Lantian County. Since we plan to make Lantian County a commercial city second only to Chang'an City, we can't lose our dignity. Right now, we are only repairing the roads. In the future, when the number of people in the city increases, we will have to expand this county. But that's all for later. The most important thing now is to repair the cement ditch as soon as possible." The roads in Lantian County were all bluestone roads. However, even though they were both bluestone roads, the roads in Lantian County were not as smooth as the roads in Chang'an City. Li Zishuan had been dissatisfied with this for a long time. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to first fix the roads. He was able to fix the cement road from Yunshan to Chang'an City. Of course, he had to fix the roads in Lantian County. County Magistrate he was shocked by Li Zishuan's plans to repair roads and expand the city. But at the same time, he was also fascinated. If he could really turn Lantian County into a commercial city second only to Chang'an, then he, the county magistrate, would be famous all over the world. How could he be an exception to this rule? Gulp. County Magistrate he swallowed his saliva and said, "Marquis is right. I will do my best to assist Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. He asked again, "How is the scale of business in our city compared to the past?" Speaking of this, County Magistrate he was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, "It's flourishing. Marquis, the business in Lantian County is flourishing. Where there are people, there are business opportunities. In these few months, the Football League not only attracted a large number of spectators, it also attracted a large number of businessmen to open shops, teahouses, inns, and pubs in Lantian County. The number of shops and pubs is 3 times more than before. The business tax collected by the county government every month is almost 5 to 10 times of the previous years. In the long run, the business tax in our county will exceed the land tax. That's just around the corner. These are all within expectations. What I want to ask is, the business in Lantian County is developing so rapidly. Are there any new problems in the middle? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. Football was one of the most charming sports. Lantian County was hosting a portion of the Football League this time. To be able to attract so many businessmen was within Li Zishuan's expectations. However, this method could be described as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was inevitable that there would be hidden dangers in the middle. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, County Magistrate He's face showed a hint of difficulty. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and said, Marquis, if you want to talk about problems, it's not that there aren't any. The most prominent problem is that as the number of shops in our county increases, there are more and more hooligans who seek protection fees from the businessmen. Many merchants would report to the county yamen after being blackmailed. The yamen's constables would arrest the ruffians, but the merchants who reported to the yamen would often be retaliated against. The most serious case was a silk shop that suddenly caught fire one night. After this matter spread, very few of the merchants came to report it to the authorities. Li Zishuan heard this and his face turned cold. He said sternly, there was such a thing? Why didn't you tell me before? This, county magistrate he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan said angrily, this is county magistrate he's dereliction of duty. Those hooligans want to use these little tricks to instill fear in the hearts of the businessmen, so as to achieve their goal of extorting protection fees. If the county government doesn't do anything, won't it encourage those hooligans' arrogance? In the long run, our Lantian County's business environment will get worse and worse, and our reputation will even spread far and wide. Now there is the Football League to help us attract businessmen, but what about after the Football League ends? What do you plan to use to keep them? This was the first time county magistrate he saw Li Zishuan lose his temper. His face couldn't help but turn pale. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Marquis is right. I will do my best to clean up this bunch of hooligans in the city in the future. However, those people will run away as soon as they see the wind blowing and the grass blowing. If we want to catch them, we will need a lot of manpower. Our county government's 3 groups of bailiffs only add up to about 50 people. If you don't have enough manpower, then go and recruit more. Lantian County is no longer the small county it used to be. County Magistrate you have to broaden your horizons. The 3 groups of bailiffs in the county government must have at least 100 people. You must ensure the safety of the city, and resolutely protect the safety of the people and the businessmen. Li Zishuan mercilessly interrupted County Magistrate and said. The bailiffs were different from the army. If Li Zishuan wanted to recruit more people, he could do so. He didn't have to worry about anyone impeaching him. Yes, yes, yes. I will do as you say in a moment. County Magistrate hurriedly cupped his hands and said, yes. Li Zishuan turned around and clasped his hands behind his back and said, in addition, this marquis also intends to set up a Department of Commerce in the county government. It will specialize in dealing with the tax collection of the businessmen and ordinary disputes. This marquis' purpose in setting up the Department of Commerce is to tell those businessmen that they can enjoy the same treatment as ordinary people in Lantian County. They will not be discriminated against. From now on, Lantian County would only be divided into the ranks of soldiers and commoners. Although the children of businessmen can't participate in the imperial examinations, they can still attend the county school in the county. In the future, they can even enter Yanhuang College. Before this, the businessmen of Lantian County were helplessly bullied by the local ruffians. However, county magistrate he didn't do his best to help. The reason for this was because of the low status of the businessmen in this era. The reason why the businessmen didn't dare to report to the officials, other than being afraid of being retaliated by the local ruffians, another important reason was that they felt that even if they reported to the officials wouldn't take their matter to heart. They might as well spend money to avoid disaster. Li Zishuan wanted to change this situation. However, he didn't radically raise the status of the businessmen to a very high level. At least, it wasn't as high as it was in the modern era. He only wanted to divide the businessmen into commoners. This way, the opposition he received would be much smaller. County Magistrate He's eyes widened when he heard this. He couldn't help but say, "Marquis, you can't do this. I'm afraid this is very inappropriate." What's inappropriate about it? This Marquis respects the rights of the scholars and didn't give any special treatment to the businessmen. I only unified the businessmen and craftsmen in Lantian County into commoners. Who would object? This Department of Commerce, you first send someone to take care of it. If your people don't do a good job, then this Marquis will personally send someone to take care of it. However, when the time comes, this Department of Commerce won't listen to you. Li Zishuan said very unyieldingly. If a superior always treated his subordinates with a pleasant countenance, then it would cause the subordinates to lose respect and slack off on their own work. County Magistrate he was like this now. Li Zishuan wanted to take this opportunity to give him a good beating. Seeing Li Zishuan being so firm and decisive, County Magistrate he couldn't refute. He could only cup his hands and say, "This official obeys and will do my best to help Marquis manage this Department of Commerce." Li Zishuan's expression cleared up a little. He nodded and said, "In this world, there are gains and losses. The businessmen have a good and stable business environment, so they have to pay the corresponding taxes to the officials. In the past, the business tax ratio of 1 out of 30 was not acceptable. After the Department of Commerce is established, all the shops in Lantian County must report their profits every month to the Department of Commerce. They will pay 1 out of 6 of the profits for the month. The Department of Commerce will regularly check the projects of the shops in the city. Those who falsify accounts, underreport tax, or even evade taxes will be severely punished." Li Zishuan felt more than once that the business tax ratio in the ancient times was too low. 1 out of 30. In the modern times, the business tax would be at least 17%, right? No matter what, the agricultural tax was higher than the business tax. This was definitely an abnormal phenomenon. Why did those poor farmers have to pay more taxes than the rich merchants? This was not fair. In the past, Li Zishuan wasn't in his position and didn't meddle in politics. Now that he was given a county, he naturally had the ability and the obligation to meddle in this matter. When county magistrate he heard 1 out of 6, he instantly lost his calm. This was equivalent to raising the business tax by 5 times. How could this be tolerated? He quickly said, "Marquis, you must not. With such a heavy business tax, how would those merchants be willing to do business in Lantian County?" Li Zishuan said decisively, "This hasn't been tried yet." "How do you know that the merchants won't be willing, County Magistrate he? The protection fees they pay to the local ruffians every month is definitely much higher than this amount. As long as the county can help them get rid of these local ruffians and ensure that they have a stable business environment, they will definitely be willing to accept this business tax ratio. All in all, if they do business in Lantian County, not only will they be treated like normal people, they will also not be harassed by the local ruffians. Moreover, their children will be able to receive good education from the county's schools. These benefits are definitely not something they can enjoy in other counties, right? Apart from that, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's goods will be given priority to the merchants in Lantian County. As such, I don't believe that there will be merchants who won't be willing to accept this tax ratio." Hearing Li Zishuan's analysis, county magistrate, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. In all fairness, if he was a merchant himself, he might also be willing to do business in Lantian County. It couldn't be said that the business tax was high, but it could only be said that the business tax in the past was too low. Even if it was increased by 5 times, it still wasn't much. Compared to the many benefits he would receive, it was completely worth it. Marquis's words are reasonable. Then this official will quickly recruit the citizens to repair the canals and establish a department of commerce. We will also severely punish the local ruffians in the city and create a good business environment for the merchants. After thinking for a moment, county magistrate, he cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, The matter of repairing the canals must be done quickly. It would be best if it can be started within the next 2 days. After the canals are completed, the dam will be opened to release the water. As for the village in the north of Lantian County, this Marquis will think of a way to move the water there. Yes. Marquis. Although county magistrate, he didn't know how Li Zishuan would move the water to the north, but since Li Zishuan didn't say anything, he didn't dare to take the initiative to ask. He could only bow his hands and say yes. When Li Zishuan saw that he had explained everything, he turned around and was about to leave. Before he left, he lightly instructed, the local ruffians in the city are the cancer of Lantian County. You must be merciless when dealing with them. If there are any ruffians who openly resist the authorities, you just need to send someone to inform me. This Marquis will bring people to destroy them. Although it was a light sentence, it was full of murderous intent. County magistrate, his heart trembled. Only then did he remember that this fair-skinned, scholarly young man in front of him was a ruthless person who started a massacre at Snake Spirit Mountain. He couldn't help but silently mourn for the ruffians in the city. He thought to himself, you'd better obediently surrender. Otherwise, what awaits you is complete destruction. After leaving the county office, Li Zishuan directly went to the new Marquis mansion in the east. The Marquis mansion and the county office were not far apart. They were only separated by a square, so Li Zishuan quickly arrived at the Marquis mansion. Oh. That's right. What's the name of the square where the Marquis mansion is located? Walking to the door, Li Zishuan suddenly had a question in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Since he was going to move back in the future, he should at least know his home address, right? He naturally asked the 2 brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Marquis, this square was originally called Yunfu Square, but I heard that county magistrate he changed the name of this square a month ago. It should be called Yong'an Square now. Oh? There's such a thing? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although he didn't like his subordinates to flatter him, he had to say that county magistrate his flattery was good. It was simply a slap to his heart. This name was changed well. Yunfu Square, Maternity Square, haha. Yong'an Square sounds better than Yunfu Square. Li Zishuan smiled and then walked towards the Marquis mansion. Chapter 1403. Hey, stop right there. This is the Marquis Yong'an Marquis mansion. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter without permission. If you are looking for my family's Marquis, please go to Cloud Mountain. Lantian County, Yong'an Lane, in front of the Marquis's mansion. Just as Li Zishuan was about to step into the mansion, a manservant suddenly appeared from the side of the porch and stopped him. That manservant had good eyesight. He saw that although Li Zishuan's clothes were not extremely luxurious, his extraordinary aura was clearly not something an ordinary family's young master could possess. Therefore, he was more courteous in his words. Li Zishuan saw that this manservant was unfamiliar and knew that he should be a new manservant that his parents had hired. Speaking of which, this Marquis's mansion occupied 5 to 6 times the size of the original mansion in Chang'an City. To take care of such a large house, they definitely had to hire more servants. Manservant, as a servant of the Marquis's mansion, don't you recognize our family's Marquis? You really don't know who the real God is. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Lu Feng behind him could not help but laugh. He also took into account that this manservant's words were more courteous, so he did not speak harshly. You are Marquis. That manservant was not stupid. He did not think that anyone would dare to impersonate a marquis in front of the marquis's mansion. After all, Li Zishuan's parents and many servants of the original Li mansion of Chang and City were still living in this mansion. If someone were to impersonate Li Zishuan here, wouldn't they be exposed immediately? Therefore, after hearing Lu Feng's words, he could not help but widen his eyes. He was very frightened and hurriedly bowed to Li Zishuan. Marquis, please forgive me. I am also new here and did not recognize the real Marquis. I deserve to die. Li Zishuan wouldn't be so petty as to argue with a servant in his residence. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong just now. By the way, what's your name?" When the servant saw that Li Zishuan wasn't angry, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up and said, "Marquis, my name is Wang Bail. I'm the 9th in my family, so everyone calls me Wang Jiu. Marquis, you can also call me that in the future." Li Zishuan nodded, then patted Wang Bail's shoulder and said, Bai Lu, do your best. Don't think that being a concierge means that you will be useless for your whole life. Being a concierge is very knowledgeable. The previous 2 concierges in the whole residence can now help me take charge. They are your role models. Li Zishuan was talking about San Bao and Ah Fu. These 2 were originally concierges in the Li residence. Now, one was helping Li Zishuan open a mine in the Shu lands, and the other was assisting Faubert in the workshop. They were the role models of the entire Li residence. Cough, cough. However, the servants in the whole residence were most envious of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. After all, although these 2 were also servants, they could serve Li Zishuan all day long. It was really enviable. However, this was only the envy of the maids in the residence. The servants were still envious of San Bao and Ah Fu. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wang Bail's heart almost jumped out. He felt that the blood in his body was already burning. He bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. This little one will definitely do my best and become someone useful to Marquis like Brother San Bao and Brother Ah Fu." Li Zishuan nodded and did not say anything else. He walked straight in. I heard that the servant guarding the residence stopped you just now." The new Marquis residence occupied a larger area, and its interior was more luxurious. Among them, there were artificial mountains, ponds, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas that complemented each other. Now that it was the middle of summer, the residence's garden was full of flowers and lush trees. It was very beautiful. After taking a tour around the residence, Li Zishuan accompanied the elders of the family to a pavilion in the garden as they sipped divine tea and chatted. "Mother, this is just a small matter. How can you worry about it? There are many new servants in the residence. It's normal that they don't know me. They'll know me after a few more times." Li Zishuan was embarrassed when he heard this and quickly said. Speaking of which, he was stopped by his own servants when he returned home. If this were to spread, he would probably be laughed at. Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said with a smile, You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because you're busy with work? The new residence has been built for so long, but you don't even come back to take a look. The new residence is several times bigger than the previous one. Naturally, it needs more servants. Who can you blame if those new servants don't know you? Mother is right. Your son will definitely come back and stay here more often in the future. Li Zishuan quickly said. Madame Li shook her head and said, I don't mean to force you. Yanhuang College is where you put all your effort into. It's natural for you to stay here and take care of it. You just have to find time to come back and take a look. My son's ambition is to benefit the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. As your mother, I can't be your stumbling block." Although Li Zishuan was moved by his mother's understanding, he could not bear to see the two elders guarding this huge but empty residence all day long. What was the difference between them and those old people who had empty nests? So he quickly said, "Mother, look at what you're saying. Yunshan is only half an hour away from Lantian County. Your son can stay here and take care of Yanhuang College. When I'm done with my work, your son and Yushi will move back here." He was now not only the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, but also the master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. He had to consider not only Yanhuang College, but also the livelihood of these tens of thousands of people. For example, the drought this time and the sudden growth of merchants in the city attracted local ruffians. He needed to deal with them personally. His subordinates did not have the courage to do so, so staying in the city and commanding was the long-term plan. Madame Li was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. She said, "Xian, is what you said true?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true." "Oh, that's right. Mother, where did you buy all the new servants in the residence from? Are they reliable?" Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against others. Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against so many new servants. After all, his current status was special. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some people with ulterior motives mixed in. There were too many secrets in the Li residence that outsiders wanted to know. When Madame Li heard this, she replied, "These servants were naturally bought from a broker house. Mother doesn't dare to use servants sent by other families. Xian, don't worry. These servants are all clean. Furthermore, they've all been inspected by your father and grandfather. Xian, you should trust their judgment of people, right?" Li Zishuan was not the only one who knew to be wary of servants. Madame Li and the others naturally knew. After all, the Li residence stored Li Zishuan's drawings. Any one of them was worth thousands of gold outside. It was hard to guarantee that servants with bad moral conduct would not be tempted. Hearing this, Li Zishuan quickly nodded and said, "Since father and grandfather are personally checking, then I'm naturally relieved." Father Li and Li Zishuan were people who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Their judgment of people was naturally very accurate. In the past, the servants in the Li residence were personally selected by Li Jingma. Although Li Zishuan had used bean sprouts as bait to catch a few traders, there were a total of 1 to 200 servants in the Li residence. Only a few traders appeared. This was enough to show that Li Jingma's judgment of people was very accurate. Li Jingma snorted proudly, as if to say, "At least you're sensible." He. "Then Xian, when will you and Yushi move back to live?" Madame Li smiled and asked again. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Mother. It should only be around 10 days. After I've settled the matters at Yunshan, I'll move back to live with father and mother." He. "If that's the case, why don't you quickly give birth to a chubby grandson for your mother? Then your mother won't be so bored and nag you every day." At this time, Father Li, who was sitting at the side, opened his mouth and joked. Hearing this, Madame Yi couldn't help but echo, "He. That's right, that's right. Little Xian, your grandmother also hopes to see my great-grandson in her lifetime." Although Madame Li didn't say anything, the eager look in her eyes exposed her thoughts. Obviously, she did think so in her heart. Li Zishuan's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself that his father's words were ambiguous. What did he mean by giving birth to a chubby grandson for them? Did he have the ability to do that? Ahem. Father, mother, grandmother, Yushi and I are still young. Yushi's body is also weak. To a woman, giving birth to a child is a very harmful thing. Let's wait until she's a little stronger before we talk about giving birth. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Madame Li frowned slightly but didn't continue to persuade him. After all, she was also a woman. She knew that giving birth to a child was like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. Before giving birth, she should take good care of her body. After a moment of silence, Madame Li smiled and said, "Then when you move back to live, I'll make delicious food for you and Yushi every day to nourish your bodies." No matter how thick-skinned Li Zishuan was, when he heard this from his mother, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He quickly got up and said, "Mother, I'm very healthy. I don't need any nourishment. Ahem, I still have things to do, so I'll go back to Yunshan first. We'll move back in a few days." After saying that, before Madame Li could react, Li Zishuan hurriedly fled, leaving behind Madame Li's reproachful voice in the air. "This child, is he shy? I didn't say anything wrong. Giving birth to a child isn't a matter for one person. It's only right that both of you should nourish your bodies." In the afternoon of the same day, the Lantian County Yaman's recruitment notice for laborers to repair the cement ditch was posted at all the important junctions inside and outside the county. It ordered all the village heads to report the number of laborers they had recruited to the county Yaman before the sky turned dark the next day. From the day after tomorrow, the canal repair project would officially begin. Those who participated in the canal repair project would not only be exempted from 3 months of corvée labor, they would also receive a salary of 5 copper coins and a full lunch at noon. Any citizen above the age of 13 and below the age of 45 who was healthy could sign up. When the news spread out, the whole county was shocked. There was especially little rain this year. Many farmlands had dried up and cracked. All signs indicated that this year would be a year of drought. To the ancient people, drought meant a reduction in grain production. A reduction in grain production meant death. A lot of people would starve to death. Therefore, although it was very difficult to carry water and water the fields, there were still many commoners who would go to the river to carry buckets of water. Now that the county government was willing to organize the workers to repair the canal, even if the commoners didn't want to be paid, they would still be extremely happy. Moreover, not only would they be paid, but they would also be provided with food. Furthermore, they would be able to reduce 3 months of corvée labor. Although the Tang Empire had greatly reduced the amount of corvée labor for the commoners, this was something that no one would complain about, right? Therefore, the commoners who saw the notice, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, as long as they had some free time recently, all flocked to the village managers' homes and asked to sign up for the canal repair project. If there wasn't an age limit of 45 years old, it was likely that all the old men and women in their 50s and 60s would rush to sign up. Everyone understood that once the cement ditch was built, they would no longer need to carry buckets of water from the river. All the crops in their fields would be saved. However, there were a few villages where the commoners weren't so enthusiastic. For example, the Yu family village in the northernmost part of Lantian County. Village manager, even if the canal is built to our Yu family village, will the water from the Bar River be able to flow over? When the time comes, won't the fields in our village continue to be dry? That's right. Zhong Lijeng. Our Yu family village's terrain is much higher than the Bar River. Instead of repairing the canal, we might as well continue to carry water and water the fields. If we can save some fields, then we can save some. It's better than repairing the canal. That's right. That's right. The nutrient bowls in my family's fields haven't been watered yet. I, third Yu, can't go to repair the canal. In the Yu family village, there were many villagers gathered in the courtyard of Zhong Lijeng's house. The villagers were all talking at once. In short, everyone wasn't very enthusiastic about repairing the canal. My fellow villagers, please be quiet and listen to me. At this moment, Yu Deheng held a notice and walked to the front of the crowd. She shouted loudly. It's Elementary Scholar Yu. Elementary Scholar Yu, if you have anything to say, just say it. We're all listening. That's right. Elementary Scholar Yu, you're well read, so you can help us make some suggestions. The commoners respected Yu Deheng, who was a scholar, very much, so they quickly quieted down. When Yu Deheng saw this, she opened her mouth and said, "Fellow villagers, look at this notice. It is clearly written that after the canal is repaired, it can guarantee that the water from the Ba River will irrigate all the farmlands in Lantian County, so that the people of Lantian County will not suffer from drought." What does this mean? It means that the land in our Yu family village can also be nourished by the water from the Ba River. This notice came from the Lantian County Yamen. Such a huge project definitely wasn't decided by county magistrate he alone. Marquis must also know about it. However, since this notice was released, what does it mean? It means that this is Marquis's guarantee to us. You may not believe that the water from the Ba River can flow to the Yu family village, but don't you believe in Marquis? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I, Yu Deheng, definitely believe in Marquis. Chapter 1404. Yu Family Manor. After Yu Deheng finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but fall silent. Li Zishuan, this name was currently like a god in Lantian County, and no one disrespected him. Some people even set up a longevity monument for Li Zishuan and prayed for Li Zishuan every day. They prayed that Li Zishuan could live to 100 or 1,000 years old, so that they and their descendants could also enjoy happiness. Therefore, when Yu Deheng mentioned Li Zishuan, the commoners no longer dared to make a ruckus like before. "Scholar Yu, Marquis has done us a great favor, so of course we believe in Marquis. However, no matter how capable Marquis is, he can't move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor, right?" A villager couldn't help but say loudly at this time. He had voiced out the thoughts of the majority of the people. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately echoed his words. That's right. Moving the water from the river is the means of an immortal. Even if Marquis is skilled in both civil and martial arts, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. Maybe Marquis didn't know about this notice, or maybe Marquis didn't consider the terrain here. That's right. We believe in Marquis, but it doesn't mean that we believe that someone can move the water from the Ba River to the Yu family manor. Instead of wasting time building canals, it's better to water the land from the well. Zhong Lizheng was a little helpless when he saw this, so he couldn't help but look at Yu Deheng. Although he also didn't believe it in his heart, he still chose to firmly believe in Li Zishuan. However, he couldn't convince others to believe that Li Zishuan could bring the water over like him. He was only a villager who relied on the sky to make a living. In terms of eloquence, he was far inferior to a scholar like Yu Deheng. Yu Deheng didn't disappoint Zhong Lizheng. At this time, he shouted, "Fellow villagers, please listen to Deheng again. What you said just now is not wrong. Moving the river and transporting water is indeed an immortal's method. But have you forgotten Marquis's identity? Marquis is a descendant of an immortal. He can ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. You guys know about the immortal lamp from before, right? Also, Marquis grew vegetables in the winter. You should all know about that, right? Which of these things did you think was possible? But what was the result? These impossible things were all accomplished by Marquis. Although I don't know what method Marquis will use to transport the water to the Yu residence, I believe that Marquis will be able to do it. Gentlemen, think about it, if we don't use manpower to clear the canals, and only rely on the water from the wells to irrigate the land, how many mu of land can each family save? But what if we dig a canal and Marquis brings the water here? Then the drought in all the land in our village can be alleviated. Besides, the county yamen asked everyone to help repair the canals. Not only did they give you wages, but they also reduced your corvée labor by 3 months. Where else can you find such a good thing? Taking a step back, if you still don't believe that Marquis can transport the water to the Yu residence, then each family can only send 1 or 2 people to repair the canals, and the rest of you can continue to irrigate the land with water. But no matter what, the canals of the Yu residence must be repaired this time. Because this time, the county yamen provided cement to help us repair the canals, so we must not miss such a good opportunity. At this time, Yu Lizheng also nodded and said, Scholar Yu is right. This time, the county is mobilizing all the people in the county to repair the canals. The people of the Yu residents must not be left behind. After all, cement is a rare thing. It is our good fortune that the county yamen is willing to provide it to us to repair the canals. Marquis is also taking care of us behind the scenes. This kind of treatment is something that people in other counties can't even dream of, so we must know what's good for us. Therefore, each family must send at least 1 or 2 young and strong laborers to help repair the canals. This is a matter that will benefit future generations, so each family must contribute. After he finished speaking, the villagers couldn't help but talk in private. After a while, everyone finally began to agree with him. Scholar Yu is right. Marquis is the son of an immortal, so he must have the means of an immortal to transport the water from the Bar River to our Yu residence. I, Yu Dashan, firmly believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 3 people to help repair the canals. I, Yu Cheng, am also willing to believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 4 people. My family is willing to send 3 people. Suddenly, the villagers' enthusiasm for repairing the cement canals surged, and they all eagerly asked Zhong Lizheng to sign up. Seeing this, Zhong Lizheng finally let out a sigh of relief and began to call the villagers to line up and register. At night, the Lantian County Yamen was brightly lit. The officials in charge of the county yamen all worked overtime at the request of County Magistrate He. During the day, Li Zishuan came to question him and scared County Magistrate He out of his wits. Therefore, when it came to the construction of the canals, he was even more vigilant and didn't dare to slack off. Li Zishuan wanted to build the canals as soon as possible, so he directly set the start date for the day after tomorrow. However, the construction of the canals in the county was a huge project, so it had to be done in sections and at many places at the same time. This way, the canals in the county could be dredged in the shortest time possible. The specific tasks assigned to each village had to be arranged in advance. The officials in charge of the county yamen were currently working through the night to come up with a plan. Deputy County Magistrate Meng, tomorrow you will lead 20 yamen runners to visit each village separately and measure the length of each village's main canals. Tomorrow night, we will calculate the amount of work and materials used. In the office at the back of the yamen, County Magistrate He ordered with a serious face. There was no room for discussion in his words. If it was in the past, Deputy County Magistrate Meng would probably have some doubts. However, today, Li Zishuan personally went to the county yamen and talked to County Magistrate He. Everyone in the county yamen knew about it. According to the yamen runners who were guarding the door, the conversation was not pleasant. This was worth thinking about carefully. Obviously, Li Zishuan was dissatisfied with the work of the county yamen recently. Therefore, Deputy County Magistrate Meng replied without hesitation, yes. County Magistrate. I will bring people out of the county early tomorrow morning. Okay. County Magistrate He nodded and said to Constable Sun, tomorrow you will assist Deputy County Magistrate Meng in completing the measurement work. Order the yamen runners to not slack off. Also, the number of yamen runners in the 3 shifts is too small. We need to recruit more. Marquis said that Lantian County is no longer what it used to be. If we want to maintain law and order in the county, the number of yamen runners in the 3 shifts must be at least 100. Librarian Hu, Constable Sun, you have to recruit a group of yamen runners with good character and martial arts foundation as soon as possible. After passing the assessment, they will be hired directly. This is also an important task for you in the near future. Marquis is very dissatisfied with the current law and order of Lantian County, especially the local ruffians in the market. The county yamen must punish them severely. Librarian Hu and Constable Sun were shocked when they heard this. They quickly replied, yes. County Magistrate. At the same time, Constable Sun couldn't help but feel happy. Once the number of yamen runners in the county yamen increased, his power would increase in the future. After all, the number of underlings under him would increase. Also, Marquis also intends to set up a department of commerce to deal with the disputes and taxation of merchants. For now, the county yamen will be in charge. Deputy County Magistrate Wang, Registrar Zhang, you have to recruit a group of bookkeeping experts as soon as possible. It would be best if they are bookkeeping experts who are proficient in modern mathematics. Add them to your subordinates and wait for orders at any time. County Magistrate he looked at the other two and instructed. The other two middle-aged men in the public office quickly replied, yes. County Magistrate. County Magistrate he nodded and said to everyone, the most urgent matter now is the construction of the cement ditch. Marquis attaches great importance to this. Of course, this also concerns the livelihood of tens of thousands of people. Everyone must work together to build the ditch as soon as possible. Yes. Everyone agreed. At this moment, Deputy County Magistrate Meng suddenly couldn't help but ask, County Magistrate, the village in the north of Lantian County is on higher ground. How do we channel the water from the Bar River through the ditch? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at County Magistrate he. Obviously, everyone had the same question in their minds, but they didn't dare to ask. County Magistrate he frowned and replied, Marquis has his own way of doing this. We don't have to worry about it. All right, go and do your work. Once you're done, go back and rest. Yes. County Magistrate. Early the next morning. Deputy County Magistrate Meng of the County Yamen led more than 20 Yamen runners out of the city. There were more than 50 villages in Lantian County. Even if they split up, it would probably be evening by the time they finished their work. At the same time, the news of the Lantian County Yamen organizing the villagers to build the ditch with cement had already spread to the surrounding counties of Chang'an. The people in other counties who were suffering from drought were naturally envious of Lantian County. Although the announcement of the construction of the ditch was issued by the County Yamen of Lantian County, everyone knew that it was definitely Li Zishuan's idea behind it. For a moment, countless people were praying that one day, their villages would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom. When the imperial court heard the news, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. The Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works both sent people to the various counties with funds from the imperial court to urge the county yamen to start dredging the ditch. Although it wasn't a cement ditch, it could still alleviate the drought to a large extent with the water wheel that Li Zishuan was currently developing. At the same time, in the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion, it was a busy scene. Since Li Zishuan handed the water wheel blueprint to Faubert yesterday, Faubert, Mo Huai, Yan Shaoning, and the rest discussed and divided the task of building the water wheel into many small parts and distributed them to the various departments of the workshop. After that, all the craftsmen in the workshop focused on building the water wheel. The scale of the workshop today was no longer what it used to be. The number of craftsmen was more than 10 times more than before. With thousands of people working on the same thing at the same time, how terrifying the progress was. At noon, a giant wheel that was 4 to 5 feet tall had been erected in the open space in the front yard of the workshop. It looked just like a Ferris wheel. However, this wasn't the kind of Ferris wheel that was only for viewing and entertainment. This was a giant water wheel that could save the people from disaster. The exterior of the wheel was made of wood. The reason why it wasn't made of steel was mainly to reduce the weight. When the time came, it could spin faster under the influence of the water flow. Of course, the center of the wheel was made of steel. The transmission part of it was made of ball bearings and gear mechanisms. There were many supports scattered around the giant wheel. The craftsmen were busy putting them together. Li Zishuan had just walked into the workshop's yard when he saw this scene. He had been worried about the progress of the water wheel's construction. Although he knew in his heart that the water wheel couldn't be completed in a day or two, he couldn't help but come over after lunch. The craftsmen in the yard were busy with their work at the moment. For a moment, no one noticed Li Zishuan coming over. Li Zishuan looked at the giant wheel in the yard and couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. The progress of the water wheel's construction was far beyond his imagination. "Hey! Young master, you're here." Faubert had just squatted on the ground to instruct a carpenter. When he got up, he saw Li Zishuan and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed Faubert's unconcealable tiredness, so he quickly asked with concern, Faubert, did you stay up late again last night? He. No worries. No worries. Young master, don't worry. I just slept a few hours later. No worries. The construction of the water wheel is the most important thing. Faubert heard the deep concern in Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Faubert, no matter how urgent the water wheel is, it's not as important as your health. Go back and rest. I'll help you keep an eye on this place. The academy had a midterm examination these 2 days. The Lantian county government had also just been warned. Since Li Zishuan had nothing to do these 2 days, he thought it would be good for him to stay in the workshop. Faubert quickly shook his head and said, Young master. You're the head of a county and have a lot of work to do. How can you stay in the workshop and waste your time? Don't worry, my body is still strong. When I'm tired, I'll naturally go and rest. Speaking of this, he suddenly pointed to the giant wheel in the courtyard and said, Young master, you came at the right time. Take a look at the main wheel of the water wheel. What do you think of the craftsman? Seeing Faubert's unyielding attitude, Li Zishuan couldn't persuade him anymore. Hearing this, he looked at the giant wheel again. He saw that there were protruding scrapers on the wheel's circumference at intervals. These were used to block the water. When the water hit the scrapers, it would impact the wheel. On top of the scrapers, there was a thick iron pipe placed at an angle of 45 degrees. This was the water bucket, a device used to hold water during the rotation of the wheel. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Zishuan nodded and said, Very good. This is basically the model of the water wheel in my mind. The progress of the construction is really beyond my expectations. Faubert, you've worked hard. Faubert laughed and said, Haha. It's not hard for me. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the craftsmen in the workshop. I estimate that the water wheel can be installed on the Bar River tomorrow. When the time comes, the corresponding water trough will be built. It should be ready for trial operation the day after tomorrow. Li Zishuan heard this and said excitedly, When the time comes, we'll move the river and build a heavenly waterway. Chapter 1405. 2 in 1 chapter, the source of each village's main channel must be at the highest point. This way, the water can flow to all the fields in the village. When it was close to evening, Li Zishuan made another trip to the county yamen. He saw that county magistrate he was organizing the officials of the county yamen to discuss the plan to build the canal. He sat down and listened quietly. After he finished listening, he stood and pointed at a map hanging in the hall. In his previous life, he was a village boy. His village would also pump water from the river to the canal during summer, so he had some experience in this area. Moreover, when he was young, he would often run to the canal in front of the door to play with water. For this reason, he was beaten quite a lot. However, at that time, they used a water pump to pump water. In this era, where could he get a water pump? He knew the principle of a water pump. If you asked him to make one, he would do it. However, the water pump needed to be powered by electricity or diesel. He couldn't provide these two sources of energy now. Therefore, after thinking about it, the best way was to use a water wheel. Marquis, if the source of each village's main channel is placed at the highest point, how can the water be brought up? County magistrate he heard this and finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. This question was also what everyone in the room wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. Li Zishuan smiled faintly and said, I won't hide it from everyone. This marquis has ordered people to create a type of overturned cart that can rely on water or animal power to transport water. This marquis calls it a water wheel. It can carry water from a low place to a high place day and night without stopping. Moreover, this thing has already taken initial shape. After the test passes the day after tomorrow, it can be quickly mass-produced. At that time, we can use it to guide the water from the Bar River Dam to various villages. What? There is such a magical tool in this world? This is incredible. Hearing this, County Magistrate he couldn't help but exclaim. The rest of the people were also shocked. Although everyone felt that it was unbelievable, no one doubted the truth of Li Zishuan's words. The main reason was that Li Zishuan had created too many miracles in the past. In their hearts, he had already become an omnipotent god. Li Zishuan said faintly, there's nothing strange about that. You just need to follow my instructions and plan the channels for each village. As for the manufacturing and placement of the water wheel, I will order the craftsmen to do it. Yes. Marquis. Everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and accepted the order. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment before instructing, in addition, recruit 3 groups of yamen runners as soon as possible. After the canal is completed, the county yamen must begin to regulate the public security in the city square. At that time, the Department of Commerce will also be established. This concerns the development of Lantian County, so you must pay attention to it. Here. Imperial Palace, Suite Du Hall. Any news from Li Zishuan's side? Didn't he say that he wanted to build a water wheel? What's the progress now? After reviewing the memorials, Li Er leaned on the dragon couch and asked tiredly. Your Majesty, according to what I know, the Duke of Yong had already handed the blueprint to the workshop yesterday. And this afternoon, the workshop had already built the skeleton of the water wheel. It seems that they will begin testing the water the day after tomorrow. Zhao Song knew that Li Er had been worried about the drought recently, so he asked the servants to pay more attention to the progress of the water wheel. Hence, he could answer Li Er's question immediately. Oh? So fast? Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty may not know, but the Duke of Yong has used extremely generous terms to recruit many excellent craftsmen. The new workshop at Strange Taste Pavilion is more than 10 times larger than before. There are thousands of craftsmen, and even the works supervisor and the Ministry of Works cannot compare to it. Hence, if the Duke of Yong wants to build something, his speed will definitely be the fastest in the world. Li Er couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Ha! With this kid doing this, those craftsmen in the works supervisor will probably run to him after they resign from their positions? Isn't this stealing my talents? Although he said that, Li Er's tone didn't sound like he was angry. Zhao Song couldn't help but laugh. The Duke of Yong's ambition is to bring engineering to greater heights. Hence, the scale of his workshop can be so huge. Your Majesty is broad-minded and can accommodate hundreds of rivers. Hence, the Duke of Yong's knowledge can be put to good use. Li Er shook his head and didn't say anything. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth proved that Zhao Song's flattery was very effective on old Li. In the afternoon after tomorrow, if the water wheel can really be tested, remember to remind me. I will also go and take a look. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly spoke. Yes. Your Majesty. The next day, early morning. Under the orders of County Magistrate the yamen runners of Lantian County were mobilized in full force to each village to direct the construction of the cement ditch. As for the tasks assigned to each village, they had already been allocated last night. Today, the yamen runners brought along their task books and blueprints. Each of them was in charge of a village. Of course, it wasn't just the yamen runners. Li Zishuan also sent craftsmen to the villages to guide the villagers in the construction of the cement ditch. Before the sun rose, the villagers carried their shovels and under the guidance of the yamen runners and craftsmen, they began to dredge the ditch. That afternoon, by the side of the Bar River Dam, they began to build tall supports one after another. Each support was more than 10 feet tall. On this row of supports, there was a wooden rectangular water trough that was about 3 feet wide. The craftsmen climbed up the ladder and knocked on it. Pang pang, sounds were incessant. Young master, the joints of the wooden boards on the water trough have all been smeared with tung oil. This can ensure that there won't be any leakage. After today, the tung oil should dry up. Tomorrow, we will begin the experiment. When the time comes, we will open the gate on the east side of the dam and place the water wheel on the river below the dam. When the time comes, we will see if the water wheel can lift the water from the river to a position above our heads. Faubert personally brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. While inspecting, he also explained to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, N. Faubert, you have thought of the details very thoroughly. Otherwise, with only my blueprints, I wouldn't be able to create a truly practical water wheel. This was the truth. Working with an experienced craftsman could often save a lot of trouble. Even if you didn't think of some problems and never mentioned them, the craftsman would be able to help you notice them. This was experience and a habit that had been cultivated over many years. Faubert laughed and said, hee hee. Young master, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your idea and blueprints, this water wheel definitely wouldn't exist now. This old man has been a craftsman all my life. I only have more experience than young master, but when it comes to invention, young master has left this old man behind by more than 10 streets. Ha! We are a family, so let's not boast about each other. Faubert, the sun is still quite strong. You should go back and rest first. Mr. Mo and I will take care of this place. There won't be any problems. Li Zishuan felt that the weather was a little hot, so he comforted Faubert. Faubert was a person who refused to accept old age. Hearing this, he quickly retorted, young master, this old man isn't that weak. It's just basking in the sun, nothing will happen. Li Zishuan directly interrupted Faubert and said, Faubert, you don't have to insist. If you get a heatstroke at your age, then my sin will be too great. Mo Huai also chimed in, Brother Fu, Yamacho is right. This weather is very hot. Your health is important. It's better to go back and rest quickly. All right then. Young master, Brother Mo, if there's anything, just send someone to find this old man. Faubert couldn't persuade him and could only leave alone. Li Zishuan and Mo Huai played the role of supervisors and began to patrol the construction site by the murky river. Mr. Mo, I heard that you have been leading the physics teachers of the academy to study the construction of the hydropower station on the dam recently. How is the progress now? Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked. The Murky River Hydropower Station was Yanhuang College's first trump card project. Its practical and symbolic significance was very important. Li Zishuan had also said that all physics, mathematics, and chemistry teachers were encouraged to actively participate. On the one hand, it was to verify what they had learned. On the other hand, they could also get the corresponding contribution points that could be used to evaluate their titles in the future. In the past few days, apart from assisting Faubert in building the water wheel, Mo Huai spent most of his time on the research of the hydropower station. It could be said that he was conscientious and made Li Zishuan, a Yamacho, feel a little ashamed. When Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's question, he thought for a moment and replied, Yamacho, we have already determined the location of the generator and the layout of the control lines. When the water wheel is finished and the dam is opened, we plan to install the generator and the generator blades to see if it can generate electricity. In this way, we won't waste the water in the dam, and we can also test if our generator can work normally. Li Zishuan nodded and said, that's good too. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. If we don't do it ourselves, we will never know whether we are right or wrong. If your generator can generate electricity normally, you need to verify it with an electrical appliance. Before that, I will help you make a light bulb. Oh, right. You still have to make transformers, electromagnetic relays, and so on. You have to start preparing for these supporting facilities now. Professional terms such as light bulb, transformer, and electromagnetic relay were all in physics textbooks. Therefore, Mo Huai was not surprised by these new terms. He was surprised that Li Zishuan was going to make a light bulb. Yamacho, are you confident that you can make a light bulb now? Mo Huai was very surprised and asked in disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded and said, I have a way to make light bulbs. I originally planned to make one a while ago, but I was too busy at that time and didn't have time. Recently, I found time to make a few to test the effect. When Mo Huai heard this, he immediately said excitedly, That's great. I have only seen this thing in Yamacho's textbooks, but I have never seen the real thing. You said in the books that with this thing, there is no need to light oil lamps or candles at night, because this light bulb is dozens of times brighter than those things. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Light bulbs are indeed good things. With them, people can find real light at night, and Lantian County can become a city that never sleeps. The next day. After 2 days of hard work by the craftsmen, the water wheel, the supporting frame, the water trough, and other parts of the water wheel were finally all installed near the downstream of the Ba River Dam. Ever since the Ba River Dam was completed and the sluice gate was closed to store water, the water level of the downstream river was getting shallower by the day. Therefore, the place where the water wheel was placed was more than 1 or 2 feet above the water level. Fortunately, there was a water wheel. Otherwise, even if a ditch was dug from here, the river water would not flow out. Young master, the water wheel is in place, but the water level of the downstream river is too low, and the river water has almost no flow speed, so the water wheel is not turning. Should we open the sluice gate now and let the river flow downstream? Faubert came over at this time to ask for instructions. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, It's fine. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Just open one sluice gate and test the effect first. Okay. Then this old man will give the order. Faubert responded and went down. Huh. At such an important moment, you didn't even send someone to inform me. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind Li Zishuan. Who else could it be other than Li Er? Li Zishuan quickly turned around and saw that it was not only Li Er, but also Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zheng, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Niu Jinda, and other trusted officials of Li Er. Such a scene shocked all the craftsmen at the construction site, and they all bowed to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan also hurriedly saluted Li Er. Li Er first said to the craftsman, You don't have to be so courteous. Just do what you should do and pretend that you didn't see me. After that, he looked at Li Zishuan and said, All right, you can dispense with the formalities as well. Ha! Is this the water wheel you mentioned? At this time, Li Er caught a glimpse of the giant wheel standing on the lower reaches of the Ba River and could not help but be surprised. Cheng Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and other important officials also widened their eyes and stared in that direction. Your Majesty, this is the water wheel. In a while, when the sluice gate is opened and the river water flows, the water wheel will turn and the river water will be transported to the water trough above us. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. So high? Li Er looked up at the water trough above and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then, he said, Then get someone to open the sluice gate. I want to see if this thing can move the river water today. Yes. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Open the sluice gate. Not long after, Mo Huai's shout came from the dam, followed by a loud rumble. One of the sluice gates of the dam opened, and the river water in the dam rushed out and fell on the river downstream, causing waves of snow-white waves. As the position of the water wheel was not far from the dam, although only one sluice gate was opened, the flow of the river water was still relatively rapid where the water wheel was located. Therefore, under everyone's gaze, the giant wheel finally began to turn, and it turned faster and faster. The inverted bucket on the outside of the wheel poured out bucket after bucket of river water at the top of the wheel. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water came from the water trough. "It's out of the water. It's out of the water." At the other end of the water trough, there were craftsmen taking care of it. Not long after, the craftsmen's cheers came from there. All the officials were shocked, and Li Er also felt incredulous. Moving the river water, this is a waterway of the heavens. It's like a miracle. Wei Zheng looked up at the water trough above his head and muttered to himself in shock. Chapter 1406. On the bank of the Bar River. Everyone, including Li Er, was stunned when they saw the huge water wheel lifting the river water to a height of more than 10 feet. God had pity on them. If they had used manpower to lift the water, it could have been lifted that high. However, the key was that the water wheel didn't need any manpower at all. It was completely dependent on the water power to move automatically. This was a little unbelievable. After a long time, everyone recovered from their shock. Cheng Yaojin was the first to speak. "Huh. I knew that you weren't bragging, Xiao Xian. You said that this water wheel could move the river water automatically, so it must be possible. Now it seems that I, Old Cheng, have the best foresight." As he spoke, Old Cheng walked up to Li Zishuan and patted the latter's shoulder fiercely. He had a smug look on his face, as if Li Zishuan was a talent he had discovered. Everyone was speechless and cursed Old Cheng for being shameless in their hearts. Li Zishuan bared his teeth. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand Old Cheng's slaps. It was only because he had a strong martial arts foundation that he could withstand it. "Your Majesty is wise. This old subject congratulates your Majesty." Just as everyone was secretly criticizing Cheng Yaojin in their hearts, Wei Zheng suddenly bowed to Li Er and said such a sentence without any reason. Li Er was instantly confused. He thought to himself, "I didn't do anything. How is this wise? Wei Zheng, who always liked to find trouble with me, could it be that he took the wrong medicine today?" "Dear Minister Wei, why do you say that?" Li Er thought for a moment and asked with a frown. Wei Zheng bowed with a serious face and said, "Your Majesty has a discerning eye. Back then, you brought the Marquis of Yong'an into the imperial court. You also allowed the Marquis of Yong'an to start engineering schools, run academies, and build workshops. It was because of your Majesty's wise decision that there was the current Yanhuang College and the current water wheel. This water wheel can support tens of thousands of people. How can this old subject not congratulate your Majesty?" In the past, while Wei Zheng had not explicitly opposed Li Zishuan's engineering, he definitely did not support or like it. But now, in the midst of the Guanzhong drought, when the officials were helpless, Li Zishuan had used his own power and engineering to create such a marvelous and powerful water wheel. Wei Zheng couldn't help but feel gratitude toward Li Zishuan. He even had a faint favorable impression of engineering. This good feeling was not mixed with any personal feelings. It was just a good feeling Wei Zheng had because Li Zishuan had saved millions of lives in Guanzhong. Just as Wei Zheng finished his words, the few important officials present reacted. Under Zhangsun Wuji's lead, they bowed to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, congratulations on obtaining such a divine item." "Your Majesty, we congratulate your Majesty on obtaining such a divine item." The water wheel on the river was still turning noisily. The officials on the shore gave their congratulations in unison and spread far and wide across the empty land by the river. Li Er looked at the water wheel and then at the surging river water at the end of the trough. He was filled with joy. There was finally a solution to the drought problem that had troubled him for a long time. Speaking of which, he had recently been planning to have the alchemists open altars to pray for rain. But now, it seemed that there was no need because the water wheel Li Zishuan had made was more reliable than praying for rain. Officials, you should not be congratulating me, you should be congratulating the people of the world. With this water wheel, the Guanzhong drought can be easily resolved. The tens of thousands of people in Guanzhong will be spared from the torment of the drought. You should be congratulated. Li Er nodded and said with a smile. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said in a low voice, Marquis Yong, and you should be rewarded for being able to create this kind of water wheel that can automatically move river water and resolve the Guanzhong drought. However, the most important thing now is to quickly mass-produce this water wheel. 2 days ago, I ordered all the provinces and counties in Guanzhong to immediately start dredging the canals. When the canals work with your water wheel, it will be able to completely alleviate the drought in Guanzhong. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said, this official obeys the decree. The thousands of workers in the workshop will do their best to make the water wheel day and night. In addition, this official is willing to give the blueprint of the water wheel to the court or make it public. The structure of this water wheel is not complicated. According to the blueprint, any small workshop can make it. However, the bearings and gears used in this water wheel are difficult for private workshops to make. However, they can directly buy them from Chi Chu Pavilion. This way, the provinces and counties can work together and produce enough water wheels in the shortest amount of time to resolve the drought in Guanzhong. Giving away the blueprint was a decision that Li Zishuan had made after careful consideration. Just like last year's curved plow, when it had just been made, Li Zishuan had directly given the blueprint to the court. This was because he knew that in the face of such a great drought, he could not be selfish. Li Zishuan would definitely not earn this kind of money that went against his conscience. It wasn't that he was noble, but that Li Zishuan only wanted to live in peace. Using water wheels, curved plow, and other things that the common people saw as lifesavers to earn money, Li Zishuan felt that even if he only earned one from this kind of money, he would not be at peace. There were many ways to earn money. He would definitely not earn money that made him feel uneasy. Also, even though the scale of the workshop was much larger than before, no matter how large it was only a workshop. It only had 1,000 or 2,000 workers. In a short amount of time, it could not satisfy the needs of Guanzhong for water wheels. Marquis Yong and is righteous. This old man thanks Marquis Yong and on behalf of the common people. Hearing that Li Zishuan was going to hand over the water wheel blueprint, everyone was stunned for a moment. Wei Zheng looked at Li Zishuan in surprise, then bowed and said with sincerity. Li Zishuan didn't dare to accept Wei Zheng's courtesy. He hurriedly moved aside and said, "What's the matter? Why do you say this, Left Minister Wei? When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. You and I are in the court, fighting for the common people's well-being. Is this not the right thing to do? This mere water wheel blueprint can save millions of people. What reason do I, Li Zishuan, have to keep it for myself? Only by giving it away can I live up to His Majesty's expectations. Only then can I live up to the country's salary. When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler." Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wei Zheng could not help but be stunned. These 2 sentences were Li Zishuan's self-admonition. How was it not Wei Zheng's lifelong pursuit? At this moment, Wei Zheng realized that he seemed to have just gotten to know Li Zishuan. Just based on these 2 sentences, Li Zishuan could be considered his kindred spirit. Thinking back to the few times he had accused Li Zishuan last year, Wei Zheng could not help but feel ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis Yong and is of noble character. Wei Zheng admires you." These words were said with sincerity. Li Er could not help but be surprised. So Wei Zishuan actually admired others? This was like the sun rising from the west. After looking at Wei Zheng curiously, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said with a gratified expression, "I am very pleased that you can have this kind of awareness. Since you are willing to give away the blueprint, I will send people to send the blueprint to each county and order them to hire craftsmen and workers to build water wheels as soon as possible to alleviate the drought. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said. This way, the workshop's task would be greatly reduced. They only needed to produce a small batch of water wheels for the counties around Chang'an. The other counties could follow the blueprint and build water wheels according to it. As for the gears, bearings, and other parts that they could not make, they could buy them from Chitsu Pavilion or Chitsu Pavilion's branches. The second day. Yesterday's water wheel experiment was a great success and it made the headlines of Datong Daily. Water wheel success, drought hope. What is a water wheel? Hey! Don't you know how to read? The water wheel was a new thing made by Master Ho. It was a kind of vehicle that could automatically carry water from a low place to a high place. It was made by thousands of craftsmen in the workshop of the fantastic house and had been tested successfully yesterday. With this, do you think the people of Tang will still be afraid of drought? Whoa! There is such a magical thing in this world? Of course. I heard that yesterday, His Majesty brought the important officials of the court to verify the functions of the water wheel. Furthermore, the Duke of Yong'an has already given the blueprint of the water wheel to His Majesty. His Majesty will announce it to the world and order the various counties to build water wheels as soon as possible. What? The Duke of Yong'an handed over the blueprint of the water wheel? What a fool. Those blueprints are worth tens of thousands of gold taels. Why would the Duke of Yong'an hand them over so easily? *T. The Duke of Yong'an is an immortal. Why would he use something that can save the lives of the common people to earn money? Wang Lauer, don't force your dirty thoughts on the Duke of Yong'an. Be careful or we will beat you up. That's right. The Duke of Yong'an cares about the common people and is benevolent and righteous. Last year, he didn't earn a single copper coin from the common people and directly made the blueprint public. Wang Lauer, if you dare to speak nonsense again, we will beat you to death. The Duke of Yong'an is benevolent and righteous. If it's really as you say, then this old man's family's fields can be saved. That's right, that's right. May the heavens bless the Duke of Yong'an and allow him to live a long life of 100 years, 1,000 years. Only this way can the common people continue to live good lives. That's right. When this old woman returns, I will erect a longevity stele for the Duke of Yong'an and pray for him every day. The reason Li Zishuan had the editorial department of Datong Daily spread the news of the water wheel's successful development was to calm the people's hearts and allow them to confidently resist the drought. A while ago, when the land was dry, most of the common people chose the stupidest method, carrying water to irrigate the land. Actually, that was the most instinctive behavior of people when they were in despair. Because they knew that they couldn't resist the drought, they carried the idea of saving as much of the land as possible and carried water to irrigate the land. Now, following the news of Datong Daily's successful development of the water wheel, the common people were all elated when they heard the news and rushed to spread the news. After the hopeless common people found hope, they exploded with a strong desire to survive. Especially the workers who were building the cement ditch in Lantian County, they worked even harder. Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong. Good news. Good news. Very good news At the entrance of the Yu family manor, Zhong Lizheng was leading the villagers of the Yu family manor to dig the ditch. Yu Dehang suddenly held a newspaper and ran over in a hurry. Moreover, as she ran, she shouted excitedly. Zhong Lizheng had never seen the usually refined Yu Dehang lose her composure like this. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Dehang, what good news is there? Look at how happy you are. The villagers who were digging the ditch couldn't help but stop what they were doing at this moment. They wanted to hear what good news Yu Dehang had brought. Uncle Zhong. It's really good news. Yu Dehang took a breath and said excitedly, Today's Datong Daily said that Marquis built a water wheel that can automatically carry water to a high place. Moreover, it was tested successfully yesterday. His Majesty was also present. Marquis said that the common people of Lantian County can use the water wheel. When the water wheel works with the canal, all the fields in our manor can be irrigated by the river. After Yu Deheng finished speaking, no one made a sound because everyone was stunned at this moment. After a long while, Zhong Lizheng finally reacted. His excited voice trembled a little. He looked at Yu Deheng with trembling lips and asked, "What are you doing?" There's such a magical thing in this world? Well. Deheng, you're not lying to us, right? The rest of the people also looked at Yu Deheng eagerly. Although they felt that it was a little inconceivable, they still hoped that Yu Deheng was telling the truth. Yu Deheng spread out the newspaper and said, "Uncle Zhong, how would I dare to lie to you? What I said is true. Look, it's clearly written in this newspaper. Marquis not only wants to use the water wheel for our Lantian County, he also offered the blueprint so that all the common people in the world can use the water wheel. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank of the Bar River and take a look. It's said that the water wheel that His Majesty saw yesterday hasn't been removed yet." Hearing Yu Deheng's solemn vow, the villagers finally believed her. That's great. That's great. Marquis really has a way to move the water from the Bar River to our Yu family manor. The land of our manor can all be saved. Zhong Lizheng was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. It looked like he was dancing with joy, which was quite funny. However, no one laughed at him because at this time, everyone was trembling with excitement like him. I said before that since Marquis can fly into the sky and enter the earth, he must have a way to send the water from the Bar River to our Yu family manor. At that time, Uncle Dashan, you didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Yu Deheng couldn't help but laugh. Yu Dashan said with a face full of smiles, "I believe you, I believe you. From now on, I, Yu Dashan, will believe no one but Marquis. Even if Marquis says that he can climb the 9 palaces of heaven and pluck the stars and moon, I will believe him. Dashan is right. In the future, we will believe whatever Marquis says. If anyone doubts Marquis, I, Yu Cheng, will be the first to disagree." That's right, that's right. Hey! That's not right. Since Marquis can really move the water from the Bar River, then we must quickly fix the canal. Without a doubt, my wife and children will come over tomorrow to help. They don't need to be paid. Yes, yes, yes. My wife and child will also come over tomorrow to help. In an instant, there was no need for anyone to mobilize. The enthusiasm of the Yu family manor's villagers to build the canal suddenly rose to an unprecedented level. They would rather not be paid to fix the canal as soon as possible. Chapter 1407. 2 in 1 chapter. Not only the Yu family manor, but the other villagers in the northern part of Lantian County were also greatly encouraged when they learned that Li Zishuan had built a water wheel that could transport river water. Previously, the county yamen had gathered the commoners to repair the canals. Due to the higher terrain of these villages, the villagers weren't very enthusiastic about building the canals. Generally, each family only sent out 1 to 2 laborers. The rest of the people were still busy carrying water from the wells and watering the fields. However, when the commoners heard this news, their attitudes instantly changed. The villagers who were carrying water from the wells and watering the fields all put down their carrying poles and buckets and joined the army that was digging the canals. Moreover, when the county yamen counted the number of people who were willing to repair the canals, these people didn't sign up. Therefore, in theory, they wouldn't be paid for helping to repair the canals and wouldn't reduce their corvée labor. However, even so, the commoners were still willing to help repair the canals. This was because the earlier the canals were repaired, the earlier the villagers' dry fields could be saved. In comparison, the small amount of money they would receive was a small profit. At Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop, all kinds of machinery had been fully activated. Under Faubert's arrangement, the craftsmen began to work in 3 shifts. The morning shift was from 7 to 1, the middle shift was from 5 to 9, and the night shift was from 1 to 5. The craftsmen were divided into 3 teams and worked 24 hours a day in the workshop to make the water wheels. Speaking of which, this could be considered the world's first workshop with 3 shifts. Although Li Zishuan had already announced the water wheel blueprints, which of the important officials in the imperial court, such as Zhangsun Wuji, Xiaoyu, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and other important officials, didn't have a few villages under them? The land of Guanzhong was dry like fire, so how could their villages be spared? They also needed a water wheel. However, most of them felt that it was troublesome to recruit craftsmen to make a water wheel according to Li Zishuan's blueprints. Moreover, they felt that the water wheels made by other craftsmen weren't as good as the ones made by the workshop. Therefore, in the end, Zhang Sun Wuji, Cheng Yaojin, and the others went to Li Zishuan to make an order. As someone in the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally understood the ways of the world. If he could help make a few water wheels, he would be able to gain a favor from the big shots in the imperial court. This was a good deal. Therefore, he accepted all the orders from the courtiers. In just one day, he received a total of more than 100 water wheels. Therefore, it was impossible for the craftsmen in the workshop to be idle. However, Li Zishuan did not mistreat the craftsmen in the workshop. First of all, the craftsman's salary was doubled this month. Secondly, the craftsmen who worked the night shift would receive an additional allowance. As a result, although the craftsmen felt that it was hard work, they were all more motivated to work. Under such a passionate atmosphere, a construction frenzy was set off in Lantian County. Tens of thousands of people and craftsmen worked tirelessly all day long. The progress of the construction of the canal was different by the day, and the workshops could make more than 10 water wheels every day. The people saw that there was hope to alleviate the drought, and their gloomy faces finally showed a smile again. Xiao Xian. Yamacho, you're here to watch the game too? That day, coincidentally, was Saturday. Cheng Chumo, who had just experienced the torment of the midterm exam, bought 2 tickets and brought Yuqi Baolin to the football field in Lantian County to watch the game. He planned to let go of himself in the passionate football game. Oh, no, it was to forget his troubles in the passionate football game. However, he did not expect to see Li Zishuan when he was looking for a seat in the stands, so he greeted him with a smile. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Cheng Chumo and asked subconsciously, "Oh. Virgin, you're here to watch the game too? But how did you do in the midterm exam?" It was an occupational disease. This was definitely an occupational disease. After being a teacher for a long time, he would unconsciously ask about the students' grades when he saw them. Li Zishuan promised that he would never ask these questions in the past, but now it had become a habit. It was a sin, a sin. As soon as he heard him ask about his grades, Yuqi Baolin immediately lowered his head and wanted to bury his head in the ground. This was because studying had never been Yuqi Baolin's strong point. Of course, it was definitely not Cheng Chumo's strong point, but this guy's skin was thick. Cheng Chumo's face did not show any signs of shame. Instead, he looked a little proud. He laughed and said, "The exam was okay. I think I'll definitely pass every subject." Li Zishuan was speechless for a moment, then he said unhappily, "Pass? Kid, is that all you want?" Cheng Chumo looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He said indifferently, "What else can I do? My dad doesn't expect me to be the top scorer. I just want to pass every subject and not embarrass him." Hey! In my opinion, our Cheng family has not been good at studying for generations. My dad asked me to come to Yanhuang College to study probably because he doesn't want me to be illiterate and be deceived by others. So, Xiao Xian, you can't use this to attack me. Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't expect that Cheng Chumo, this idiot, would be so clear on some key matters even though he was usually a scoundrel. This was very similar to Cheng Yaojin in this aspect. You. Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chumo, thought for a moment, and said, forget it. I know your ambition is not here, so I won't force you. Anyway, so what if you can't read? You're still my brother. As long as I, Li Zishuan, am here, no one will dare to deceive you in this lifetime. Cheng Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after he transmigrated. When he was still a commoner, Cheng Chumo treated him as an equal. When he encountered trouble, Cheng Chumo was the first to jump out to help him. Although he was rich now, there was a saying that went, don't forget your friends when you're rich. Li Zishuan would never forget this friendship for the rest of his life. Shao Xian, with your words, I, Cheng Chumo, am satisfied for the rest of my life. I didn't acknowledge you as my brother for nothing. Cheng Chumo heard this and his emotions surged. His face was flushed red, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Although Li Zishuan was a Yamacho in the academy and he was a student, brothers were brothers. Nothing could change that. Yuchi Baolin looked at the two men in front of him, and a trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He also wanted such brotherly affection, but he was not good at expressing his feelings. In order to prevent Li Zishuan from sensing it, he quickly lowered his head and concealed the envy in the depths of his eyes. Oh. That's right. Shao Xian, there's a drought in Guangzhou. I heard that you've been busy getting people to build canals and water wheels. How come you're in the mood to watch a football match today? Cheng Chumo suddenly asked, puzzled. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, watch a football match? Do you think I'm as free as you to watch a football match? I'm here to choose a player. To be honest, the current level of football in Tang Dynasty was not very good. After all, it was still in its infancy. It was not on the same level as the exciting football matches of the modern era. At the beginning, it might be interesting to watch, but after watching for a while, it would be boring. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not come to the stadium for a while. Today, he was here mainly to choose a national player. Choose a player? What player? Cheng Chumo was even more curious when he heard this. Is Yamacho thinking of forming a football team? Yuchi Baolin could not help but ask. He had only asked subconsciously, but he did not expect Li Zishuan to nod. Baolin's guess is right. I do want to form a football team, a national team of Tang Dynasty. Now that football has become popular in Tang Dynasty, it will definitely spread to other countries in the future. When the time comes, the surrounding countries will not be able to win against Tang Dynasty in war. Perhaps they will try to regain their ground through football matches. My purpose in forming the national team of Tang Dynasty is to prepare for emergencies. Moreover, I also plan to hold a World Football Championship every few years. Every country in the world can participate. This national team of Tang Dynasty will then represent Tang Dynasty to conquer the other countries. Previously, I asked Mr. Zhang Sen to help me keep an eye out for some good seedlings. A few days ago, he gave me a name list. When the players on the name list have a match, I will take some time to observe their performance. If they pass, I will call them into the national team. When the time comes, it will be time for them to be used in national competitions. After all, football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, Tang Dynasty cannot lose face in this. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, hey. Shao Xian, you are right. Football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, our football team should be the best. Oh, by the way, I heard from my father that the Crown Prince of Wanation had formed a football team and wanted to compete with Tang Dynasty. Later, because the Wanation's queen passed away, the Crown Prince of Wanation went back. Hey! If you ask me, the Crown Prince of Wanation should thank their queen for saving him. Otherwise, even if other people were not willing to compete, Cheng Chumo would definitely go up and beat those arrogant Wanation people. Pfft! Li Zishuan sneered and said, if it were not for the fact that martial arts were not used, there would not be many teams in Tang Dynasty that could defeat the Crown Prince of Wu Nation's football team. Ugly bull, stop bragging. Li Zishuan had asked Jing Qianjun in private about the football team formed by the big brother king of Mountain Back. According to Jing Qianjun, the football team did have some skills. The tacit understanding between the players was definitely better than most of the current football teams in Tang Dynasty. Cheng Chumo was obviously not convinced. He said, Xiao Xian, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our prestige. Wu Nation is just a small country. How can they have good players? If you are not convinced, you can fight again. Not to mention other teams, I don't think the Wu Nation people can beat the Fergana Horse team in Liangzhou, let alone the Fergana Tiger team and the Wind Thunder team. Li Zishuan smiled and did not make any meaningless rebuttal. Seeing that Li Zishuan was ignoring him, Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said, Xiao Xian, how many players do you like now? 6 or 7. What's wrong? Li Zishuan replied lightly. Cheng Chumo rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, hee hee. Xiao Xian, you are always busy with official business. How can you have time to manage the team? Why don't you tell me the training methods and tactics? I will help you train them. How about it? You? Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Chumo and said disdainfully. Cheng Chumo suddenly exploded. What's wrong with me? Xiao Xian, Kushirqing can go to Sichuan to help you open the mines. What's wrong with me, your brother, helping you manage the team? It is said that playing football is like fighting a war. My father has fought in wars for so many years. As his son, I know a little about the art of war, right? Isn't it more than enough to help you manage the team? Li Zishuan was so angry that he almost laughed. He thought to himself, how dare you say that you know the art of war? Besides, who said that people who know the art of war can definitely manage the team well? What kind of logic is this? Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he thought that since Cheng Chumo was not interested in the academy's courses, it would be good to arrange something that he liked to do. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan said, I originally wanted Jing Qianjun to help me train the team, but since you also have the same idea, then you two will be responsible for it together. Usually, Jing Qianjun is in charge of the team's tactical training, and you are in charge of the team's physical training. At the crucial moment, Li Zishuan, the experienced driver, made a big turn and almost choked Cheng Chumo to death. What? What the F***, Xiao Xian, I thought you wanted me to be in charge of the team. I didn't expect you to arrange an assistant for me. You obviously don't trust me. Cheng Chumo looked like he was wronged. Li Zishuan could not help but say in a strange voice, it's time to make the keys. 10 coins for 3 keys. Are you worthy, Chumo? No, Cheng Chumo did not understand. He subconsciously wanted to say that he was not worthy, but then he felt that something was wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Yuchi Baolin came back to his senses and laughed, ha ha ha. Brother Chou Nyo is not worthy. Zheng Yinhong's Wind and Thunder team contained more than half of Zheng Qianjun's efforts. Zheng Qianjun loved football very much and was also very good at studying. That was why the Wind and Thunder team was now the hot favorite to win the championship. Zheng Qianjun was in charge of the tactical training of the national team, and Cheng Chumo was in charge of the physical training of the national team members. The combination of one civil and one military was really complementary. In addition, this morning, Zheng Qianjun brought good news to Li Zishuan. The second batch of tea leaves had arrived in Chang'an City. The first batch of tea leaves was rushed, and the tea master in Jiangnan was not good at producing tea leaves, so the first batch of tea leaves was only about 50 kilograms. The tea leaves distributed to the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce were even less. But the second batch was different. Zheng Yinhong directly sent people to deliver 600 kilograms of tea leaves. Even if they had to give out a portion, Li Zishuan would still get a lot. Perhaps it was time to use the divine tea to make the Department of Commerce famous. At the same time, let the merchants of Lantian County enjoy the convenience and benefits of the Department of Commerce. Chapter 1408. The next day. Boss Wang? What did you say? Immortal tea is on sale? Can merchants like us buy it? Of course it's true. This is the latest news I got. As long as you're a merchant in Lantian County, you can buy a caddy of immortal tea from the Drunken Immortal Inn with the store contract. That's a caddy of immortal tea. You can't buy a tale of it no matter how much money you have. Brother Bai, if you don't hurry up, you won't be able to buy it soon. What? A caddy of immortal tea. Brother Wang, wait for me, I'll go get the store contract. Wait. How much is a caddy of immortal tea? It's not expensive. Only 60 Tang Yuan. Brother, hurry up. Okay. I'll be right there. If it was in the past, if someone said that a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins, this merchant named Bai would definitely slap that person to death. But now, although he also felt that it was expensive, a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins. A tael of immortal tea was 6 strings of coins, and 1 tael of immortal tea could be used to make 10 cups. If he was stingy, he could make 12 cups. In other words, a cup of immortal tea was at most 300 copper coins, 800 copper coins, or at least 200 copper coins. This was a free gift. Previously, the Drunken Immortal Inn launched a limited edition event where one could taste a cup of immortal tea for free after spending 10 strings of coins in the inn. This attracted countless tycoons who loved tea leaves to fight for it. Back then, Boss Bai also went to the Drunken Immortal Inn to taste it. Although he felt a little heartache at the time, after tasting the immortal tea, he felt that it was worth it and was very satisfied. Only after tasting the immortal tea would one understand that the tea leaves they drank before were all rubbish. Once one drank the immortal tea, it was easy to get addicted to it, especially for those who loved the tea ceremony. If they didn't drink the immortal tea for a day, they would feel as uncomfortable as a cat scratching their heart. Unfortunately, Mr. Bai belonged to this kind of people. For this reason, he went to the Drunken Immortal Inn 5 times. In the end, he felt that if he continued drinking like this, the profits of his shop would be gone for a few months, so he could only reluctantly give up. After all, every visit to the Drunken Immortal Inn cost at least 10 strings of coins. Even if he had some money, he couldn't afford to waste. Now that he heard that the Drunken Immortal House was going to sell immortal tea for only 60 strings of coins per caddy, how could Boss Bai not be tempted? If he bought the tea back, he would be able to earn some money even if he sold it directly to merchants from other states and counties. If he set up a high-class tea house to sell the brewed tea, he would be able to earn even more. After all, with the current popularity of the immortal tea and its reputation as a tribute tea, as long as a tea house released the immortal tea, even if it cost 500 copper coins a cup, there would definitely be many people coming to snatch it. This was a sure-win deal. Shopkeeper Lu, why can't we buy it? Are you afraid that we won't pay? That's right. Why could only the merchants of Lantian County buy it? Everyone is giving money. What's the difference? Yes. Shopkeeper Lu. If you feel that 60 strings of coins per caddy is too cheap, you can totally raise the price. Why restrict only the merchants of Lantian County to buy it? Outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant branch in the county seat of Lantian County, in addition to the endless stream of diners, there was also a hubbub of merchants from all walks of life. Many of these merchants were not from Lantian County. They just happened to hear that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was going to sell immortal tea when they were watching the game in Lantian County, so they immediately came over. Obviously, there were many tea enthusiasts like Boss Bai who had tasted the immortal tea and were crazy about it. But who would have thought that the Drunken Immortal Inn would actually set a rule that the tea leaves would be given priority to the local merchants of Lantian County? How could those merchants who rushed over to snatch the tea endure this? Therefore, they all started arguing with shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal Inn. This shopkeeper Lu was the same shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Jianghu City. Now, not only did the Drunken Immortal Inn open many branches, but Li Zishuan had also become the Marquis of 10,000 households and was given the fief of Lantian County. Shopkeeper Lu, the shopkeeper of the Drunken Immortal Inn's main branch, voluntarily requested to be transferred to the branch in Lantian County. As for the Drunken Immortal Inn in Jianghu City, it was taken over by a branch shopkeeper recommended by shopkeeper Lu. Actually, this was where shopkeeper Lu was smart. He knew very well that the place where Li Zishuan was could be called the main branch of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Now that Li Zishuan had been living in Lantian County for a long time, the name of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Jianghu City basically existed in name only. Moreover, Lantian County had now completely become Li Zishuan's territory, so shopkeeper Lu felt more at ease staying here. Everyone, be quiet. I have a few words to say. Faced with the siege of so many foreign merchants, shopkeeper Lu had no choice but to come out and maintain order. He first shouted loudly, and when everyone quieted down, he quickly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Dear guests, our Drunken Immortal Inn does not have much stock for this batch of immortal tea, so we will give priority to the shop owners in Lantian County. This can be considered as my marquis taking care of the merchants in Lantian County. I know that you are unhappy, but the amount of immortal tea is still too little. My marquis just wants to give some favors to the people in his fief. Whether it is the farmers, the craftsmen, or the merchants, they are all the people in my marquis fief. Marquis will treat them equally. Recently, Marquis has been building canals and water wheels for the people. Now, Marquis just wants to use the immortal tea to bring some benefits to the merchants in his fief. I hope that you can understand. I know that all of you like immortal tea very much, but I ask that you wait patiently. Soon, when the production of immortal tea increases, the various strange taste pavilions will start to provide it. When that time comes, you can buy as much as you want." Cough cough, shopkeeper Lu's words contained a lot of personal information. Many of them were taught to him by Li Zishuan. As soon as shopkeeper Lu finished speaking, the faces of the merchants below were filled with annoyance. So that's how it is. Marquis treats the merchants in his fief so well. I really admire him. Sigh. So there are such benefits to opening a shop in Lantian County? If I had known, I would have bought 2 shops in Lantian County last year. Hey! Brother son, it's not too late for you to buy now, right? Too late, too late. Now that the prices of the shops in Lantian County have risen so high, I can't afford to buy even if I want to. The merchants from other places sighed and were annoyed. The native merchants in Lantian County could not help but want to clap their hands and celebrate. Marquis is benevolent and righteous. Luckily, I had foresight. At the beginning of the year, I came to Lantian County to open a shop. That's right, that's right. Marquis treats us the same way he treats the commoners. It's so rare. I will stay in Lantian County to do business in the future. I won't go anywhere else. That's right, that's right. I can only hope that such good things will happen a few more times. It will. It will. It'll be best if Marquis can chase away all the hooligans in the market. Since shopkeeper Lu had said so, and there were many shop owners in Lantian County supporting shopkeeper Lu, the merchants from other places, although they were unwilling, they could not say anything. They could only silently retreat to the back of the crowd. As for the local merchants in Lantian County, they happily lined up in a long queue, preparing for the big red packet that Li Zishuan would give to all the merchants in the county. Of course, there were also many smart merchants from other places who stayed behind the queue. After the people in front had finished buying the celestial tea, they went up to ask for a higher price. In other words, after the local merchants in Lantian County bought the celestial tea, they did not have to waste time and effort to resell it in other counties. They could just sell it to the surrounding merchants and make a small profit. In this world, there was no easier way to earn money than this. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Gains and losses were often balanced. With gains, there must be losses. While the merchants in Lantian County were enjoying the big red packet banquet, they had unknowingly fallen into the gentle trap that Li Zishuan had set up. When they realized it, they could not bear to come out. They would rather stay in the trap and be tricked than come out. As Lantian County's drunken Immortal Tower was selling large quantities of celestial tea, it led to many temporary tea houses in the county. The so-called temporary tea houses were in the original shops, temporarily separated into a small room, specially used to invite guests to drink tea. There was a tea house in the silk shop, a tea house in the porcelain shop, and even a coffin shop. They had actually set up a temporary tea house. As for the price of the celestial tea, the bosses with a little conscience would generally sell a cup of tea for more than 400 coins. As for the cruel bosses, they would directly raise the price of the celestial tea to about 500 to 600 coins. Because these people knew very well that although drunken Immortal Tower sold a lot of celestial tea today, they certainly did not have the ability to sell so much in the short term. In other words, the market stock of celestial tea was so small. When the slightly lower-priced celestial tea was sold out, the customers could only buy the high-priced celestial tea in their shop. It didn't matter if it was 400 coins per cup or 500 to 600 coins per cup. In any case, it was much more direct and practical than the drunken Immortal Towers, spend 10 strings of coins to get a cup of celestial tea activity. Moreover, celestial tea was a rare imperial tribute tea. Was 400 coins per cup really expensive? Last year, a plate of chicken in drunken Immortal Tower cost 10 strings of coins. At least this price was completely affordable for those petty bourgeois families. Therefore, on the first day, nearly 1,000 diners tasted the legendary celestial tea. And for those who had tasted the celestial tea, none of them said it was good. Through word of mouth, the reputation of the celestial tea exploded, and a storm of celestial tea quickly swept through Lantian County. Diners from Jianghu City and the surrounding counties also came for the tea, just to taste a cup of celestial tea. Because in the entire Tang dynasty, only Lantian County had the largest stock of celestial tea. Even Jianghu City was far from it. However, no matter how much stock there was, if there were only sales and no sales, the stock would be depleted sooner or later. 5 days. Only 5 days had passed. Under the crazy consumption of tens of thousands of diners in Jianghu City and the surrounding counties, the celestial tea stock of Lantian County's merchants was completely sold out in just 5 days. Those Lantian County merchants who were queuing up to receive the celestial tea had all earned a fortune. After consuming the celestial tea, they also went to drunken Immortal Tower to look for shopkeeper Lu, wanting to buy more celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Lu had no stock at all, so naturally, he couldn't take out any extra celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Lu promised them that when the next batch of celestial tea arrived, he would still give priority to the merchants of Lantian County. The merchants were naturally grateful to shopkeeper Lu and Li Zishuan. However, they didn't notice that after they left, shopkeeper Lu's lips curled into a sweet smile. The next day, the constables of Lantian County were all dispatched, and at the most eye-catching places in Lantian County, as well as at the city gates, they posted a notice about the establishment of the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. From today onwards, all merchants, farmers, and craftsmen in Lantian County will be classified as commoners, and the government will treat them equally. Within Lantian County, there will only be commoners and scholars in the future. The children of merchants can also enter the county school and enroll in Yanhuang College. In order to allow the merchants to receive fair and just treatment, Lantian County's county yamen followed the Yong and Marquis order and officially established the Department of Commerce today. The Department of Commerce specializes in handling disputes between merchants, and its goal is to protect the merchants' private and legal property from being infringed upon, creating a good business environment for the merchants of Lantian County. When any merchant's interests are threatened by others, they can report to the Department of Commerce in Lantian County, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will handle it impartially. In addition, the Department of Commerce will also be responsible for collecting business tax from the merchants. From next month onwards, Lantian County's business tax ratio will be changed from 1 out of 30 to 1 out of 6. All merchants in Lantian County must report their profits for the month to the Department of Commerce before the end of each month. From the total profits, 1 out of 6 will be used as business tax. In order to prevent merchants from underreporting or even evading taxes, the Department of Commerce will organize personnel at the beginning of each month to conduct a spot check on the accounts of the merchants in the county. Once found, they will be punished with 5 times the total amount of tax evaded, and will be listed as a target of focus. Any merchant who evades taxes 3 times will be directly expelled from Lantian County, and will never be allowed to return to Lantian County to open a shop. Hiss. After the merchants in Lantian County finished reading the county yaman's announcement, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, the merchants could not help but discuss among themselves. What? The business tax ratio has been changed to 1 out of 6? Such a heavy business tax is extremely rare even if you flip through the history books. Why is county magistrate he so ruthless towards us merchants? Yeah. When I saw the beginning, I thought that the county yaman was thinking for us merchants, but when I saw the end, I realized that the county yaman wants to suck our blood. Isn't that so? 1 out of 6 of the total profits for the month as business tax, how are we going to live? You can't say that, right? At least in Lantian County, the status of us merchants has become higher, and our sons can even go to the county school. You have to know that in this county school, there will occasionally be teachers from Yanhuang College who come to give lectures. We can't get this kind of opportunity in other counties even if we beg for it. That's right. But this 1 out of 6 business tax ratio is still too heavy. In my opinion, it's not heavy. Didn't you see the announcement that as long as someone endangers our interests, we can report to the Department of Commerce, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will deal with it impartially? Just based on this point, it's much better than other places. In the future, if someone comes to the shops to cause trouble or collect protection fees, we can directly go to the officials of the Department of Commerce for help. This way, our monthly expenses might be less than before. That's right. That's indeed the case. I just don't know if the Department of Commerce is willing to completely clean up those ruffians in the market square. Chapter 1409. The establishment of the Department of Commerce caused a huge uproar in Lantian County. The merchants were all discussing about the new business tax ratio. Most of them were against it. After all, it used to be 1 out of 30, but now it was 1 out of 6. This was a 5 times increase. The merchants found it hard to accept at that moment. But there were also a small number of merchants who agreed. The main reason was that when the government increased the business tax ratio, it also raised the social status of the merchants. Spending money to buy recognition was a good deal in the eyes of the far-sighted merchants. Other things aside, just the preferential policy of allowing the children of merchants to study in the county schools was enough to offset the increase in business tax. Whether it was modern or ancient times, which parent didn't want their children to succeed? Studying was a very good way to stand out. But ever since the rise of the social hierarchy, merchants had always been looked down upon. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the children of merchants were not allowed to enter government schools or take part in the imperial examinations. This completely blocked the future of the children of merchants. Today, Lantian County treated merchants as commoners on equal footing with farmers. Furthermore, they allowed the children of merchants to study in the county school. This county school was rebuilt by Li Zishuan after he took over Lantian County, spending a lot of manpower and resources. The curriculum within was infinitely close to the engineering taught by Yanhuang Academy. In other words, students in the county school had a higher chance of enrolling in Yanhuang Academy in the future than students outside. This was undoubtedly a fatal temptation to those merchants who wanted their children to succeed. Apart from that, if it was only in terms of monetary gains and losses, although the new business tax law required the merchants to pay more business tax, but the government was willing to protect the legal property of the merchants. This meant that in the future, if they encountered a situation where the local ruffians demanded protection fees, the merchants could request the Department of Commerce to step in and deal with it. In this way, the monthly expenses of the merchants in Lantian County did not increase. Instead, it might decrease. It was equivalent to handing over the protection fees to the Department of Commerce, the official organization that managed the merchants. But many people were doubtful of the government's determination to deal with the local ruffians. This was the reason why most of the merchants were unwilling to support the new business tax law. The strange thing was, the government seemed to know what the merchants were thinking. That afternoon, a large group of Lantian County Yamen bailiffs, led by over 10 personal guards of the Marquis of Eternal Peace's Marquis household, left the county Yamen and headed straight for Taikong Market in the southwest of the county. The fuse was that a merchant in the market had reported to the authorities that he had encountered a local ruffian named Lai San who had come to extort protection fees. At the same time, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were all closed. Only people were allowed to enter and not leave. Combined with the actions of the county Yamen constables, the answer was obvious. As the saying goes, justice has a long arm, but nothing escapes. Under Li Zishuan's instructions, county magistrate he finally gave the order that all the dark, evil forces in Lantian County would be wiped out today. As for the closing of the 4 city gates, it was just to catch a turtle in a jar and prevent those ruffians from escaping the city. General Liu, this son has already investigated Lai San's background. He is a subordinate of Jin Wanbiao from Taikong Market. This Jin Wanbiao used to be a government soldier in his early years and is good at using knives and sticks. He is a ruthless character and has over 50 ruffians working for him. They call themselves the Golden Stone Gang. In the past, the Golden Stone Gang relied on helping merchants from other places to make a living. But ever since the number of merchants in Lantian County increased, Jin Wanbiao had his eyes on this fat piece of meat in the city. Every month, he would send people to collect protection fees from all the merchants on the south street of the market. If anyone didn't pay, he would cause trouble every few days and make it impossible for them to do business. If a merchant reported to the authorities, his revenge would be even more vicious. If it was light, he would beat them up. If it was heavy, he would send people to burn down their shops. A few months ago, a cloth shop in the market caught fire and it was done by Jin Wanbiao's subordinates. Constable Sun Qing of the Lantian County government walked beside Lu Feng. As they walked, he carefully reported to Lu Feng about the power behind Lai San. Ever since he knew that Li Zishuan planned to recruit 3 more teams of Yamen runners and deal a heavy blow to the public security and business environment of Lantian County, Constable Sun began to seriously investigate the source of the disaster in the market. He had been waiting for this day. This kind of villains who use their strength to commit crimes and bully the weak do not deserve to be called a government soldier of the Tang Empire. After listening to Sun Qing's report, Lu Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He then asked doubtfully, "This Jin Wanbiao has been committing crimes for so long. Could it be that county magistrate he can't do anything to him?" Constable Sun smiled bitterly. "General Liu, you don't know. Jin Wanbiao's subordinates are very stubborn. Even if they were caught by us, they would never admit that they were ordered by Jin Wanbiao. Moreover, Jin Wanbiao himself is very cunning. When he does something bad, he will not leave any evidence behind. Without evidence, the county government can't just casually arrest people. This is because it's said that one of Jin Wanbiao's good brothers is a lieutenant of the left guard. What's there to be afraid of a mere lieutenant of the left guard?" Lu Feng glared with disdain. After all, he was a commander of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were the personal guards of the Emperor. They had their own pride. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a lieutenant of the left guard. After a pause, Lu Feng continued. Before we came, Marquis told me that as long as there is no evidence, we can directly arrest people who have caused trouble in Lantian County. After we return, we can slowly interrogate them. We must return Lantian County a clear sea banquet and a bright world. If there are any criminals who dare to resist, kill them all. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so personal guards of the Marquis residence who followed Lu Feng all loudly acknowledged the order. At this moment, Constable Sun could clearly feel that the surrounding air had become much colder. Murderous aura. This was a murderous aura. Constable Sun and the others had been constables in the Yamen for more than 10 years. Although they had seen dead people, when it came to killing people, they hadn't experienced it that many times. Naturally, they were far inferior to Lu Feng and the other Imperial Guards who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boss. Boss. Not good. The people from the county government are coming here to kill us. At Taikong Square in the southwest of Lantian County, a hooligan hurriedly ran into a large courtyard and anxiously reported to the scar-faced man who was hugging a beautiful concubine and enjoying the shade under a tree. What? When the scar-faced man heard this, he pushed away the beautiful concubine in his arms and stood up with a whoosh. He looked at the hooligan and said, "You're saying that the constables from the county government are coming here? Which blind dog complained about us to the county yamen? Find out who it is and burn his shop." This scar-faced man was Jin Wanbiao. Back then, he had also been a government soldier and fought in wars. However, because of a leg injury, he had retired from the military camp. At first, his life was rather poor. Later on, he realized that with his ferocious looks and decent martial arts skills, he could earn quite a bit of money by helping some merchants escort goods. Thus, he gathered a few fighters who knew a little about martial arts and started this business together. This was a bit like the escort agencies of the later generations. However, human greed could never be satisfied. Jin Wanbiao later realized that this business was still too slow to make money. Thus, he started a business of collecting protection fees from merchants. In his opinion, this business was actually no different from helping others escort goods in the past. It was all about the merchants spending money to ensure their safety. A few months ago, Lantian County held a football league tournament. Various shops opened like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Lantian County became the most prosperous county in the surrounding counties of Chang'an City. Jin Wanbiao saw a business opportunity in this and brought a group of underlings to enter Lantian County and started collecting protection fees. Relying on his ruthless way of doing things, he quickly earned a lot of money. His place of residence was also changed from the original dilapidated courtyard to the current luxurious courtyard. Moreover, he was able to have a beautiful wife by his side to serve him, which made Jin Wanbiao feel that he had walked to the peak of life. However, he didn't know that this pinnacle of life was actually the end of the road. The hooligan's face was bitter as he said, "Boss, it's not just the constables from the county government. I saw that Constable's son had more than 10 martial arts experts by his side. Looking at their armor, they seem to be the Ho Fu's personal guards." The Ho Fu's personal guards. Jin Wanbiao's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Although he had some martial arts skills, this little bit of skill was enough to bully ordinary people, but it was completely insufficient to deal with the personal guards of the Marquis's household. After all, he also knew that among the Ho Fu's personal guards, many were from the Imperial Guards. Jin Wanbiao wasn't arrogant enough to go against the Imperial Guards. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Jin Wanbiao's expression changed. He instantly made a decision in his heart. He hurriedly ran into the house and hugged all his assets, a box of Tang Yuan, in his arms and prepared to escape through the door. Speaking of which, he had to thank Li Zishuan for introducing Tang Yuan back then to replace copper coins. Otherwise, with his current wealth, if it were to be converted into copper coins, 10 carriages wouldn't be able to carry them all. If it were to be converted into gold, it would probably be enough for him to carry. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with the money in a short period of time. Ha! Our great gang leader Jin, where are you planning to go? Coincidentally, just as Jin Wanbiao was planning to escape, Lu Feng led Constable Sun and the others in breaking down the door. Seeing Jin Wanbiao hugging a red sandalwood box, Lu Feng said with a hint of mockery. When Lu Feng entered Taikong Square, he discovered a wretched man who immediately ran towards this yard upon seeing them. He guessed that the man might be reporting to Jin Wanbiao, so he hurriedly ordered them to speed up. That was how they managed to arrive before Jin Wanbiao escaped. Surround them all. Don't even let a fly escape. Constable Sun waved his hand at the Yamen runners behind him and shouted loudly. Currently, the number of Yamen runners in the county Yamen had increased to 180 people. Compared to the previous 50 people, it had more than tripled. This time, he brought more than 100 people with him. In addition to the Imperial Guard experts that Lu Feng brought along to hold the line, Constable Sun finally had the confidence to face off against Jin Wanbiao and the others today. General, Constable Sun, what's the meaning of this? I've always abided by the law and have never done anything evil. Why did you bring so many people here? In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Golden Stone gang in the courtyard were surrounded by bailiffs with weapons in their hands. Jin Wanbiao couldn't help but turn pale. He stiffened his neck and forced himself to look at Constable Sun and Lu Feng as he spoke. Lu Feng didn't care about a small fry like Jin Wanbiao at all. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Jin Wanbiao. He directly said coldly, Golden Stone gang members are suspected of disrupting the law and order of Lantian County and extorting protection fees from merchants. Arrest all of them and escort them back to the county Yamen for trial. Anyone who resists will be punished. Killed. Not killed. The words, kill without mercy, came out of Lu Feng's mouth. It was especially imposing, and also especially cold and threatening. The hooligans in the yard were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They had never seen a proper soldier like Lu Feng, who exuded a murderous aura. When they felt the air suddenly turn cold, the Golden Stone gang members were so scared that they wet their pants. Those who had weapons in their hands quickly put them down. Those who didn't have weapons quickly raised their hands and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. When Jin Wanbiao saw how cowardly his subordinates were, he couldn't help but burn with anger. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to lose his temper. He looked at Lu Feng and asked, General, the Golden Stone gang members have always abided by the law. Even if there are a few people who have broken the law, the general should just arrest them. Why do you want to arrest all of us? You want to arrest all of us without any evidence. You're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. Even though everyone knew that this was a very serious situation, when they heard Jin Wanbiao's words, they still couldn't help but want to laugh. Big brother, you're the leader of the hooligans, the boss of the gang. How can you say something so stupid? At that moment, Jin Wanbiao realized that he had said something that he shouldn't have in a moment of anger. His face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Lu Feng tried hard to hold back his laughter. With a straight face, he snorted coldly and said, I don't need any evidence to arrest you. If you don't agree, you can go to the county jail and let the county magistrate decide. Now, either you come with me or you die. You have no choice. Domineering. Only now did Jin Wanbiao realize that there was someone who was even more domineering and unreasonable than him. When a bully met someone who was even more domineering than him, the feeling was simply too bitter. General, please calm down. I'll go back with you. Jin Wanbiao gritted his teeth. He struggled in his heart. Several times, he wanted to directly resist, but in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. This was because he knew very well that in this situation, if he stubbornly resisted, it would be no different than courting death. He might as well go back with them to the county office. After all, the crimes he had committed were not enough to warrant the death penalty. Humph. Tie them all up and take them away. Lu Feng snorted coldly. He released his hand from the hilt of his saber and gave Jin Wanbiao a look that said, "At least you know your place." "Yes. General Lu." A group of Yamen runners quickly took out the ropes that they had prepared and began to tie up the Golden Stone gang members. "Constable's son, who's the next target?" After arranging for more than 30 Yamen runners to escort the Golden Stone gang members back to the county office, Lu Feng looked at Sun Qing and asked calmly. "General Lu, the next target is the Vast Sea Gang. Their gang leader is called Xiao Haitian. He's in charge of collecting protection fees for the shops on North Street. Let's go to the Vast Sea Gang." Chapter 14:10. Hey! Have you heard? The Jianghu gang in the southwest of the county was wiped out by the county government's bailiffs yesterday afternoon. What? Has Jin Wanbiao been caught? 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 I heard that all 58 members of the Jianghu gang have been locked up in the county government's prison. That's great. That's great. The Jianghu gang has done all kinds of bad things. Jin Wanbiao is even more brutal. Who knows how many merchants have been blackmailed by him? They should have been locked up long ago. Do you think that county magistrate he didn't want to catch Jin Wanbiao before? Isn't there no evidence then? What? There's evidence now? Hey! It's different this time. The one leading the team this time isn't Constable's son from the county government. It's the Ho Fu's personal guards. Even if Jin Wanbiao had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Whoa! Looks like Marquis can't stand these bullies anymore. Isn't that so? I heard that the Zhanghai gang in the north of the county was wiped out yesterday afternoon. Although their gang leader, Xiao Haitian, isn't as despicable as Jin Wanbiao, he still collected protection fees from many merchants. It's not just that. Other than these two gangs, many of the hooligans in the county were locked up yesterday afternoon. I have a nephew who works in the county government. I heard from him that the county government's prison cells are overcrowded. Officer who is in charge of these prisoners, didn't sleep a wink last night. Whoa! That's too exaggerated. Looks like Marquis really did make a move. Otherwise, no one would have such powerful means to capture all the hooligans in Lantian County in one fell swoop. No wonder yesterday afternoon, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were suddenly closed. Marquis wanted to get rid of these malignant tumors in the county. Now that these hooligans are gone, it feels like the security in the county is much better. Did you notice that there are a few more teams of bailiffs patrolling the streets today? I don't know if they're just patrolling for the past few days or they'll be patrolling in the future. If it's the latter, then there won't be any more hooligans extorting protection fees from merchants. Huh. What did I say yesterday? The establishment of the Department of Commerce by the county government is definitely a good thing for us merchants. Although they had to pay more business tax than before, without bullies like Jin Wanbiao and Hai Xiaotian extorting protection fees, the money saved was enough to pay the business tax. What's more, the merchants of Lantian County, other than being able to obtain priority supplies from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, their children can also attend the county school. All in all, this is definitely a good thing. That's right. If he were to do business in other counties, he would also be blackmailed by bullies like Jin Wanbiao. His monthly expenses might not even be less than the expenses of running a shop in Lantian County. That's why I support the Department of Commerce from the bottom of my heart. Just based on the fact that the Marquis has dealt with the bullies in the city in one fell swoop and helped us vent our anger, Jin Fugue will support the Marquis no matter what. Yes, yes, yes. We must support Marquis. The next day, the citizens of Lantian County who had woken up early could not help but gather in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss. The focus of the discussion was naturally the heavenly net operation in Lantian County yesterday. The merchants who were previously unhappy with the Department of Commerce and the new business tax law all changed their attitudes and began to praise the Department of Commerce. Quick, go take a look. The county government has put up a new notice. Coincidentally, at this moment, someone ran over and shouted, "You're too late." A new notice? It must have something to do with Jin Wanbiao and those bullies. Let's go. Let's go take a look. No one knew who shouted, but immediately, the merchants and citizens gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and walked quickly towards the county government. In front of the county government's notice board, there were already 20 to 30 citizens gathered. A scholar read as he read, "Members of the Golden Stone Gang and Vast Ocean Gang have been extorting merchants in the city for the past few months, demanding protection fees, and committing crimes such as assault and arson. After the county government's trial, the criminals confessed to their crimes. The county magistrate has decided to send these human traffickers to the mines to serve 3 years of their sentence. The leaders of the 2 gangs will be exiled to Jianghu. From today onwards, if anyone dares to extort merchants again, the county government will punish them severely. In order to maintain the public order of the city square, there will be bailiffs patrolling the city square every day. At the same time, the patrols in the city will be strengthened. We must ensure that the merchants have a good business environment and that the citizens have a stable living environment." If one looked closely at the relevant laws of the Tang and Song dynasties, they would find that the longest prison term in these 2 dynasties did not exceed 3 years. In other words, criminals would only be sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment or less. Most criminals would only be sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment or less. The laws of the Tang and Song dynasties used 3 years as the upper limit of the prison term. There were 5 levels of punishment from 1 to 3 years. The reason why there were no longer prison terms was mainly because the population in ancient times was not as large as in modern times. Human resources were also not as worthless as in modern times. In this era, every person was a very precious labor force that was used to develop production and farming. Once criminals were detained for a long period of time, it would have a huge impact on the production of the entire society. Moreover, the prison term in this era could not only be used to lock the criminals in prison. These criminals would also have to complete a high degree of forced labor in addition to being detained. This method was roughly similar to the prison term and reform through labor in modern times. Therefore, the punishment given to the hooligans that were arrested yesterday was still very heavy. Great! This is great! In the future, no one in the city square will dare to collect protection fees. Marquis is really considerate of us merchants. This Department of Commerce is built well. That's right, that's right. In the future, we can be at ease and do business in a down-to-earth manner. Although the tax is too much, this old man is willing to pay. No. This old man also wants to buy a shop in Lantian County. Who has a shop and wants to sell it? The price is negotiable. After seeing the notice at the entrance of the county office, the citizens and merchants finally saw the determination of the county office to restore order in Lantian County. The merchants all heaved a sigh of relief and were even more elated. Isn't that Boss Chow from Chang'an City? Why did he bring so many cars with him? What's in those cars? Why don't we go and ask? Boss Chow is still very easy to talk to. While the crowd was discussing, they caught a glimpse of a carriage coming from the west side of the county office. The person in the lead was Chang'an City's #1 cloth merchant, Chow Wendong. Seeing Chow Wendong bring so many carriages to Lantian County, the citizens at the entrance of the county office could not help but discuss. Naturally, there were bold busybodies who came forward to ask, "Boss Chow, what are you going to do with such a large group of people?" Chow Wendong did not put on airs as he chuckled and said, "Yesterday, I heard that Lantian County has established a Department of Commerce that treats merchants, citizens, and craftsmen equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can attend the county school. This made me very excited. Because with the Department of Commerce, we merchants will no longer be looked down upon and bullied. Hence, after thinking about it, I decided to completely move my family to Lantian County. Anyway, there are a few shops in this city that I can use to let my son enter the county school. Last year, before Yanhuang College was established, Chao Wendong had repeatedly sought out Li Zishuan, wanting the latter to establish a chamber of commerce and help merchants raise their social status. At that time, Li Zishuan rejected his request due to personal reasons. Later, Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Although Chao Wendong joined the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the status of merchants in society did not change. No matter where they were, merchants were lowly citizens who were despised by others. Now, Li Zishuan planned to establish a Department of Commerce in Lantian County, specifically to protect the status and interests of merchants in society. Furthermore, it was clear that there was no difference between the status and social status of merchants and citizens. After receiving the news, Chao Wendong was overjoyed. He quickly packed up and moved his family to Lantian County. After all, it could be said that Lantian County was the only, and possibly the last, pure land for merchants in Tang Dynasty. Only here could the merchants obtain fair and just social treatment and social status. Furthermore, they could obtain the opportunity to enter the county school. In Chao Wendong's opinion, these two things were good things that couldn't be exchanged with money. What? Boss Chao? You want to move to Lantian County? After hearing Chao Wendong's words, the merchants could not help but exclaim. Chao Wendong smiled faintly and said, "Why? Don't I look like it? This old man has already bought a mansion in Lantian County, in Yong'an Lane. When the time comes, I can even become Marquis's close neighbor. But Boss Chao, what about your cloth shop in Chang'an City?" At this moment, someone asked again. Chao Wendong did not care and said, "Then just treat it as a branch. In the future, the Chao family's shop in Lantian County will be the main shop." When everyone heard this, they instantly looked at each other. In their hearts, they naturally categorized Chao Wendong as the rich and willful type of person. After all, although the commercial scale of Lantian County today was many times larger than before, compared to Chang'an City, Lantian County was still far behind. Now that Chao Wendong was willing to treat the shop in Chang'an City as a branch and move his entire family to Lantian County, he was really rich and willful. Now that most of the local ruffians in the city have been arrested, the Department of Commerce will officially begin to carry out its tasks. However, we must always pay attention to the public security in the city to prevent evil forces like Jin Wanbiao from reviving. After all, it was not easy to stabilize Lantian County. Once it becomes chaotic again, it will be really difficult to govern. At the back office of Lantian County, Li Zishuan said to the officials in the county office. Yesterday, it was indeed Li Zishuan's idea to let Lu Feng take the lead to help the county office arrest the ruffians. Although he did not manage to arrest all of the local ruffians in the city, the majority of them that he caught could at least have a deterrent effect. Those who escaped the net would not dare to cause trouble in the city anymore. Of course, the reason why he chose to rectify the public security in Lantian County at this time, other than to establish prestige for the Department of Commerce and let more merchants believe in the Department of Commerce, Li Zishuan also had a small selfish motive. That was, his family had now all moved to the Ho's mansion in Yong'an Lane, including Lan'er and Han Yushi. They had all moved over 2 days ago. Li Zishuan did not want those local ruffians in the city to affect his family. Although the people in the Ho's mansion would usually have attendants or guards when they went out, who could guarantee that they would have guards with them every time they went out? What if there were no guards and they met some ruffians who did not know their place? How bad would that be? Therefore, instead of being on guard all day and night, it was better to directly wipe out all the major evil forces in the city. This way, those small fries that had escaped the net would be quiet for a very, very long time, and would not have the chance to continue doing evil. This official will remember Marquis's teachings. County magistrate. He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and replied. Li Zishuan nodded and asked again, how is the construction of the canal in the county going? How is the installation of the water wheel going? It was almost the middle of May. Looking at the weather that was getting hotter by the day, it was impossible for Li Zishuan not to be anxious. County magistrate. He cupped his hands excitedly and replied, Marquis, under the joint efforts of the county's citizens, the construction of the cement canal in our county is nearing completion. As for the installation of the water wheels at the various key points, there are less than 5 water wheels that have not been installed yet. It is estimated that by the day after tomorrow, the reservoir can be opened and the water can be checked to see if our canal and water wheels can operate normally. So fast? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. Counting the days, it had only been 10 days. A county cement canal was almost completed? This construction speed would make countless people in the modern era blush with shame. County magistrate. He smiled and said, Marquis, you may not know, but after the citizens of Lantian County knew that you had built a water wheel that could automatically move water, their enthusiasm for the canal construction immediately rose. Men, women, old, and young, regardless of age, all joined in the construction of the canal. Even if they did not receive wages, those people were still willing to help with the canal construction. In addition, in order to rush the work, some villages even adopted a 2-shift system of working during the day and at night. It was because of the villagers of the various villages that the construction progress was so fast. The current situation was all thanks to the news on Datong Daily a few days ago. It had completely encouraged the citizens to build the canal. Compared to the number of people reported to the county government, the number of people building the canal was 3 times more than before. With so much enthusiasm and so many people accumulating strength to make the choice, Li Zishuan smiled with satisfaction and said, Good. Very good. Once the canal is completed, immediately send someone to inform me. Time waits for no one. Our county needs to start watering the land as soon as possible. This official obeys. Librarian Hu, Constable's son, County Deputy Meng, County Magistrate Wang, and Registrar Zhang all bowed and replied. Chapter 14:11. Young Master, this is the thin-walled glass bottle that you wanted. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Uncle Fu brought over a glass bottle that was spherical at the bottom and cylindrical at the top. The top part of the glass bottle was engraved with threads, which matched with an iron screw cap. When the cap was tight, it could ensure that the air outside the bottle would not enter the bottle. This was the main body of the light bulb that Li Zishuan wanted. Very good. Faubert, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan took the spherical glass bottle and looked it up and down, then smiled at Faubert. Hee. It's a piece of cake, no trouble at all. Faubert smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the glass manufacturing technology in the workshop had matured, and they could manufacture glass of all shapes and sizes. After hesitating for a moment, Faubert asked, I wonder what you intend to do with this glass bottle? Faubert was convinced by Li Zishuan's various strange ideas. Today, Li Zishuan suddenly took out a blueprint and asked him to help him make such a strange glass bottle. Faubert guessed that Li Zishuan must be up to something new. Sure enough, Li Zishuan smiled and said, Faubert, I intend to use this bottle to make a lamp that doesn't need oil or wax. It uses electricity to light it up, so I call it an electric lamp. That's right, Li Zishuan came over today to make an electric lamp. More than 10 days ago, he had promised Mo Huai that when the Ba River Dam in Lantian County was opened, he would make an electric appliance to check if the generator was generating electricity properly, and if the transformer was converting voltage properly. Now that all the canal construction and water wheel installation work in Lantian County had come to an end, he could not go back on his word. So, after leaving the county office, he went straight to the workshop to make an electric lamp. electric lamp? Wow! Yamacho, you're finally going to make an electric lamp? At this moment, Mo Lingwei happened to pass by the corridor. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, she could not help but push the door open and enter, her face full of surprise. Unlike the old Faubert, Mo Lingwei, who was familiar with physics textbooks, naturally knew what the electric lamp that Li Zishuan mentioned was. Because she knew, she was so excited. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei, who had broken in the door, and was speechless. He thought to himself, this girl is always so energetic, he did not know when she would become more ladylike. I'm going to make an electric lamp, what? Ink Girl is interested in this electric lamp? After a pause, Li Zishuan said. Yes. Interested. Of course I'm interested. Previously, I heard from my dad that Yamacho, you were going to make an electric appliance when the generator was running. At that time, I guessed that Yamacho, you were definitely going to make an electric lamp. Mo Lingwei nodded excitedly, secretly congratulating herself for her good luck today. She did not miss such a good show. Li Zishuan smiled and said, since Ink Girl is interested, stay and help me. Wei Er, where are you? At this moment, Yan Xiaoning's shout came from the corridor outside the house. Now that the work at the hydropower station had basically come to an end, the burden on Yan Xiaoning's body had become much lighter. Only then could he have time to wander around, and have time to be intimate with Mo Lingwei. Mo Lingwei could not help but frown when she heard Yan Xiaoning's shout from outside. She snorted a little angrily and did not answer. It seemed that this girl was probably angry with Yan Xiaoning. Faubert was old and experienced. How could he not tell that this young couple was quarreling? He shook his head and smiled and said, young master, there are still some things to do at the steel mill. If there's nothing here, I'll go over. After saying that, he gave Li Zishuan an imperceptible look. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat and he quickly replied, oh. Faubert, if you have something to do, go ahead. But don't tire yourself out. Faubert nodded and pushed the door open. Ink Girl, Xiaoning is calling you. Why didn't you answer? After Faubert left, Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei and asked with a smile. Humph. That block of wood, whoever wants to talk to him can talk to him. I'm not going to talk to him. Mo Lingwei lifted her chin and snorted with her nose. She said in a bad mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yan Xiaoning ran in and went straight to Mo Lingwei. He held the latter's hand and said, Wei, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Don't ignore me. Li Zishuan hurriedly turned around. See no evil, see no evil. In order to prevent these two from taking a step further and doing something out of line, he quickly coughed twice to indicate his presence. Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes at Pang Feiji and quickly pulled her hands back. She took 2 steps back and said, Humph. Why are you still looking for me? I don't want to see you again. Go away. Oh, right, how did you know that I'm here? How did he know? Faubert must have told him just now. Li Zishuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was said that a woman in love had a negative IQ. If it was in the past, Mo Lingwei would definitely not ask such a stupid question. Faubert used to be the manager of the Yen family's workshop. Needless to say, he had a good relationship with Yan Xiaoning. When he saw Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning quarreling, Faubert couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He said that he had something to do just now, but in fact, he wanted to secretly inform Yan Xiaoning. Needless to say, Faubert had also learned bad things. Wei, I said something wrong yesterday. I know that I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Yan Xiaoning took 2 steps forward and said to Mo Lingwei bitterly. Humph. Don't you understand what I said? I don't want to see you again. Go away. Mo Lingwei's face was cold and she was still unmoved. Cough cough. Ink girl, you guys continue. I'll go next door and be the third wheel. As the saying goes, beating is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. Although Mo Lingwei's words meant to keep Mo Lingwei at arm's length, Li Zishuan was an experienced person. How could he not understand that Mo Lingwei was actually full of affection for Yan Xiaoning? Li Zishuan didn't want to stay here and be the third wheel, so he could only go next door and be the third wheel in the laboratory. Ah! Yamacho. I'll go too. Mo Lingwei heard and quickly chased after him. I'll go too. Wei, Xiao Xian, wait for me. Yan Xiaoning saw and chased after them. Li Zishuan, who was outside the room, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He was speechless. He thought to himself, aren't these two clowns here to cause trouble for me? Xiaoning, Ink girl, I can be the third wheel alone. You two don't need to come over and help. Just continue bickering. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at the group of lovebirds. He spread his hands and said helplessly. Who's bickering with him? I don't even know him. Mo Lingwei pouted and said angrily. Yan Xiaoning quickly said, Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? Who's bickering? I'm on good terms with Wei, Wei, I heard that there's an opera troupe in the county. Shall we go and take a look later? The son of the Minister of Works, a straightforward and ruthless technical geek, had now become a little bootlicker. It was really hard to fathom the fate of the world. Li Zishuan shook his head and walked towards the laboratory. He couldn't be bothered with these two anymore. Humph. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Yamacho, wait for me. Xiaoning, go and make 2 holes in this bottle cap. I've already drawn the positions of the holes. As for the size of the holes, you can just use the thickness of this screw. In the laboratory, Li Zishuan passed the cap of the previous glass bottle and a slender screw rod to Yan Xiaoning and instructed him. The workshop didn't have any lathes now, so the screw had to be polished manually. However, since the dam had been built, Li Zishuan might be able to try making all kinds of hydraulic lathes. As for electric lathes, it would probably be a long way to go. Oh. No problem. I'll get it done right away. Yan Xiaoning took the bottle cap and screw and replied. Before he left, he turned to Mo Lingwei and said, Wei, I'm going to the workshop in the front yard. I'll be back in a while. Okay. Mo Lingwei replied softly and didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, the two of them had the same hobby. They both liked to tinker with new things. Once they entered the working state, they would forget about other things. Therefore, Li Zishuan brought them here to be third wheels. In another way, it could be said that he was helping Yan Xiaoning. Ink girl, please cut a small section of this candle. It should be as thin as a pencil and as long as the joint of a pinky finger. Li Zishuan took out a candle and a small knife and handed it over. Okay. Yamacho. Mo Lingwei didn't understand why Li Zishuan wanted to cut a candle, but she was smart enough not to ask. After all, the answer would come out in no time. At this time, Li Zishuan wrapped the middle section of the 2 screw rods with a thin rubber ring. After that, he used a pair of tweezers to hold the screw rods and roasted them over the flame of an alcohol lamp. The rubber ring softened quickly and stuck tightly to the middle section of the screw rods. After that, he took out a piece of charred bamboo wire and carefully fixed the 2 ends of the bamboo wire to the lower end of the screw rods with 2 nuts. At the same time, he bent the bamboo wire into a beautiful arc. At this time, Yan Xiaoning came back from outside. Xiao Xian, here, the bottle cap is done. Do you think it's okay? Yan Xiaoning handed over the bottle cap and screw rods and said. Li Zishuan took it and looked at it seriously. He nodded and praised, "Okay. Not bad. The thickness is just right. Looks like Xiaoning's skills haven't fallen behind." Yan Xiaoning said proudly, "Of course. In this workshop, other than Faubert and you, my skills are definitely the best. TSK. You're boasting shamelessly again. Why don't we have a competition later?" Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and attacked him mercilessly. She could temporarily put aside the conflict between them, but it didn't mean that she could tolerate Yan Xiaoning's boasting. Yan Xiaoning immediately became listless. He quickly remedied and said, "Haha. I was wrong just now. I should say that other than Faubert, Xiao Xian, and you, Wei, my skills are the best in the workshop." Mo Lingwei snorted. Then, she handed the peeled candle in her hand to Li Zishuan and said, "Yamacho, this is the small candle you wanted. Do you think the size is okay?" Li Zishuan took it and smiled. "Okay. It's perfect. Thank you, Ink Girl." Mo Lingwei glanced at Yan Xiaoning proudly and said, "Did you hear that? It's not bad, and it's perfect. Do you know the difference in your heart?" She wanted to say, "Do you know the difference in your heart?" but then she felt that it would be rude to say that, so she removed the word. Ever since Li Zishuan told Cheng Chumo on Arbor Day in March that he would like to plant a tree in your heart on Arbor Day next year, and the name of that tree would be the Force Tree, this phrase became popular in Yanhuang College. Sometimes, even the teachers in the college would say, "Do you know the difference in your heart?" When Li Zishuan found out about this, he felt very helpless. Cheng Chumo was even more unlucky. He was often teased by people with this phrase. God knows how many people in the college had planted a tree in his heart. When Yao Jin heard about this, she was depressed. She even called Cheng Chumo to the backyard and asked him why so many people wanted to plant a tree in his heart. This made Cheng Chumo feel very awkward. He wished he could give Li Zishuan a good beating. However, he had to be able to beat Li Zishuan first. I know the difference in my heart. I know the difference in my heart. Yan Xiaoning quickly said when he saw Mo Lingwei looking at him. Li Zishuan sighed. "All right. Now, everything is ready. The lights will be ready soon." Hearing this, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning stopped bickering and turned their attention to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan put the screw that was connected to the carbonized bamboo wire through the 2 round holes on the bottle cap. Then, he got some rubber, melted it, and stuck it in the tiny gap between the hole of the bottle cap and the screw. This ensured that the bottle cap would remain sealed after it was placed on the glass bottle and would not leak any air. After doing all this, he lit the candle and dropped a few drops of melted wax on the bottle cap. Then, he pressed the candle against the few drops of wax to fix it. Then, he held the bottle cap in one hand and the glass bottle in the other. He quickly turned the bottle cap upside down and tightened it. The oxygen in the air in the bottle was quickly depleted. The burning candle was extinguished as well. This proved that there was no more oxygen in the bottle. Modern light bulbs were filled with inert gas, such as nitrogen, to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Li Zishuan didn't have the conditions to fill it with nitrogen, nor did he have the conditions to empty the air in the light bulb. Therefore, he came up with this simple and convenient method to remove the oxygen in the light bulb. The effect wasn't much different. "Yamacho, I understand now. You're doing this to remove the oxygen in order to prevent the carbonized bamboo wire from burning due to the high temperature after it's electrified, right?" Mo Lingwei was quick-witted. After seeing Li Zishuan's actions, she thought for a while and understood the key point. She couldn't help but be excited. Hee. Ink Girl's intelligence is outstanding. It's admirable. After the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified, it will indeed emit light and heat. I've experimented with this before. However, when the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified in the air, it will quickly burn out. So, let's see if it can continue to emit light for a long time without oxygen. Xiaoning, bring some batteries over. We'll test it immediately. Chapter 14:12. Last year, when Li Zishuan was making telegraphs and voltaic batteries in the workshop, he had used a charcoal bamboo wire to conduct an experiment. The moment the wire was energized, it would emit a bright light. However, it was only for a moment. After that moment of light, the bamboo wire would burn into ashes due to heat. Although the experiment failed, it at least proved that the charcoal bamboo wire could be used as a lamp wire. As long as it was not exposed to oxygen, it could be used to ensure its lifespan. Today, Li Zishuan used candles to consume oxygen to ensure that there was no oxygen in the light bulb. In this way, the light bulb made from charcoal bamboo wire could be used for a very long time. In 1854, a German clockmaker, Henry Gerber, who had immigrated to America, used a piece of charcoal bamboo wire placed in a vacuum glass bottle to make the first practical electric light bulb. It lasted for 400 hours, but he did not apply for a patent in time. In 1874, 2 electrical engineers in Canada applied for a patent for an electric light bulb. Nitrogen gas was placed under a glass bulb, and the carbon rod was energized to emit light. However, they did not have enough money to continue perfecting this invention, so they sold the patent to Edison in 1875. After Edison bought the patent, he tried to improve the lamp wire. Finally, in 1880, he made a charcoal bamboo wire lamp that could last for 1,200 hours. This was already quite impressive. One must know that the lifespan of a tungsten lamp was only around 1,500 hours. Before discovering and mining tungsten ores, using charcoal bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Xiao Xian. I brought the batteries. Is 5 enough? According to Li Zishuan's instructions, Yan Xiaoning carried 5 voltaic batteries and walked into the laboratory. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "It shouldn't be enough. But let's try it out first." The voltaic batteries made by the workshop to energize telegraphs had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. 5 of them in series only had a voltage of about 5 volts. However, the light bulb in his hand was not small. The charcoal bamboo wire inside was wound into a spiral shape, so the length was longer and the resistance was higher. 5 volts and 500 milliamperes of current were probably not enough to light it up. After saying that, Li Zishuan connected the 5 batteries in series. Then, from the top of the light bulb, he pulled out 2 copper wires. One end was connected to the positive electrode, the other end was connected to the negative electrode. Suddenly, the charcoal bamboo wire in the light bulb lit up faintly. This light was not as fleeting as the previous experiment. Instead, it lasted for a long time. Seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's lit. It's lit. Yamacho. The light bulb is really lit. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei saw the faint light from the electric lamp and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Yup. It just feels like the brightness is not enough. Yan Xiaoning looked up and down for a while and said regretfully. That's because the voltage is too low. If we increase the voltage, it will definitely be brighter. At least, it will be brighter than a candle. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Yup. Then can't we just ask Xiao Ningzi to bring a few more batteries? Xiao Ningzi, go quickly. Mo Lingwei pouted and ordered Yan Xiaoning. Okay. Then I'll go get 5 more batteries. In the face of the goddess's will, how could Yan Xiaoning dare to disobey? He quickly stood up and was about to walk out of the house. Speaking of which, the voltaic batteries made of salt water had a very low efficiency. Therefore, every voltaic battery was integrated with many small compartments to ensure that the voltage of each battery could be used. In this way, the weight of each battery was not light. The 5 batteries added together weighed about 10 kilograms. Speaking of which, it was quite difficult for Yan Xiaoning. Seeing this, Li Zishuan quickly said, "Forget it. There's no need. Since the light bulb can keep on, it means that our idea of making the light bulb is correct. It won't be too late to do the experiment when the dam is opened and the generator is officially generating electricity the day after tomorrow. Taking advantage of this time, we need to make a few sets of light bulbs with different voltages and leave them for the experiment with the generator and transformer the day after tomorrow. After all, no one knows what the voltage of the generator is. What's the voltage after the transformer conversion? Speaking of which, what did the Academy lack the most? That would be all kinds of instruments and measuring tools. First of all, due to the limitations of the technological conditions, the various measuring tools in ancient times were actually not accurate. Although the precision of things like rulers, scales, and measuring buckets could meet the daily needs, if used for precision manufacturing, it was far from enough. Now, because of the Ba hydropower station, Lantian County would be able to use electricity very soon. When it came to electricity, it would require measuring instruments such as voltmeters, ammeters, and ohmmeters. These things were not easy to manufacture. Furthermore, the unit standards for these new physical quantities had to be carefully considered and approved by the majority. Li Zishuan planned to gather the elites of the academy and establish the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to unify the old units of measurement and set up a new standard for the new physical quantities. In addition, the measuring tools and measuring instruments used in engineering in the future would require the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to make a standard instrument. All the related instruments would have to be calibrated according to this standard instrument to ensure that the error was within an acceptable range. After the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution was established, Li Zishuan could continue to use the modern units of measurement such as meter, kilometer, gram, kilogram, volt, ampere, watt, kilowatt, and so on. Furthermore, to engage in precision manufacturing in the Tang Dynasty, the first step was not to build machines, but to unify the measurement standards and create more precise measuring tools. Only then could they create more precise machine tools and more precise parts. There was a saying that went, "A little mistake can lead to a great error." This saying was most suitable in the field of precision manufacturing. Oh, that's fine too. But Yamacho, how can we make the voltage of the lamp filament different? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully, then asked doubtfully. Yan Xiaoning also looked at Li Zishuan. Mo Lingwei didn't understand the electricity part of the textbook. If Mo Lingwei didn't understand it, he naturally wouldn't understand it either. Li Zishuan thought for a while and explained, under the same voltage, the lower the resistance of the filament, the higher the current passing through it. For example, if we connect a wire directly to the positive and negative ends of a battery, although the voltage of the battery is small, the resistance of the wire is close to zero. The current passing through it will be infinite, and the temperature of the wire and the battery will increase rapidly. Therefore, the higher the resistance, the higher the voltage it can withstand. The reason why I made the filament into a spiral shape is to increase the length of the filament. The longer the filament, the higher the resistance. On the other hand, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is equivalent to an inductor. In a DC stabilized circuit, the inductor is equivalent to a short circuit, and the resistance is negligible. But in a sinusoidal alternating current, the inductor will form a certain resistance to the current. There will be voltage on both sides, and there will also be current passing through. The lower the frequency of the sinusoidal alternating current, the lower the resistance of the inductor, which is equivalent to a low-pass filter. Therefore, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is more beneficial to increase the voltage of the bulb. Mo Lingwei listened and digested it seriously for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes. Yamacho, I understand. Then let me make the electric lamps with different voltage values." She saw the whole process of Li Zishuan making the electric lamps. Overall, it wasn't difficult, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan nodded and stood up. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Ink Girl. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yen Xiaoning and walked out of the door. He. Wei Er, I'll help you. Humph. Who needs your help? No. You see, we can't let a girl like you do this kind of rough work, right? That makes sense. Outside the house, Li Zishuan heard the conversation between the two and could not help but shake his head. He sighed as he walked. Sigh. What a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Open the gate. Let the water flow. 2 days later. All the construction of the canals and the installation of the water wheel in Lantian County had been completed. In Lantian County, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land that had been dry for more than half a month could finally be nourished again. Next to the Ba River Dam, under Li Zishuan's command, a gate of the dam was opened. The surging river water in the dam rolled down, and the water flowed directly into the canals through the water wheel. Then, it flowed along the canals happily and surged forward. There's water. There's water. There's finally water flowing into the fields. That's great. That's great. Marquis is merciful. Otherwise, with this year's drought, our crops might not be harvested at all. Yes. Yes. I heard that Marquis spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash to build this dam. And this canals, I heard that the cement used in it was all provided by Marquis himself. This stuff can't even be bought outside, but Marquis used it to build our canals. We must remember Marquis's kindness for the rest of our lives. That's a must. To have such a good Marquis, our ancestors must have burned incense to thank them. Whoever doesn't remember Marquis's kindness is an ingrate and should be poked in the back. Looking at the large amount of water flowing into the newly built cement canals, the onlookers on the banks of the Ba River burst into cheers. County Magistrate He, immediately send people to each village to see if there's any problem with the water. If there's any problem, report to me immediately. On the bank, Li Zishuan ordered with his hands behind his back. It was said that Lantian County was the first county around Chang'an City to divert water into the fields. The main reason was that the canals were built early and the canals were completed early. And because of the dam, Lantian County had an abundant water source, which provided a huge convenience. So, while other counties were busy building canals and loading water trucks, Lantian County had already diverted the water from the Ba River Dam into the fields. County Magistrate He's face was glowing. Lantian County was the first county to divert water into the fields. As a county magistrate, he was also proud. In the end, it was not in vain that he had led all the officials in the county yamen to work hard for the past few days. Hearing Li Zishuan's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to be stationed at each village. They will be here soon to report the situation to me." Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad. Then report to me later. Yamacho, a generator has started operating. The relays and transformers have been installed. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei walked over from the embankment of the dam and said to Li Zishuan. Try. Of course, I have to try. Li Zishuan was shocked. Opening the dam to release water and irrigate the fields was important, but whether the generator could generate electricity was even more important. This was related to whether Lantian County could be directly brought from the age of agriculture to the age of electricity. He took 2 steps forward and said, Mr. Mo, in a while, use the relay switch to cut off the generator's output power. Then, connect the lights in parallel and turn on the relay switch to see if the lights can be turned on properly. The generator outputs high-voltage alternating current. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. You must be careful when using electricity. It's best to wear insulated rubber gloves. Mo Huai nodded solemnly and said, Yamacho. I understand. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the dam's control room. After a while, under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, someone began to set up electric wires by the riverbank. There were more than 10 fist-sized glass balls on the wires. The crowd couldn't help but discuss. What is Marquis doing? These wires don't look like hemp rope. Of course they're not hemp rope. The wires are wrapped in rubber. As for what's inside, that's unknown. Rubber? This thing was very precious. I wonder what's inside. Marquis is willing to spend so much. I want to know what those glass balls are for. I feel like Marquis is going to do something new again. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The Yanhuang College teachers who came to watch the ceremony were all clenching their fists tightly. They prayed in their hearts that the first generator experiment would succeed. The construction of the generator and the power station could not be done without the silent efforts of the teachers of the college. The dam could be built by the people as long as the drawings were drawn. However, the hydropower station was different. It required the guidance of someone who was proficient in this field. As the first trump card project of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college, especially the teachers of the physics department, had contributed a lot of energy to the construction of the hydropower station over the past few months. As for whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on the experiment today. Yamacho, everything is ready. Do you want to turn on the switch and turn on the lights? An hour later, Mo Huai walked over and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan as he asked. Turn on the lights. Be careful. Li Zishuan secretly clenched his hands and nodded. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Chapter 14:13. Master, let me do it. Lantian County, in front of the Ba River Dam. Li Zishuan ordered and was about to turn on the relay switch for the generator's output power when Mo Chui stepped forward and cupped his fists at Mo Huai. The ancients were particular about respecting their teachers. Li Zishuan said that the generator produced high-voltage electricity, and any carelessness could cost one's life. That was why Mo Chui volunteered. Mo Huai smiled and immediately refused. No need. This electromagnetic relay uses a weak current to control a strong current. It won't be dangerous. Besides, if something happens, my reaction speed is much faster than yours. Li Zishuan nodded when he heard that. The electromagnetic relay was indeed an automatic switch that used a smaller current and a lower voltage to control a larger current and a higher voltage. There was no danger in itself. This kind of switch was often used in strong current working environments. That was why Li Zishuan had asked Mo Huai and the others to make this thing in advance more than half a month ago. After Mo Huai finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the dam. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the electric lights on the riverbank suddenly lit up, but soon there was the sound of explosions. 4 light bulbs exploded. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was prepared and did not let anyone stand near the light bulbs. Otherwise, the glass shards that shot out in all directions would have pierced their flesh and would have either died or been injured. However, the other 6 light bulbs lit up normally. Other than the difference in brightness, there was nothing unusual about them. The light bulbs are on. Our generator is a success. Mo Huai looked at the 6 light bulbs and said excitedly. Oh! It's a success. We've succeeded. The teachers of the Yanhuang Academy burst into loud cheers at this moment. They had succeeded. Under Li Zishuan's guidance, they had successfully created electricity. This achievement was enough to go down in history. When the onlookers on the shore saw the transparent glass ball suddenly emit a strong light, they could not help but exclaim. Quick! Look! That glass ball is glowing. Oh my God! Marquis made a glowing glass ball. This is amazing. No! It seemed that Marquis wasn't the only one who did it. All the teachers from Yanhuang College seemed to have participated as well. Yanhuang College is indeed a place of immortals. The people who come from there are indeed different. They all have immortal means. Isn't it? Other people could turn stone into gold, but the teachers from Yanhuang College were able to turn a non-luminous glazed ball into a luminous pearl. It's truly the work of a god. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cheers of the academy and the exclamations of the surrounding people. He said to Mo Huai and the others, although only a few light bulbs have been lit, this shows that our thinking and methods are correct. We have already taken a small step toward success. Next, with everyone's joint efforts, we will definitely be able to make the electricity generated by the Ba hydropower station supply the entire Lantian. Today's era of electricity will be started by us. Good. Yamacho said it well. Our Yanhuang College will be the first to create electricity and let all the people use it. Huh. With this electric light, you won't find the light dim when you read at night. That's right. With the electric light, the academy can let the students attend classes at night in the future. The teachers from the academy cheered loudly. What did cultured people like to do the most? Needless to say, it was definitely reading. At this moment, most of the teachers saw the electric light and couldn't help but think of reading. When Li Zishuan heard this, he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the students because the evening self-study era of Yanhuang College was about to begin. It might be difficult for the power of this hydropower station to supply the entire Lantian County, but it was not a problem to supply Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain. At that time, the students would definitely have to start the evening self-study at night. Thinking back to when Li Zishuan was in school, the evening self-study was his most painful memory. Obviously, he was tired from the day and wanted to rest, but the teacher didn't let him. Instead, he had to suffer in the several hours of evening self-study. Just thinking about it made him suffer. Now, he could finally pass this sin on to his students. This feeling of gloating, hee, humph. You brat. Fortunately, I usually treat you generously, but now that you have something good here, you forget about me. Just when everyone was feeling very proud, Li Erlong walked with 2 guards behind him. Unknowingly, he walked behind Li Zishuan and then said in a bad mood. Li Zishuan was shocked. He secretly wondered how old Li could appear and disappear so mysteriously. This person was scaring people to death. This subject greets your majesty. Li Zishuan quickly came back to his senses and bowed. Greetings your majesty. Greetings your majesty. The shore of Bar River, which was noisy just now, immediately quieted down. The teachers from Yanhuang College and the onlookers all bowed to Li Erlong. Li Erlong waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Today, I came only to see the electricity produced by Yanhuang College." He had also received news yesterday that the Bar River Dam would be opened today and Li Zishuan would use this opportunity to test the power generation function of the generator. As for the new electric light bulb, it was an unexpected surprise to him. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Why did your majesty say that?" This subject originally wanted to wait for the generator power to be stable and then connect the wires to the palace. At that time, the palace can also use electric lights. The relevant technology is not mature yet, and the palace is an important place in the empire. This subject does not dare to take the risk. These words were obviously nonsense that he had spouted on the spot. But to be honest, Li Erping had always treated him well. His stubborn temper had caused him quite a bit of trouble, but Li Erping had always forgiven him. Not only that, he had become a marquis at such a young age. In addition to his official position, he had also received many other rewards, such as mineral resources. Even if Li Erping didn't mention these things, Li Zishuan would still be grateful. It was said that the imperial family was the most ruthless, but Li Erlong was impeccable to his subject. Most of the time, Li Zishuan was more like an elder in his heart, not the ruler of a country. Therefore, when the power generation technology of the hydropower station matured, it would definitely be connected to the palace. Hearing this, Li Erlong nodded in satisfaction and said, "Humph. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, but with your words, Zhen's heart feels a little better." This electric light can really be called a divine object. This thing is brighter than candles and oil lamps. With it, the night can be as bright as day. Oil lamps burn oil and candles burn wax. Could it be that this electric light burns electricity? Li Zishuan nodded and replied, replying to your majesty. This electric light consumes electricity and does not burn electricity. This subject has said before that in the universe, energy is conserved. The reason why this electric light can emit light is nothing more than the conversion of electricity into light energy. Electricity? Light energy? Li Erlong muttered and then asked doubtfully, could it be that this light has energy? This was the first time he heard the term light energy. In his opinion, sunlight could be seen every day, so how could there be energy? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, this light is originally a type of energy. According to this subject's knowledge, the reason why this plant can grow is because it relies on the energy brought by sunlight. It combines a component in the air with water to form organic matter that is beneficial for plant growth. Therefore, plant growth generally cannot be separated from water and sunlight. Li Erlong raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the first time he heard that plants relied on the absorption of light energy to grow. Although he was somewhat skeptical, he did not delve deeper into this issue. He turned to look at the electric light that was hung up. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He could not help but say, good stuff. Good stuff. Quickly set up all your power stations. We look forward to the citizens of Tang Empire being able to use electricity and electric lights. At that time, you will become a subject that brings light to the citizens of this world, and we will become an emperor that brings light to the citizens of this world. Ha! Li Zishuan bowed and said, This subject obeys your majesty. Bringing light to the people of this world, what a heavy and great ideal. At this time, Li Erlong looked at the surging river water in the ditch and said with emotion, Back then, you spent a huge amount of money to build this dam. Who knows how many people talked about you being a wastrel behind your back. Today, no one would have thought that because of this dam, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land and tens of thousands of citizens of Lantian County were saved. Today, Lantian County has become the first county in the entire Guangzhou region to successfully divert water from a ditch. Marquis Yong, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty's words are too serious. The reason why Lantian County was able to successfully divert water so quickly was definitely not because of this subject's efforts alone. The officials of Lantian County and the tens of thousands of citizens of the 50 over villages of Lantian County all contributed greatly. Without their hard work and rushing work day and night, even if this subject had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be impossible for this subject to clear the ditch and successfully divert water in such a short time. When County Magistrate He and the rest heard Li Zishuan mention themselves in front of Li Erlong, all of them stood up straight. Their hearts were also in their throats and they were extremely excited. When Li Erlong heard this, he looked indifferently at County Magistrate He and the rest of the people standing by the side. He nodded lightly and said, Who has contributed and who has not contributed, we know in our hearts. However, this cement ditch of yours does indeed look much better than normal ditches. If it wasn't for the limited amount of cement produced by your workshop, we would have planned to promote this cement ditch in other places. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Your Majesty, rest assured. In less than 2 years, the cement produced by Lantian County will definitely be able to satisfy the needs of the entire Tang Empire. Here, he played a little trick. He said Lantian County and not the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. The deeper meaning in his words could only be understood by those who were as meticulous as hair. Good. Then, we shall wait for your good news. Hee hee. Shouting, did you quarrel with Ink Girl again recently? After Li Erlong left, the riverbank of Bar River also began to clean up the area. The light bulbs and wires were all removed. Otherwise, if some naughty child accidentally touched the wires, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan walked to Yan Xiaoning's side and asked with a smile. No. No. We are all fine. Yan Xiaoning was startled and quickly replied. Li Zishuan obviously did not believe him and said, hee hee. Xiaoning, why aren't you telling me the truth? Both of you are straightforward people. How can I not tell if you are quarreling or not? Tell me. Maybe I can help you and give you some advice. Otherwise, if that girl goes crazy, you won't be able to afford it. Don't blame me for not reminding you when that time comes. Sigh. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Yan Xiaoning paused and couldn't help but sigh and said, actually, it's not a big deal. Maybe I said something wrong earlier and made her angry? She should be fine in 2 days. Li Zishuan asked curiously, said something wrong? What did you say? Yan Xiaoning thought for a while as if he was recalling something. After a while, he said, that day, Wei Er suddenly told me that she had a dream the night before. She dreamed that there was a pair of intertwined branches growing in her courtyard. Intertwined branches? Could it be that the Mo family's girl wanted to get married? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be surprised. Intertwined branches referred to a kind of plant where the branches of 2 trees grew together. It was also known as the acacia tree, the husband and wife tree, and the life and death tree. It was a metaphor for the love between husband and wife. In the natural world, this kind of tree was quite rare. Then what did you say to her at that time? Li Zishuan asked. Yan Xiaoning scratched his head awkwardly and said, at that time, I just remembered that I had a strange dream the night before, so she asked me to tell her about it. I clearly remember that before I told her about it, her face was full of happiness. But after I finished, she immediately turned hostile and wanted to kill me in the Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan became more and more curious. Wasn't it just telling each other about the dream? Why did they quarrel with each other? So he quickly asked again, Xiaoning, what dream did you have that night? Yan Xiaoning said weakly, I dreamed that Wei Er was eating shit. I couldn't stop her. Xiao Xian, don't you think it's strange? When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I know that Yan Xiaoning is a straight man, I didn't expect you to be this straight. You really dare to say anything. After you said this sentence, Ink Girl didn't kill you. You're really lucky. After a long silence, Li Zishuan sighed faintly and said, no. Xiao Xian. I was just telling the truth. I didn't deliberately distort the truth. Why are you blaming me? Yan Xiaoning said anxiously. Li Zishuan said angrily, if I were Ink Girl, even if I didn't beat the shit out of you, I would have said, sorry, I stole your food. What do you mean? *CK, Xiao Xian, are you scolding me? Yan Xiaoning was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and immediately jumped up. Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. No matter what, Yan Xiaoning was still his brother. If he needed to help him, he had to help him. Thus, he said with a serious expression, Xiaoning, before the two of you fell out, did you and Miss Mo experience anything out of the ordinary? No. We usually only wander around the Cloud Mountain. What's different about it? Yan Xiaoning shook his head without thinking. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if you encountered anything unusual. Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly said loudly, oh. I remember now. The day before, I went to the Han family manor with Wei Er and happened to bump into Xiao Xian's guard, Pang Feiji, and his fiancée. At that time, they were busy preparing for the wedding. He even invited us to attend the wedding banquet together on the day of the wedding. But Wei Er seemed a little unhappy at that time. That's right. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and then said something earth-shattering, Xiaoning, it's not that I want to criticize you, but Miss Mo and you are congenial. The two of you have been together for so long, so you know each other's backgrounds and understand each other's intentions. Now that she saw someone else getting married, Ink Girl definitely wants to get married too. I didn't expect you to be so unromantic. No wonder she was so angry. Chapter 14:14. Get married? After hearing Li Zishuan say that Mo Lingwei wanted to get married, Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and fell silent. Humans weren't plants and couldn't be emotionless. No matter how low his EQ was, he could still feel Mo Lingwei's feelings for him. However, even though they usually got along well, it was hard for Yan Xiaoning to accept it when it came to marriage. Or rather, his brain couldn't wrap itself around it and he wasn't mentally prepared. Seeing this, Li Zishuan frowned slightly and said, "Xiaoning, do you want to let Ink Girl down? Even though Ink Girl usually orders you around, she never allows anyone to speak ill of you behind your back. Everyone can see her feelings for you. If you let her down, I'll be the first to look down on you as a brother." Yan Xiaoning quickly waved his hand and said, "No. How would I dare to let her down? I'm just worried that if I marry her, with her personality, I'll be bullied by her every day in the future. Moreover, her father's martial arts are so high, even on par with yours. If I fight back when she bullies me, won't her father tear me apart when he finds out?" Li Zishuan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What kind of twisted logic was this? Did the fact that your father-in-law was too powerful become the reason why you don't dare to get married? If Mo Huai finds out, he'll definitely come over and kill you right now. Then, Xiaoning, do you dare to fight back when Ink Girl bullies you? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan asked. Yan Xiaoning was startled and immediately answered, "I. A good man doesn't fight with women. I, Yan Xiaoning, am a man. Why would I stoop to the level of a woman?" Li Zishuan smiled and asked again, "If another woman bullies you like Ink Girl, would you be willing?" Yan Xiaoning glared and said, "Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? I don't even know other women. Why would they bully me for no reason? Besides, I'm not a masochist. After hearing what you said, I'll have to endure anyone's anger, right? Let me tell you, that's not it. Can. At this moment, Li Zishuan clapped his hands and laughed. To sum up what you said just now, you're willing to be bullied by Miss Mo, but you're unwilling to be bullied by other girls. Since that's the case, why are you still hesitating, Xiaoning? Hurry up and marry Ink Girl. Otherwise, if your father takes a fancy to another noble young lady and proposes marriage to her, then wouldn't you be unwilling for the rest of your life?" Yan Xiaoning was stunned. Although he felt that there might be something wrong with Li Zishuan's words, he couldn't find anything to refute at the moment. Instead, he faintly felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Seeing Li Zishuan's burning gaze on him, Yan Xiaoning was silent for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "That's reasonable. Then I'll go back and discuss it with my father. I'll ask him to propose marriage to Mr. Mo." That's right. Xiaoning, I'll definitely give you a big gift on your wedding day. Li Zishuan laughed heartily when he heard this. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, he was happy to see Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei get together. Moreover, these two people were the bystanders. Although they were in love with each other, if others didn't speak up, they wouldn't know when they would get together. Although Mo Lingwei's personality was a little domineering, this was a case of one willing to be beaten and the other willing to be beaten. Yan Xiaoning's eyes were a little blank as he stood there in a daze. Li Zishuan patted his shoulder and walked forward with a smile. "Hey! That's not right. Xiao Xian. Why do I have to be bullied? I can. Wang Er is here. Everyone, splash him. Yes. Splash him. Who asked him to be the last? No. My mother didn't let me play in the water. I waited for a long time before sneaking out. I don't care. Everyone, let's splash him together. In the evening, Li Zishuan accompanied Han Yushi for a walk in the fields. As the sun was setting, the cement ditches in Lantian County were all filled with water. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think of his previous life when he was young. Every summer, the farmland in the village needed to be irrigated by water from the river. The village's canal just happened to pass by his house, and he would often play with his friends in the canal for the whole afternoon. Of course, playing with water was fun for a while, but after playing, he would definitely get beaten up when he returned home. Wife, do you think these children will be beaten when they come home drenched? Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Zishuan's lips curled into a smile, and then he said to Han Yushi who was beside him. In his words, there was more of a gloating element. As someone who slept beside him, how could Han Yushi not hear the gloating in Li Zishuan's tone? She rolled her eyes at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, why do I feel that you'll still be happy when these children get beaten up when they return home?" "Ha! My wife is indeed smart." Li Zishuan squeezed Han Yushi's little hand and said with a smile, "Heaven has always been fair. Some people work hard when they're young, but they won't suffer in their old age. Some people only know how to eat, drink, and play when they're young, but they can only suffer in their old age. By the same logic, these naughty children are playing in the canal now. When they return, they'll naturally be punished to kneel and be beaten up." Pfft! Han Yushi couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She said, "Husband, you're full of twisted logic. How can playing in the water have anything to do with heaven's unfairness?" Li Zishuan smiled and then said seriously, "Of course, heaven is fair. It's precisely because I've been single for more than 10 years that I got such a beautiful wife." Han Yushi's cheeks were slightly red, and she couldn't help but say, "Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Let's go back quickly. Don't let mother and father wait too long." They had already moved back to the Marquis residence in the county seat of Lantian County from the Cloud Mountain Villa. They would only stay here occasionally when there was something going on in the Cloud Mountain Villa. Usually, they would stay in the county seat. Okay. Let's go back. There was water, electricity, and electric lights. Next, they would start using electric lights on a small scale in Yanhuang College. Previously, when they were doing experiments on the banks of the Bar River, 4 of the 10 light bulbs had exploded. The impedance of the 4 light bulbs was too small, and a large amount of heat had accumulated inside the light bulbs in a very short period of time. Naturally, they would explode. Li Zishuan later asked someone to record the technical parameters of the light bulbs with stable brightness. He also asked the workshop to produce a batch of light bulbs of this standard with all their efforts. In recent days, the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College had also begun to teach the students about the safety of electricity use from time to time. The purpose was to ensure that when electric lights were introduced to the college, the students' lives wouldn't be in danger because of improper electricity use. At the same time, on the side of the road from the Bar River to Yanhuang College, electric poles made of cement and steel were erected. After the poles were erected, they began to set up the electric wires. Speaking of electric wires, it was really a troublesome matter. Although Yunshan was less than 3 miles away from the Bar River hydropower station, in this less than 3 miles distance, the copper core in the photoelectric wires weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Because it involved long-distance transmission of electricity, it definitely couldn't use very thin copper wires. It had to be thick copper wires. More than 2,000 pounds of high-quality brass, and it was only connected to Yunshan, but it required so much brass. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. One had to know that in this era, brass was considered a precious metal. Its main use was to make coins. Just to get more than 2,000 pounds of brass, Li Zishuan had to go through a lot of trouble. This was because there were basically no merchants in the outside world who had the ability to get such a large amount of brass. One had to know that from the Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties, bronze had always been a symbol of the status of the emperor and the feudal lords. After the Han dynasty, with the progress and development of the social economy and trade, the currency value of copper became prominent, and the use of copper increased rapidly. China was a country poor in copper. In ancient times, it was very difficult to find copper. The production and use of copper had a great impact on society. The production of copper in the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties was an important source of government revenue. Because of this, copper in this era was regarded as a strategic resource controlled by the country. Ordinary people not only didn't use copper, but also couldn't get more than 1,000 pounds of brass. The Tang dynasty not only prohibited private copper mining, but also prohibited private merchants and craftsmen from privately making copper. However, because copper was still popular in daily life, it was profitable to make copper. The old Tang book recorded, in the south of Jianghu, copper is everywhere. People in the marketplace pursue profits. A single coin can be used as several vessels, and the profit is 3 to 4 times. The distant people don't know the law, so they think it's normal. Therefore, the ban on copper has to be strict. Every 1,000 pounds of copper sold is 6 caddies of copper. If it's used to make miscellaneous vessels, it's more than 6,000 pounds. The profit is great, so it's easy to sell. The general idea was that the profit of destroying copper coins to make copper could be 3 to 6 times. 6 caddies of copper coins were worth 1,000, and the vessels could be sold for 6,000. The face value of the currency was not as good as the value of the raw materials, so some people specialized in the business of destroying money to make vessels. From this, it could be seen that in this era, brass was not only a rare item, but also a noble item. It was impossible for people to take out more than 1,000 pounds of brass. Even if someone could, they wouldn't use this expensive brass to make wires. Although Li Zishuan could also throw all 2,000 pounds of copper coins into the furnace to be recast, he didn't do so because he felt that it was disrespectful to the currency itself. Moreover, destroying copper coins without permission was against the law in the Tang dynasty. He didn't want to be caught by his political enemies. In the end, Li Zishuan had no other choice but to go to the palace to see Li Er and ask for the brass. This was because he remembered that when the Wu-nation's diplomatic mission met Li Er, they had once offered tens of thousands of pounds of brass. The current Li Er definitely didn't lack copper. At first, when Li Er heard Li Zishuan's intentions, he was naturally unwilling to give it to him. However, Li Zishuan said at that time, "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty has now fully used Tang yuan. The demand for copper coins will decrease year by year. The brass produced by the Tang dynasty every year should be used on the righteous path. You have to know that the best conductor of electricity in the world, other than silver, is copper. Using copper to make wires to conduct electricity is the wisest choice." Furthermore, this subject first went forward to offer the blueprint of the water wheel and save the people of Guangzhou from the abyss of suffering. Your Majesty, as the holy emperor of this generation, will naturally reward you for your contributions and punish you for your mistakes. This subject doesn't ask for other rewards, only for your Majesty to reward this subject with 10,000 pounds of brass. In the end, Li Zishuan's self-praising and shameless method of asking for rewards made Li Er so angry that he laughed. Old Li angrily scolded Li Zishuan and then chased the latter out of the palace. However, not long after Li Zishuan returned to the marquis residence, an eunuch from the palace came to the marquis residence to announce the imperial edict. The imperial edict was to reward Li Zishuan for his contribution to the water wheel. There was no promotion or nobility, only a reward of 5,000 pounds of brass. After Old Man Li and Yi Guozhong heard this strange imperial edict, their eyes widened and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Li Zishuan felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Although Old Li didn't give him 10,000 pounds of brass and only 5,000 pounds of brass, 5,000 pounds was enough. Previously, when he asked Li Er for 10,000 pounds of brass in the palace, Li Zishuan had opened his mouth wide and left a lot of room for negotiation. Li Er being able to take out 5,000 pounds of brass in the end, Li Zishuan was already quite satisfied. With the brass, the next step was to make the wires. The outer coil of the wires needed to be wrapped with a layer of insulating material. In modern times, the insulating material on the outside of the wires was PVC. It was made from ethylene, acrylic, and other monomers that were obtained by cracking oil and then by polymerization and other chemical reactions. Although it was easy to find oil in Tang Dynasty, the technology to decompose oil wasn't fully available yet. Therefore, Li Zishuan directly used rubber as the insulating layer of the wires. He had used this method before, but in the past, the wires used for experiments didn't consume much rubber. But now, the 3 miles of wires required a huge amount of rubber. Even the rich and imposing Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel distressed. The main thing was that rubber was too difficult to obtain. If he used this rubber to make a football, the football he made would definitely be able to sell for tens of thousands of strings of cash. At this time, Li Zishuan realized that if he wanted to promote the use of electricity in Tang Dynasty, the technology was very important, but the raw materials were also very, very important. He had to be self-sufficient. If he blindly relied on imports, not only would it cause the cost to soar, but it would also allow others to easily choke him. This was something Li Zishuan was very unwilling to see. Prepare the horse. This marquis wants to go to Chang'an. Thinking about the source of rubber, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a person. He quickly ordered the 2 brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. In the future, he would definitely organize the elite forces of the academy and the workshop to overcome the difficulties and extract oil. However, he had to be self-sufficient with rubber too. He had to grasp both sides. Yes. Marquis. Chapter 14-15. Chang'an City, Yinshou Square, a house with 3 entrances. Second young master, Marquis Yong, and is waiting for you in the side hall. At noon, Feng Zhidai came back from his duty in the palace. As the vice minister of the guard, he had to accompany the emperor every day, but he still had more than 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. At this moment, Feng Zhidai had just walked into the courtyard when his guard, Mu, hurriedly came forward and greeted him. Marquis Yong. Feng Zhidai was startled and said, "How long has he been here? Why didn't you inform me in the palace?" Mu cupped his fist and said, "Young master, Marquis Yong, has been here for an hour. He didn't allow me to inform you, saying that I can't delay your work in the palace." Feng Zhidai was filled with questions, but he knew that Mu wouldn't be able to answer some of them. He could only nod and said, "Okay. I got it. Quickly prepare the tea." Prepare the tea. Huh. Isn't it boring to have tea but no wine? The best tea in the world is the immortal tea. This immortal tea is a rare treasure to others, but to me, it's very common. Vice Minister Feng, why don't you get someone to bring a pot of iced tea and we can chat while drinking? How about that? As they were talking, Li Zishuan's sharp ears heard the commotion outside. He walked out of the side hall and looked at Feng Zhidai with a smile. Feng Zhidai saw Li Zishuan coming out and quickly went forward to greet him. "Greetings to Marquis. I didn't know that Marquis was here, so I didn't welcome you personally. I hope that Marquis will forgive me." Li Zishuan was the founding Marquis, and he was also the 3rd-rank junior guardian of the Crown Prince. Feng Zhidai was just a vice minister of guards, so of course he should call himself a subordinate. At this moment, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Haha. I came uninvited. Vice Minister Feng, please don't blame me for being rude." Feng Zhidai quickly said that he didn't dare. His attitude was very respectful, and then he ordered the guard beside him, Mu. "Go and prepare 2 pots of iced wine and some side dishes. I want to have a few drinks with Marquis." "Yes. Young master." Mu cupped his fists and left after receiving the order. Feng Zhidai extended his hand and said, "Marquis, please. My humble abode is simple and crude. I hope that Marquis won't take offense if I neglect anything. As Li Zishuan walked, he laughed meaningfully and said, "Haha. A mountain is not high, but it is famous because of immortals. As long as there is a dragon, the water will be spiritual." Whether the house was simple or not was not important. What was important was a person's character. Although this house isn't luxurious, the decorations inside are unique, showing that the owner of this house is wise and virtuous. Feng Zhidai quickly said, "Marquis, you flatter me. I, Feng Zhidai, am nothing but a boor. I am not as good as Marquis in terms of literature and martial arts. In front of Marquis, how can I, Feng Zhidai, be worthy of the words Hui Jin Zhiyu, Wei Xian? Ha! Humble. Feng Shaoqing is really humble." Under Feng Zhidai's warm invitation, Li Zishuan entered the house. The two of them sat down. After a while, the dishes were served. It was noon. Feng Zhidai thought about what Amu said earlier. Li Zishuan had been waiting here for more than an hour. From Lantian County to Chang'an City, it would take at least an hour. So, he guessed that Li Zishuan must have not had lunch. So, he invited Li Zishuan to have lunch together. Li Zishuan didn't refuse. He picked up his chopsticks, raised his wine cup, and drank with Feng Zhidai. For a moment, the atmosphere was quite lively. However, from the beginning to the end, Feng Zhidai did not ask Li Zishuan about his intentions. He was a smart person. He knew that if Li Zishuan was willing to say it, he would definitely say it himself. If he was not willing to say it, then it would be pointless to ask. Today, drinking with Feng Shaoqing reminded me of an interesting story. I wonder if Feng Shaoqing has heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zishuan suddenly looked at Feng Zhidai with a burning gaze and asked in a serious tone. "Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine?" Feng Zhidai's eyes flashed. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Marquis, forgive me for my lack of knowledge. Although I have read the records of the 3 kingdoms, I have never heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine. If Marquis is willing to explain, I will listen with all ears." This time, it was Li Zishuan's turn to be stunned. Never heard of discussing heroes while drinking wine? It shouldn't be. Brother, haven't you read history books? Oh, that's not right. Li Zishuan suddenly realized that regarding the history of the 3 kingdoms, the records of the 3 kingdoms was the official history. The romance of the 3 kingdoms was at most a story that contained the author's strong personal feelings. In the records of the 3 kingdoms, there was no such thing as discussing heroes while drinking wine. The author of the romance of the 3 kingdoms was from the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. At that time, he was not even born yet. It was normal for Feng Zhidai not to have heard of this story. Ahem. This is just a small story that I heard on the street. Since Feng Shaoqing is in the mood today, I will tell you about it. Li Zishuan recovered from his contemplation and coughed lightly. He organized his thoughts and began to speak. After Cao Cao killed Lu Bu at the White Gate Tower, he brought Lu, Guan, and Zhang back to Xuchang. At that time, Liu Bei said that he was the descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan and the great-great-grandson of Emperor Shaojing. Emperor Xian and Liu Bei were relatives and called Liu Bei imperial uncle. At that time, Emperor Xian realized that Cao Cao was not loyal to him. Therefore, he sent an edict to Dong Qingyi to get rid of Cao Cao. Dong Qingyi secretly collaborated with Liu Bei and other officials to get rid of Cao Cao. Cao Cao's advisors advised Cao Cao to get rid of Liu Bei as soon as possible so that Liu Bei would not become powerful in the future. Cao Cao said, "Everything is within my control. Why should I be afraid?" In reality, he still had some concerns. Liu Bei's benevolence and righteousness were known throughout the world. On the other hand, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were ferocious generals. Therefore, Cao Cao invited Liu Bei to a small pavilion to drink wine and chat. Green plums were placed on a plate and a bottle of wine was boiled. The two sat across from each other and drank to their heart's content. Halfway through the wine, dark clouds suddenly appeared and rain gathered. Chow Chow and Xuanda leaned against the railing and watched from afar. Chow Chow said, "So that you can know the changes of the dragon?" Xuanda said, "I don't know the details." Chow Chow said, "The dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. When it is big, it can rise and breathe out fog. When it is small, it can hide. When it rises, it can soar in the universe. When it hides, it can hide in the waves." In the depths of spring, the dragon took the opportunity to change. At first, Feng Zhidai did not pay much attention to this story. He felt that this story was really something that Li Zishuan heard from the streets. This was because there were many places in the story that did not fit the historical facts. It was as if the original narrator of this story was intentionally belittling Chow Chow. Therefore, Feng Zhidai only treated this story as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, after Li Zishuan's narration, Feng Zhidai's expression turned serious. This was because he vaguely felt that Li Zishuan was insinuating that Li Zishuan was using Liu Bei, who kept a low profile and pretended to be a fool. He was insinuating that his father, the chief steward of Gaozhou and Duke Geng, Feng Ang. "Feng Shaoqing, do you think Liu Bei is really afraid of thunder or is he just pretending?" After a few cups of wine, Li Zishuan finally finished telling the story of discussing heroes while drinking wine. Then, he looked at Feng Zhidai and asked meaningfully. Feng Zhidai knew that he had to make his stance clear. Otherwise, he would also become the Liu Bei who pretended to be a fool and conspired to become the ruler of the world. Marquis, Liu Bei may seem like a righteous person on the surface, but he is actually a scheming and despicable person who covets the throne. The people of the Feng family are all honest and upright and have been loyal for generations. If we were born a few hundred years earlier, the people of the Feng family would never associate themselves with Liu Bei. Previously, when I was in Lingnan, my father had admonished me more than once. He said that in today's world, the four seas were at peace, and the common people were living and working in peace. They could finally enjoy the peace of the Golden Age. As His Majesty's subjects, the people of the Feng family must be loyal and responsible to protect the peace of His Majesty and the Great Tang. There are many tribes in Lingnan and it has always been difficult to manage them. My father is the chief steward of Gaozhou. Normally, the way he handles matters may cause some people to criticize him, but my father doesn't care. My father believes that the current emperor is wise. He believes that as long as he can protect Lingnan for His Majesty, all criticism will vanish in front of His Majesty. Clap. 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 Good. Well said, Feng Zhidai. I have heard that Duke Geng's loyalty is unparalleled and that the people of the Feng family are all good men. Let's drink to these words. Li Zishuan clapped and laughed. Actually, the reason why he told the story of Chow Chow discussing heroes while drinking wine was to secretly test Feng Zhidai. Although it was impossible to accurately gauge a person's character and inner thoughts through words, a person's eyes would not lie under normal circumstances. When Feng Zhidai was speaking just now, Li Zishuan had focused 120% of his attention on observing Feng Zhidai's eyes. When the latter was speaking, his eyes were sincere and there was no evasiveness at all. Theoretically speaking, what he said was what he really thought. Unless his acting skills had reached the level of an Oscar for Best Actor, everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your praise, Marquis. To be able to have a confidant like Marquis, I am also very happy. Come, come, come. I will drink to show my respect. Feng Zhidai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his wine cup and toasted to Li Zishuan from afar. Then, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in the cup in one gulp. To be honest, I came to visit Feng Shaoqing today because I have a favor to ask of you. Since Feng Zhidai had passed the test, and according to Li Zishuan who was far away in Lingnan, Feng had always been dutiful in Lingnan and had never done anything out of line. Li Zishuan decided to tell him the purpose of his visit. It was not that he was being superfluous, but he had to be very careful when looking for a partner. If one day the partner he found did something disgraceful, even if he was not involved, he would at least be accused of not knowing the right person. In any case, he definitely did not want to mix with a future rebel. Before cooperating, he had to investigate what should be investigated. Marquis, if you have anything to say, I will do my best to help you. Feng Zhidai clasped his hands and said solemnly. I don't dare to say that. I really have something to ask of you, Feng Xiaoqing, or rather, I have something to ask of you, High Duke Gung. Li Zishuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face, Feng Xiaoqing must have seen a soccer ball before. This soccer ball is made from rubber produced by a small country in Nanyang. My workshop has a great need for this material. Although the small country in Nanyang is now willing to sell its domestic rubber to me, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Furthermore, my workshop can't do without rubber, and in the future, the people of Great Tang won't be able to do without rubber. Therefore, this marquis wants to plant rubber trees in Great Tang's territory to completely reduce the consumption of rubber in the workshop. This way, my workshop won't be led by the nose by the people of other countries. Besides, Lingnan has a hot and humid climate with abundant sunshine and rain. It is the most suitable place for rubber trees to grow. Therefore, I plan to plant rubber trees in Lingnan on a large scale. I hope that Feng Xiaoqing and High Duke Gung can help me. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of people in Lingnan will benefit from the rubber trees. The people will be well fed and warm, and Lingnan will be stable. Feng Zhidai suddenly understood the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit today. He thought for a moment and nodded. Marquis has brought such great benefits to Lingnan. How can I not agree? However, I still need to send a pigeon to ask my father about this matter. Feng Zhidai had been in Chang'an for so long. How could he not know about the popular football? How could he not know that all the footballs were made from Li Zishuan's workshop? It was because he knew how precious rubber was that Feng Zhidai agreed without hesitation. This was because he knew better than anyone else that these rubber forests could bring great benefits to the people of Lingnan. Li Zishuan laughed. Ha! Of course. Of course. I will wait for your news. 2 days later, in the evening. As the sun set, the sky gradually turned dark. The people under the sky were about to welcome the night. However, Yanhuang College tonight was the most unique existence in the world. Push the guillotine and power the entire college. In the past few days, all the wires from Ba to Yanhuang College had been set up. Not only that, all the wires inside Yanhuang College had been set up. Today was the first time Yanhuang College had electricity and used electric lights. Under Li Zishuan's order, Mo Zhong followed the instructions and pushed the main gate of the hydropower station to power Yanhuang College. With this push, the entire area of the academy rapidly turned into a rarely seen academy in the mortal world, at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, under the illumination of the light in the various teaching buildings and rooms, the students and teachers could not help but cheer. Wow! The electric light is so bright. It feels brighter than 5 candles. Electric light. Electric light. It turns out that what was written in the physics textbook is true. There are people in this world who can make electric lights. There are people who dare to dig for electricity. With this light, he would be able to clearly read the words written in the book at night. That's great. These students didn't know that even if they didn't take the initiative to read, Li Zishuan would force them to do so. Because the evening self-study at Yanhuang College was coming soon. Chapter 14-16. Dad, why is Yunshan Mountain so bright tonight? How many candles did they light? At the foot of Yunshan Mountain, in a small farmhouse in Liujia village, a little kid was in his own yard after dinner. He looked up and saw that the lights on Yunshan Mountain were obviously brighter than before. He couldn't help but ask his father. "Little Tao, those aren't candles, those are electric lights." Marquis's new electric lights. "Those things are much brighter than ordinary candles." A middle-aged man walked out of the house and patted the little boy's shoulder as he said. "Electric lights? Why are they called electric lights? Could it be a lamp made of lightning?" "Oh. This oil lamp uses oil, candles use wax, and it's said that electric lights use electricity. Marquis built a hydropower station on Bar River and uses water to generate electricity to light up the electric lights. That's why they're called electric lights." "Wow. Using water to generate electricity? Marquis is amazing. Yanhuang College is also amazing. Dad, how much does one electric light cost? When will our house be able to use electric lights? This electric light can only be used by a godly school like Yanhuang College. Ordinary people like us can't afford it. Little Tao, if you want to use electric lights, the easiest way is to get into Yanhuang College. You know Huzhen from Han Village, right? He's the same age as you, but he got into Yanhuang College last year. I believe that our family's little Tao will be able to get in too." "Yes, yes. Dad. I must get into Yanhuang College." Yunshan Mountain's location was close to the center of Lantian County. It was surrounded by plain villages. Among the villages, Yunshan Mountain stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. In addition, Li Zishuan built Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain last year. Yunshan's status in Lantian County rose quickly. The people would look up at Yunshan Mountain from time to time as if they were on a pilgrimage. In their eyes, Li Zishuan was the son of an immortal. Yunshan Mountain was a godly school, a holy land for learning. Therefore, the Cloud Mountain was lit up with very bright lights tonight. It immediately attracted the attention of the villagers around the Cloud Mountain. At this time, most people had just finished their dinner and had nothing to do. Therefore, the whole family moved their stools and sat in front of the door. They pointed at the bright lights on Cloud Mountain and discussed animatedly, clicking their tongues in wonder. "Yamacho. All the lights in the classroom are working normally, which means that the power generated by the 3 generators is enough to supply the entire Yanhuang College." In Yanhuang College, Mo Huai stood in front of the teaching building and said to Li Zishuan with a smile. "Good. If that's the case, I can be at ease. However, we can't neglect the education of electricity safety in the academy. Let's continue for another 2 weeks. We must let the students truly understand electricity and learn how to use it correctly." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and nodded to Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. The teachers in the physics department will definitely perform their duties well. However, with the lights, can the students read in the classroom at night before going to bed?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mr. Yen has already mentioned this to me. Recently, the Academic Affairs Office will set a new class schedule for all classes. In the future, after dinner, the students will have 2 more classes. They will focus on their own studies and the teacher will explain it to them. I call this evening self-study. After the evening self-study, the students can go to the dormitory to sleep. The dormitory's power outage will be postponed to midnight." Mo Huai said with a gratified expression, "That's great. Young people should be diligent and eager to learn. Yamacho has now created the conditions for the students to study hard. The students must cherish it." Li Zishuan nodded and said a few more words to Mo Huai. Then, he bid farewell and left. Today, Li Zishuan specially came over to observe the comprehensive test of the lights in the academy. At this time, it was impossible for him to go back to the county. He could only stay with his wife in Yunshan Villa for the night. What was worth mentioning was that the Yanhuang Academy had installed electric lights and connected the wires. The Yunshan side courtyard was also equipped with electric lights. After all, they wouldn't need too many wires anyway. Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other elderly people stared at the electric lights in their own homes for a long time tonight. They stared until their eyes were dazzled, and only then were they willing to look away. When Li Zishuan returned to the villa, the lights were on in the house. Han Yushi was sitting in the bedroom, flipping through an unknown book. Her face was full of smiles. It was obvious that she was very happy at this time. Today, she expected that Li Zishuan would definitely not return to the county after finishing the matters in the academy. So, she came with him. "Husband, you're back." Hearing the movement at the door, Han Yushi quickly raised her head and saw Li Zishuan walking in. She got up and greeted him. My wife is still reading." Li Zishuan smiled and asked casually. Han Yushi helped Li Zishuan take off his coat and smiled. It's too early. I'm not sleepy yet." "Husband, this light is really good. Usually, after we eat dinner, we can only go to bed after a short while. But with the electric light, it's different. After dinner, we can read books. The girls can also embroider under the light. After working for a while, we can rest. I feel that this day is much more fulfilling than before." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. "Hey! A small light is actually so good in your mouth?" Han Yushi said with sparkling eyes, "Of course. Husband, don't you think that the nights in the past were much more boring than the days? Other than sleeping, it's still sleeping. If you sleep too much, it's easy to be listless. Now that there's light, people can also do things at night that they do during the day. Whether it's reading or needlework, it's much more meaningful than lying in bed and not being able to sleep." Li Zishuan smiled and scratched Han Yushi's white and tender nose. He. "Wife, you're right. However, other than reading and needlework, there's something more meaningful waiting for us to do tonight." "Wife, do you want to know what it is?" Looking at the naughty smile on Li Zishuan's lips, Han Yushi quickly reacted. Her tender face blushed and she hurriedly said, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." "Husband, quickly wash up and sleep." He. "If we're going to sleep, of course, we'll wash up together and sleep together." No. Electricity and light were used on Yunshan Mountain. Even at night, it was as bright as day. This news seemed to have grown wings. By the next day, it had spread throughout the entire Chang'an, as well as more than 20 provinces and counties near Chang'an City. The people were discussing it in private. After all, the appearance of the light was too unbelievable. Everyone was doubting whether the rumors were true or false. But soon, the official announcement came. It was today's Datong Daily. The headline was about the news of Yanhuang College's official electrification last night. The title was, "An Epoch-Making Event. That man brought light to the world's dark night." The writer was the famous Datong Daily gold medal reporter, Li Yu. After reading the newspaper in black and white about everything that happened in Yanhuang College last night and the introduction of the light's principle, people finally believed that Yanhuang College had mastered the method of generating and using electricity. They also believed that there really was a light that was several times brighter than candles and oil lamps. It was human nature to seek the light and avoid the dark. No one liked the dark. Therefore, thousands of people couldn't help but yearn for the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. Some wealthy businessmen who thought that they were wealthy began to send people to Chitsu Pavilion to inquire if they could buy the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. But without exception, they all received the same answer. That was that it was easy to buy light, but it was difficult to find electricity. Currently, in the entire Tang Empire, only the Ba hydropower station in Lantian County could generate electricity. If they wanted to use the light, it wasn't just about buying a few light bulbs. They also had to ask the Marquis of Yong'an to provide electricity to their homes. As a result, those wealthy people who were eager to try and use the light in their homes all retreated. It was true that their families were rich, but in front of Li Zishuan, they could only be considered poor. Lord Marquis, ever since the Department of Commerce was established, it has tried 23 cases of merchant disputes. This lowly official has personally taken part in every case, and every case was only decided after multiple sources of evidence and conclusive evidence. This lowly official is willing to guarantee that not a single one of these cases was unjust or misjudged. Moreover, all the officials of the Department of Commerce have treated these merchant disputes the same as ordinary civil cases. In the Lantian County Yamen, County Magistrate he was reporting to Li Zishuan with a serious face. After Li Zishuan woke up this morning, he had a simple breakfast and brought his wife back to the Marquis residence in the county. Thinking of the vigorous business tax reform and the crackdown on evil campaign that had been carried out in Lantian County a few days ago, Li Zishuan didn't even warm his seat after returning to the Marquis residence before rushing to the Lantian County Yamen to find County Magistrate he to understand the situation. This is the correct way for the government to treat the businessmen. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, "We have collected heavy taxes from the businessmen, so we have to provide them with protection." To put it bluntly, the government is no different from those local bullies who ask for protection fees from the businessmen. The local bullies have collected protection fees from the businessmen and have fulfilled their duty to protect them. If our government can't do as well as the local bullies, then it will be difficult to collect the business tax of Lantian County again. County Magistrate he nodded his head solemnly, "This official will remember Marquis teachings today and will do my best to make the Department of Commerce better." Go ahead and do it. If you encounter any obstacles, just let me know. I will clear the obstacles for you. Li Zishuan said with a serious face. "Thank you, Marquis, for your support." County Magistrate he quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. After a pause, he said, "Marquis, there were indeed many people who opposed the new business decree issued by the Department of Commerce at the beginning. But after the gangs formed by the local ruffians in Lantian County were all wiped out, the direction of public opinion immediately developed in our favor. The merchants in the city began to actively file their taxes. Even the merchants outside the city rushed to Lantian County to buy shops in order to enjoy the preferential policies that our Department of Commerce provided for the merchants in Lantian County. According to this official's knowledge, the reason why these businessmen suddenly came to Lantian County to open shops was to obtain the same status as the farmers and craftsmen. Businessmen have always been a class that has been despised. Now that Marquis has decreed that businessmen, farmers, and craftsmen have the same status, from now on, Lantian County will only be divided into scholars and commoners. When those businessmen who were bullied in other places heard this news, how could they hold back? As for the second reason, those merchants who wanted to set up shop in Lantian County mainly wanted to send their children to the county school in Lantian County. After all, in other counties, this kind of treatment was something that couldn't be bought with money. Among these businessmen, the most prominent one was Chang, and city's #1 cloth merchant, and also a member of Marquis Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, Chao Wendong. On the day the Department of Commerce was established, he brought his family to Lantian County. He said that he would be settling down in Lantian County in the future. He even bought a house in advance. Under Chao Wendong's leadership, the businessmen from other states and counties followed suit. The prices of shops in Lantian County rose again and again. In a short period of time, it was hard to find a shop. County Magistrate his words were filled with excitement. He had reason to be excited. The small Lantian County had now become a bustling county, second only to Chang'an City. There were many shops, and there was an endless flow of businessmen. Although Li Zishuan was the one who came up with the specific strategies and policies, and he was just a tool man, he was happy to have such achievements even if he was just a tool man. I know all of this. After the new tax law is implemented, how much business tax do you think the county office will be able to collect in the first month? Li Zishuan smiled and asked again. Hearing Li Zishuan ask this, County Magistrate he smiled even more happily. He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, Marquis, from the monthly profit figures reported to the county office by the major shops in the city, the county office will be able to collect more than 4,000 strings of coins in this month. It's even more than the previous year's business tax revenue, 4,000 strings of coins. That's still okay. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered softly. This soft muttering was heard by County Magistrate He, and he could not help but want to vomit blood. He thought to himself, you're still not satisfied with 4,000 strings of coins in business tax every month? You might as well just lead your troops to the major shops in the city square and rob them. As if he saw through County Magistrate He's thoughts, Li Zishuan said lightly, you don't have to think that I'm magnanimous, but the business tax revenue of Lantian County must exceed the agricultural tax as soon as possible. Only when the business tax is much higher than the agricultural tax, then we will have the capital to reduce the agricultural tax for the farmers, so that all the citizens of Lantian County can eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Hearing this, County Magistrate He's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect Li Zishuan to raise the business tax to reduce the agricultural tax. At the same time, he could not help but respect Li Zishuan, thinking that Marquis was the one who truly thought for the citizens. Marquis treats the citizens with benevolence, this official admires you. After a moment of silence, County Magistrate He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said with a face full of admiration. As an official, I naturally have to help the citizens. This is what this Marquis should do, and it is also what you should do. Li Zishuan said lightly. This official understands. County Magistrate He cupped his hands, and then he suddenly remembered something, so he quickly asked, Marquis, this official heard that Yanhuang College used electric lights last night, which can make the night as bright as day. I wonder if this electric light can be promoted to the county? Li Zishuan was a little speechless. After a moment of silence, he said faintly, do you have a mine at home? The kind that can produce copper. Chapter 14:17. Marquis, what do you mean? In the Lantian County office, County Magistrate He heard Li Zishuan's strange words and asked in confusion. Li Zishuan explained helplessly, the transmission of electricity requires wires. Have you seen the cement pillars at the foot of Yunshan Mountain? That is the electric pole that carries the wires. The wires connecting the two electric poles are made of copper. Just the distance between the hydropower station and Yanhuang College already consumes more than 2,000 caddies of copper. If the electricity is connected to Lantian County, how much copper do you think it will consume? Who can afford it? County Magistrate He was shocked when he heard this. He exclaimed, just the Yanhuang Academy alone cost more than 2,000 caddies of brass. If Lantian County is connected to electricity, won't it consume more than 10,000 caddies of copper? In the entire Tang Empire, I'm afraid only His Majesty can take out so much copper, right? Li Zishuan said in annoyance, otherwise? Do you think it's easy to connect a place to electricity? The 2,000 caddies of copper required this time was exchanged with His Majesty by this Marquis merit for the drought. This official is ignorant. I hope Marquis can forgive me. County Magistrate He clasped his hands in embarrassment and said tentatively, Marquis, His Majesty has bestowed Lantian County to you. Logically speaking, all the mineral veins in Lantian County should belong to you. You can send people to search for mineral veins in Lantian County. Perhaps you can really find a copper mine. Li Zishuan frowned and said, you have been an official in Lantian County for many years. Have you ever heard of a copper mine here? County Magistrate He said hesitantly, this official has never heard of it. But this official heard that Marquis is good at searching for dragons, so you want this Marquis to send people to search for mineral veins in Lantian County? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said. This official doesn't dare. This official doesn't dare. County Magistrate He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I'm just hoping for a fluke. What if Lantian County has a copper mine? That way, our Lantian County can be connected to electricity. Marquis, didn't you say before that you wanted to turn Lantian County into a commercial city? If we can get electricity and use electric lights, then the night in Lantian County will be as bright as day, and we can open a night market. Night market? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly interested. He looked at County Magistrate He and said with a faint smile, "You have a lot of ideas." "That's right, this Marquis is indeed planning to open a night market after Lantian County is electrified, so as to further stimulate Lantian County's commercial potential. However, this Marquis has already studied the terrain of Lantian County, and there are no copper mines here. Therefore, it is basically impossible for County Magistrate He to rely on the copper mines of Lantian County to be self-sufficient and set up electricity lines. Furthermore, His Majesty had previously promised this Marquis 3 ore veins. Shu Lan's vanadium titanium magnetite mine is one of them. Logically speaking, this Marquis can also request for another copper mine from His Majesty." Hearing this, County Magistrate He's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Li Zishuan's heart was as clear as a mirror as he interrupted. "Don't have any wishful thinking. My Tang Empire is already lacking in copper. If this Marquis were to ask for more copper mines, it will definitely make things difficult for His Majesty. So even if His Majesty had promised me 3 ore veins, I will not ask His Majesty for more copper mines. As for the copper needed to connect the electricity lines, this Marquis will think of another way." Marquis is right. This official was too anxious. County Magistrate He hurriedly cupped his hands and said submissively. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, "He. No matter what, your original intentions are good. Right, remember that at the beginning of every month, order the Department of Commerce to check the accounts of the various shops. If anyone is found to be evading taxes, punish them severely according to the rules. Also, the officials of the Department of Commerce must ensure that they are honest and clean. This Marquis will set up an additional monitoring team. If anyone is found to be accepting bribes from merchants or helping merchants to evade taxes, they will be punished severely. Where there were benefits, there would be corruption." The Department of Commerce was in charge of Lantian County's commerce. Usually, the benefits it handled were huge. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be a few officials who would be tempted by wealth and lose their principles. On this point, Li Zishuan had to be careful. When County Magistrate He heard this, his heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said, "This official obeys. This official will keep a close eye on the Department of Commerce and prevent any corruption from occurring." That's good." Li Zishuan nodded his head and left. Regarding the electric lamp, it was not only County Magistrate He who wanted it. Li Zishuan also wanted it. Even Li Zishuan's father and mother wanted it. After lunch, Father Li, Mrs. Li, Yi Guochong, and old Madame Yi wanted to go to Yunshan Villa to stay for 2 days to experience the magical electric lamp. This was because in the morning, Han Yushi had told them a lot about the advantages and magical aspects of the electric lamp in front of them. It made them very curious and they all wanted to see and experience it for themselves. Li Zishuan thought that there were still some things to do at Yanhuang College, so he brought Han Yushi and a few elders with him. The group of people and 3 carriages quickly left the county and arrived at the foot of Yunshan Villa. After Li Zishuan sent his family to Yunshan Villa, he went to Yanhuang College by himself and met Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others. "Yamacho, the electric lamp last night was really bright. You have brought a magical item to the college. I just don't know when Chang'an City will be like Yanhuang Academy, where there will be electricity and electric lights." The little fatty, Li Tai, said excitedly when he saw Li Zishuan. At this time, he was really glad that he had chosen to follow Li Zishuan to Yanhuang College to study. Although Yanhuang College was located in the remote Yunshan Villa, after nearly a year of renovation, this place was even more advanced than Chang'an City. It was even more fascinating. Moreover, Yanhuang College's knowledge was unique in this world. Some things in Yanhuang College were also unique in this world. This place was like a celestial palace above the mortal world, full of magic. Everything that seemed impossible had a chance to become possible here. Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty and said, Chang'an City has 108 markets, and millions of people live in them. If we want to connect them with electricity and let everyone use electric lamps, let's not talk about whether we have that many copper wires. Even if we do, Qingke, use your knowledge of electricity and do some calculations. Can one hydropower station provide electricity for millions of people? The current Li Tai was no longer the pedantic scholar from before who only knew how to say, yes. When he heard this, he quickly reacted and said with an embarrassed expression. Ahem. Yamacho is right. But if one hydropower station is not enough, then we can just build a few more, can't we? The electric lamp is so useful. The officials in the imperial court will definitely support my father's construction of the hydropower station. Li Zishuan said unhappily, do you think building a hydropower station is as easy as eating a meal? Doesn't it cost money? Many people in the Tang Empire still have problems eating. The officials will not allow His Majesty to do such a wasteful and costly thing. Li Tai also knew that Li Zishuan was telling the truth, so he could only nod awkwardly. Cheng Chumo said at this time, Xiao Xian. Yamacho, I heard that the academy is going to change the class schedule and add 2 classes every night. Is it true? Yes, yes, yes. Yamacho, is it true? Sun Zifan also quickly asked. Li Zishuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, of course it's true. Now that the academy has electric lamps, the night is as bright as day. If we don't make use of such a good condition, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and said bitterly, ah. Damn. Yamacho, you want the academy to use electric lamps just to add 2 classes for us. Isn't this too much? If we knew this was the case, we wouldn't have wanted you to install electric lamps in the academy. Li Zishuan said unhappily, that's because you don't want to, it doesn't mean that others, Yamacho, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, and the other dukes are here. At this time, Mo Zhong came over and cupped his fists. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Cheng Chumo trembled and quickly said, cough cough. Yamacho, I still have something to do, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan to say anything, he ran away as fast as he could. The main thing was that Cheng Chumo often warned him, so Cheng Chumo was worried that he would be punished by his father in front of so many people and lose face. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others were not used to appearing in front of these old generals, mainly because they did not like to be restrained, so they also left behind Cheng Chumo. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly, then turned around and went to greet Cheng Chumo, Qin Xiong, and the others. Uncles, why are you so free today to come to Cloud Mountain personally? After Li Zishuan welcomed them into the academy and greeted them, Li Zishuan asked. Today, the few of us old fellows came here especially to thank you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo laughed and said in a rough voice, Xiao Xian, the water wheel you gave us earlier is a great help to us. Our villages together have a population of more than 10,000 people and tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. If it weren't for your water wheel, the villages might have had no harvest this summer. It's a small matter if we don't receive rent, but if the villagers don't have food to eat, that's a big matter. As Li Zishuan had always been close to the Cheng, Qin, Niu, Yuqi, and Li Jing families, when the workshop produced the water wheel, it was sent to them immediately. This was not something that others would be jealous of, because before the water wheel was produced, Cheng Chumo, Qin Xiong, and the others had already pre-ordered it with Li Zishuan, so it was reasonable for him to supply it to them first. Li Zishuan heard and asked, Uncle Cheng, has the canal in your village been repaired and the water is flowing? Cheng Chumo nodded and said, Heh. It's repaired. The water is flowing. This is all thanks to you, Xiao Xian, for giving us the water wheel first. You don't know, but when old fox Zhongsun saw that we got the water wheel, he was so anxious that he pulled out many strands of his beard. Li Zishuan didn't respond to the latter part of the sentence. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Cheng is too polite. This is only a small matter. With the relationship between our families, why do you need to personally come over to thank me?" Before Cheng Chumo could say anything, Qin Xiong interrupted, "Xiao Xian, don't believe him. Jijia coming to thank you today is fake. He wants to see the light bulb, to see you, the immortal child who brings light to the world's dark night." For Qin Xiong to be able to say this, it was obvious that he had seen today's Datong Daily, because the headline was the article written by Li Yu, epic making. That man brings light to the world's dark night. Hey! Second brother Qin, in front of the younger generation, can't you be more tactful with your words? As an elder, I, old Cheng, feel a little embarrassed. Cheng Chumo said at this time. Everyone could not help but be speechless, thinking in their hearts, how do you look like you're embarrassed? How shameless. Humph. Madman Cheng, you're really thick-skinned. Even I find it embarrassing to walk with you. Yuchi Jingda did not give old Cheng any face at all and attacked verbally. Pfft. Cheng Chumo sneered and said indifferently, embarrassing? If you find it embarrassing, then go away. Why do you want to come to the academy with me? Seeing that these two old enemies were about to fight, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, since you all want to see the light bulb, why don't you stay in the courtyard for a night? You can still make it in time for morning court tomorrow when you wake up. The second phase of the Cloud Mountain Courtyard project had long ended, and even the third phase was nearing its end. Now, there were many modern-style courtyards in Cloud Mountain, and Li Zishuan had already given each of these old generals a courtyard. The Cheng family's courtyard had always been lived in by Cheng Chumo. Even if a few courtyards were given away, there were still many left, completely enough for the academy's professors in the future. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, it's rare for us to come to Cloud Mountain. Since we're here, we have to pay Dr. Sun a visit. Back then, Divine Dr. Sun had also put in a lot of effort to heal second brother Qin's old injuries. We have to pay him a visit. Qin Xiong nodded and stroked his beard. That's how it should be.